Volume 7, Chapter 220, The Weight of a Choice, Tessaerlith. Whether it was from the relief that a lance had arrived or because the backlash of overusing my beast will had finally set in, I passed out. The sun had nearly set, casting a red hue to the thick blanket of fog when I woke up. I found myself on top of a small wyvern with several soldiers stationed around me with weapons drawn, but the battle had already ended. My body ached and the very act of keeping my eyes open sent sharp waves of pain to my temples, but I couldn't stop staring at the scene. The battle had ended, we had won. However, what I was focused on were the injured soldiers in my unit being carried off, while the dead were buried on the spot. Bodies that should be taken to their families for a proper ceremony were left in the very spot they were killed. I scrambled off the winged reptile, alarming the soldiers on guard. They tried to help me back up, thinking I fell, but I waved them away. Anger rose in the pit of my stomach, and had I succumbed to the impulse, I might have actually begun lashing out at the soldiers burying our fellow allies. But I stopped myself, taking my frustrations out on the dirt below my hands. Even if it wasn't proper, I knew there was no choice. There was an army of Alacrians still marching their way to Zestir City, the very heart of my kingdom. There was no time to spare for the dead when every bit of time and effort would be needed in defending against the siege. One of the guards gently pulled me up to my feet and gestured toward the wyvern. Head Tesha. Please remain on the mount in case anything happens. Even then, what right do I have to get angry? Aren't I the one to blame for the deaths that happened here? If it wasn't for my selfishness, how many of those being buried right now would have survived? I knew it wasn't healthy to fall into this pit of self-blame and what-ifs, but with Vernet's taunt still echoing in my head, it was hard not to. Regardless, I began climbing back onto the mount when something out of the corner of my eye caught my attention. Shaking off the guard, I started running. It can't be. I made my way through the medics helping the injured and the emitters making their rounds to the soldiers in more serious conditions. It was hard for me to breathe as my eyes remained glued to the emitter kneeled on the ground and the patient she was helping. It was Caria, unconscious. I fell to my knees, but before I could get any closer, a hand blocked my path. I looked up to see a stony-eyed Darvis staring at me with an expression that I'd never seen before. She was just barely able to fall asleep with a sedative. Don't wake her up. Stannard was also nearby, disheveled and covered in dirt. After seeing me, though, he looked away. Neither had any injuries besides a few scratches and scrapes, but the same couldn't be said for Caria. I watched, dumbfounded, as the emitter began closing the wound on her left leg. Or rather, what was left of it. The man had his hands clasped over the mangled stump, applying pressure, but blood still gushed between his fingers, forming a crimson pool. I stared, both awestruck and horrified, at the sight of Caria's wound rapidly healing. The skin around her open wound began closing in together to form a lumpy knot of flesh. I knew before that emitters couldn't regenerate new limbs, but seeing the wound close over the bottom of her thigh made it seem irreversible. That's when it hit me. The bright and energetic Caria, whose talent as an augmenter was only outshined by her love for martial arts, would never be able to walk on her own 2 feet again. How? I muttered, my vision blurring from the tears welling up. How? I heard Darvis retort. You leave us to go on your own solo crusade and stop Darvis. People are watching. Stannard pulled him away and locked eyes with me before dipping his head in a bow. I apologized for his outburst. Head Tesha, the blonde conjurer that was normally shy and kind-hearted, regarded me coldly. I shook my head. Stannard. My 2 teammates ignored me, huddling close by Caria and asking the emitter how the wound was healing. Darvis was right, it was my fault. I had a role that I was supposed to fill, but I chose to go off on my own, thinking that I could help more with my strength. No, to be honest with myself, I probably thought at one point that being a Silver Corps mage entitled me to greater battles than merely defending a position. And because of that, I abandoned my teammates. No amount of convincing myself that she could have still incurred the injury even if I was there helped alleviate the terrible pressure weighing down on my chest. It's time to go, a familiar voice said from behind. I didn't look back, my eyes remained locked on Caria's peaceful slumber. How would that change when she woke up? Would she blame me like Darvis and Stannard? Would she hate me? I wiped my tears with the back of my hand. I had to stay strong. This was just the beginning. The battle to defend the capital of Elenoir would be where I could make up for my mistakes. Tesha Iralith, the voice snapped me out of my thoughts. Turning around, I saw General Aya clad in light armor with several guards close behind her. The rider is ready to depart. You'll be going back to the castle immediately, Head Tesha, the elven lance stated as she turned around. The castle, I replied. I don't understand. The Alacrian army is marching towards Zestir right now. There's no time to visit. General Aya looked back over her shoulder, her sharp gaze cutting off my words. Perhaps I haven't made myself clear. You will be withdrawn from battle until further notice. I quickly scrambled back up to my feet. Wait, General, I can still fight. Please, the Lance's usually inviting and charming demeanor was laced with impatience, but she kept her voice polite. Please be wary of your position as an Aralith. Taking into consideration your current state of mind, I have already told the council that you are unfit for battle. No. No, I needed to fight. I needed to make up for my mistakes. I needed to make it up to Caria and everyone else by doing well in the coming battle. Aya began to walk away, her dark wavy hair billowing behind her when I latched onto her arm. General, I'm one of the few Silvercore mages ready to fight. I can't just hide in the castle when I know the entire Elven Kingdom is under. Your job was to remain in formation and hold off for the short period it would take for reinforcements to arrive, yet the death toll of your unit reached over half because of your selfish ambitions. The Lance pried my fingers off and regarded me coldly. The remainder of your unit that is still fit for battle will join under the rest of my division. It'll take too long for any more reinforcements to arrive, General. Even General Arthur is occupied with the beast horde attacking. What happens from now on is no longer your concern. You've done enough, Princess. The Lance's words hit me like a brick of reinforced lead, leaving me frozen as General Aya handed the soldier standing beside the wyvern a scroll. Take her straight to the castle and get this to Commander Virion. Making my way towards the mount as its rider tightened the saddle, I allowed myself one last glance back at Darvis and Stannard. Neither could look me in the eye. With pleading eyes, I continued to stare, hoping they'd at least meet my gaze. However, up until the very end, neither looked back. And the agony and hollowness I felt at that moment hurt more than every injury I had ever incurred as a fellow soldier fighting by their side. Virion Eralith, the castle, it was chaos. Live updates, a majority from Zestier City, were being branded onto the transmission scrolls faster than we could sort and read them. Despite the cost of these communication artifacts, piles of them were littered all over the meeting room as members of the council continued to read through them. The dire and hectic situation added oil to the flames of tension that had already built up in the room. A sudden thud turned everyone's head towards Alduin, who had thrown a stack of transmission scrolls on the ground. My son grabbed Baron Glader, former King of Sapin, by his collar and slammed him against the wall. "You're reading the reports from Elenoir as well, right?" he hissed. "Are you happy? Are you happy?" I gestured away the guards that were about to interfere. For the first time, the proud head of the Glader family looked ashamed. It was impossible to predict something like this could happen. Impossible, Alduin spat, bringing his face closer to the humans. An army of Alacrian mages is currently approaching Zestier, the very heart of Elenoir. Even with the evacuation strategies being implemented, the death tolls are already rising from soldiers trying to stop the city from being sieged, and you're saying it was impossible. I understand your anger, but please, this isn't the time or place to do this, Muriel soothed as she pulled back her husband's arm. Jerking his arm free from his wife's hold, he swung a wild fist that was still clutching onto the transmission scroll sent by General Aya, landing squarely on Baron's jaw. "My daughter nearly died because of your greed." Priscilla Glader stood off to the side, watching the whole scene with gritted teeth and clenched fists, unable to aid her husband out of guilt. Boone sat idly, the usual look of amusement replaced by a grim frown. Alduin fell to his knees. He slammed his fist into the marble ground until his entire hand was covered in blood. How many times did I ask for our own troops to be placed back in Elenoir? How many times did I plead because I was afraid this exact scenario would occur? How are you going to take responsibility if this leads to the entire fall of the Elven Kingdom? Not a sound could be heard aside from the howl of rage and despair that my son let out. His wife gently wrapped her arms around him, comforting my son in a way that I couldn't. I had no right. After all, the weight of his words didn't just fall on the Gladers, but to myself as well. I was the one that had ultimately agreed with Baron on keeping the Elven troops in Sapin. I was the one responsible for what was happening to Elenoir. I was overconfident with the magical defenses of the Elshire Forest. Just like the Gladers, I was wrong. Such a simple acknowledgement was stuck deep in the back of my throat. I didn't have the strength to say it aloud. As the commander, I led the entire military forces of Dicathen. While I didn't want this position, I had been confident in the decisions I made and the orders I gave. I felt like acknowledging this mistake now would be forever casting doubt in my mind, no matter what commands I gave. I stared at the transmission scroll sent from Ediston. Now isn't the time to doubt my decisions. I quickly flipped the scroll and tucked it into another pile nearby before speaking. Enough, now is not the time to be pointing fingers. Get out and cool off, all of you, I stressed. The members of the council looked at one another, still emotional but more hesitant. Council member Alduin and Muriel, Tesha should be arriving at the castle soon. Take some time and be there for her. Shifting my gaze towards the Gladers, I gave them each a nod. Take a break, and just know that what happened is no one person's fault. I waited for the guards to escort the members of the council out. Alduin and Muriel were the first ones gone, and from the way my son's sharp eyes flashed with indignation and anger, I knew he blamed me as well. Perhaps the only reason he didn't voice it was because he knew how much I also cared for Elenoir. Baron, before he was taken out of the room, looked back. I know you swore your oath to be impartial in leading Dicathen in this war, but I won't blame you if what you decide to do next is for your home kingdom. He didn't wait for me to reply as he walked out with his wife in hand. It was an answer I had never expected from the former human king, and it made my very decision to escort the council out of this room seem like I was avoiding the confrontation I would eventually have to face for my choices. Boond was the last to leave. He shot me a look that I couldn't interpret, but I didn't have time to ponder. I was now alone. The room that had been so lively just a few moments ago seemed so unsettling. The messages written in the transmission scrolls seemed to create a cumulative pressure that was almost suffocating. Letting out a sigh, I retrieved the transmission scroll from Ediston and read it again. The content of this scroll and the many more soon to come would stun the rest of the council as much as it was paralyzing for me right now. I couldn't let that happen. At least one of us needed to be in their right mind, which was why I hid it from them, even if it was for just a few hours. I needed that time to decide on how to proceed. There were now over 300 ships filled with Alacrian soldiers approaching our western shores, and there would undoubtedly be scythes and retainers amongst them. Taking into account the intensity and timing placed into their attacks, I couldn't help but fear that this war was reaching its turning point. Fortunately, Baron and Vere were already close by, but just having those two wouldn't be enough. Even having all 5 of our lances might not be enough. Getting Lance Micah to the western coast wouldn't be too difficult, and Arthur should have been nearly finished with his role at the wall. That only left the Elven Lance. Would I withdraw General Aya from Elenoir and deny them reinforcements? Would I essentially abandon Elenoir by taking the lance away or risk allowing another even larger army to step foot on our land? Chapter 221, Backtrack, Arthur Leywin. Near the southern end of the Elshire forest, the 3 of us stood aloft the canopy of trees. I gripped Dawn's ballad in my hand while 1,000 thoughts and worries ran through my mind. Despite Sylvie's recent growth, she wouldn't be able to handle the retainer by herself. And even if I were to hold Silred off myself, Sylvie wouldn't be able to find Tess within the magical fog spread over Elshire Forest. The best option was to end this battle as fast as possible in order to make it to Tess. However, expending too much energy and mana in a fight where the opponent was just stalling could be detrimental for the real battles soon to come. Sylvie, I'm pretty confident I can beat Silred on my own, but not if his aim is to just stall for time. Let's wrap this up quickly together. While the speed of my flight was by no means slow, fighting was another story. It was difficult to utilize my fighting style, which consisted of sharp movements and bursts of speed in the air. I agree, she confirmed as mana already began gathering around her at an extraordinary rate. Opening my mind entirely to my bond, Sylvie formed a solid panel of condensed mana beneath my feet at my request. Silred's expression didn't change at my sudden approach. He merely lifted his greatsword into a defensive position. I focused on a space about 3 paces in front of Silred, sending a quick thought to my bond. The timing was just a tad behind, but another translucent panel formed beneath my right foot as I stepped on the space in the sky I had shown to Sylvie. This allowed for another quick change in direction as I pushed off Sylvie's conjuration. The retainer's eyes calmly followed my movements, but his greatsword remained frozen in place. Still, I didn't let down my guard. Dawn's ballad whistled as its sharp edge cut through the air toward Silred's chest, but something felt off. The closer my blade got to the retainer, the more I felt a weight pulling on it. Dawn's ballad almost seemed to be sucked in by Silred's behemoth of a sword as the teal blade arced off course and straight into its pitch-black blade. The sensation disappeared as soon as our blades clashed, but as soon as I swung again, Dawn's ballad was once again attracted to his mysterious sword. With only the thought of ending this quickly, I activated the first phase of my beast will, Static Void. The colors around me inverted, freezing everything but myself in place. I quickly brought the broken tip of Dawn's ballad against the motionless retainer's stomach before releasing Static Void. However, even at point-blank range, my sword veered away from Silred's torso, barely drawing blood while leaving me drained. Damn it, I cursed. Sylvie reacted quickly to my failed attempt by conjuring another platform beneath my feet for me to quickly gain distance from Silred. I let out a heavy breath. Static Void was a spell passed down to me from Sylvia that wasn't compatible with my mastery of Etha. Even as a white core mage, just using a few seconds of the Etha arts made me feel like I had been fighting for several hours. I was taught of the various mana arts that Usura clans had forged, especially the Etha arts of the Indrath clan. Experiencing it in person, though, I could see why it's to be feared, Silred said, looking down at his wound. Having no intentions of exchanging frivolities with him, I mentally nudged my bond. Sylvie, fire a few shots behind him. Got it. Just as arrows of mana manifested in the air behind the retainer, I launched a blast of frost and an arc of lightning. The ice blast spread into a cone, while the lightning spell branched off to completely cover our opponent, but to no avail. With a single sweep of his sword, our spells were sucked up and completely eaten away by the black blade. My bond conveyed her annoyance with a quick glance in my direction. What a troublesome ability. Impatience welled up inside me as I watched Silrit maintain his stance, not bothering to attack. Rather, he pulled out a small scroll and began reading it. The retainer looked up, shifting his gaze from Sylvie to me before saying, "One of my scouts has confirmed that Elven Princess has been withdrawn from battle. Do you honestly expect me to believe you and walk away?" I spat. Withdrawing Dawn's ballad, I conjured 2 frozen blades like Vare had done, condensing layer upon layer of ice to reinforce its durability, before rushing towards the retainer. Silrit's cold eyes narrowed in scrutiny, well aware of Sylvie preparing a spell from a distance as I quickly approached. My 2 blades of ice clashed with his sword, generating a blast of pressure. Even with mana coating my weapons, cracks were already visible. Mending the scarred surface of the weapons, I swung again, quickly turning into a flurry of blades. It was an odd feeling as my swords were unwillingly forced into a direction different from where I willed it. It got to the point where I would purposely abandon the ice swords and quickly conjure a new one, hoping that there would be a bit of a lag in between the gravitational pull from his sword. "If your master is really on our side, this is a meaningless battle, Silrit," I growled, releasing the 18th conjured sword from my hand and shooting a blast of fire at his legs. That's when I saw, or rather sensed it. Something within his weapon changed. Not visibly, but it happened just after the sword I had let loose was pulled into his sword and I had shot the fire. Immediately, I activated Realmheart, surprising both Sylvie and Silrit. I tested it out once more, throwing my other ice sword at Silrit while simultaneously shooting an arc of lightning. The mana fluctuation within his greatsword, now visible to me with Realmheart, changed in the middle of his swing as he blocked both the solid composition of my ice sword and the mana-fueled spell of the lightning. His sword can only attract one or the other at once. By his annoyed gaze, I knew Silrit noticed my revelation, but it didn't matter. I knew his weakness. Sylvie, capitalizing on our discovery, quickly casted the spell she had been preparing. Like a brilliant firework display, hundreds of sparks spread with blazing trails. Rather than fade, though, the sparks of light remained suspended in the air all around us. A wave of fatigue leaked onto me from my bond, but she remained determined to finish this quickly. "I need to concentrate fully on maintaining this mana art. Don't let Silrit near me." With a mental nod, I burst forward, using a condensed blast of wind to aid my acceleration. I was doubtful whether we could pull off the sort of coordination we would need to follow through with Sylvie's plan, but I followed through with her intention. Silrit was obviously wary of the gleaming sparks of light surrounding him, but his attention remained focused on me as I was the more immediate threat. I conjured a single blade of ice as I approached the retainer. The spark of light beneath my right foot turned into a panel for me to push off of, allowing me to sharply change my direction. Another spark turned into a platform, and another, until I was dancing around Silrit fast enough for him to lose track of me briefly. "Now," Sylvie expressed. I pushed off one of the many platforms of mana my bond had conjured directly behind the retainer. Even without his powerful vacuum ability, however, Silrit's reflexes were on par or even above mine. He whirled around, bringing his large sword around at a speed that made me believe his weapon was a hollow toy. I saw the mana composition changing within his weapon before feeling my blade of ice being sucked in towards the black sword. As I resisted the force pulling at my conjured weapon, Sylvie triggered one of the sparks of mana hovering nearby. A blinding beam of pure mana shot out towards Silrit just as my blade clashed with his. The retainer, unable to alter his weapon's ability in time, was forced to dodge out of the way. Sylvie's attack still managed to glance off his black armor, leaving its mark alongside the small wound I had inflicted on his torso. We didn't stop there. I abandoned the ice sword for the countless time and concentrated mana into my fist before swinging hard at my opponent's face while sending a blast of lightning with my other hand. Silrit opted to absorb the blast of lightning while using his own arm to block my fist. While he was pushed back from the force, I conjured a new, even larger blade than the last one and striked. Unable to change his ability fast enough, he took the full force of Ice Sword Mach 20-something. The mana around his body negated the brunt of the attack, but by the blood leaking from the corner of Silrit's lips, I knew we had landed our first successful attack. We continued to stay on the offensive, mixing spells with conjured swordplay or attacking with my own hands and feet. "It's working," I sent to Sylvie. My bond triggered another spark to release a blast of mana while I purposefully shattered my latest ice sword. Being a white core mage, molding the dozens of ice fragments into spikes was instantaneous while they hailed down on the retainer. However, before either of our attacks could reach Silrit, the retainer spun towards me. I barely managed to dodge the kick aimed at my face, but his foot still scuffed me on the shoulder. Tumbling back in the air, I tried to regain my balance when I spotted a black object advance directly at me. It was Silrit's sword, along with the barrage of icicles that were being pulled towards it. I grabbed onto one of Sylvie's suspended sparks to stop myself from tumbling. Four other sparks in between me and Silrit's thrown sword lit up and connected to form a large barrier. The pitch-black sword pierced through Sylvie's mana barrier but managed to stop the ice shards. I dodged Silrit's weapon easily enough, but the retainer followed up with another kick. Barely managing to duck out of the way, I imbued my fist with lightning, but as I tried to strike at him, a force pulled the spell surrounding my fist back behind me. This gave Silrit enough time to land a solid punch to my jaw. The mana protecting me soaked up some of the force from the impact, but my vision still swam. I dodged the next hit and tried to gain some distance from him, but he stuck closely to me. The sparks around us glowed threateningly, a sign that Sylvie was waiting for a chance to fire once more. Now was the time, while Silrit's sword was set to attract physical spells. "Do it," I roared. A note of panic and confusion bloomed from my bond's mind, but I expressed my confidence and determination. My bond abided and fired everything she had. The sky lit up as every single spark fired a bright beam of mana directly at us. My body begged me to move out of the way. It wasn't too late, but instead I grabbed a hold of Silrit. "Arthur," just from hearing Sylvie's voice in my head, I could feel how horrified she was. The retainer struggled to break free from my grasp, his attention focused not on the spell but on his sword behind me. It was obvious that he was trying to get his weapon back, but I didn't make it that easy. Unable to even risk releasing a single limb from Silrit, I smashed my forehead into his nose and repeated until the heat from Sylvie's mana beams could be felt on my skin. Static void. The world grew still again just as the cluster of beams were inches away from us. I tried prying myself away from Silrit, but the retainer had been grabbing onto the fur-lined mantle that Virion had passed down to me. I slipped out of the piece of outerwear and dropped down out of harm's way before releasing static void. The world's color shifted back to normal, and I watched from a distance as Silrit's figure disappeared within the beams of mana. Damn. So much for not wasting my energy, I cursed myself. Silrit's abilities made it a bad matchup, and there was still much to be desired from the coordination between Sylvie and me, but we managed to win without any serious injuries. A large improvement considering we got our asses handed to us by Yudo last time. I saw Silrit's figure plunging down into the canopy of trees and fog below, but with Realmheart, I knew he was still alive. I looked at my bond, both of us prepared to finish our journey, when I felt a mild shock pulse from within my pant pocket. It was the transmission scroll linked with my sister. I quickly unrolled it and read the short message now inscribed on the vellum. My hands trembled as I read and reread the content of the scroll. I fumbled with the scroll as I tried to shove it back into my pocket, but even after that I remained still. I didn't know what to do, I couldn't decide. A beat of silence passed before Sylvie's voice echoed in my head. "Arthur. Let's go." I could tell by the angst from Sylvie that she had read my thoughts that I hadn't bothered to hide. She quickly shifted into her draconic form, swooped underneath me and scooped me up. "We'll assume that the retainer was telling the truth for now. Right now, your sister needs us back at the wall." Chapter 222, Future's First Step, GREY. A lot changed after Cecilia's accident at school. Things weren't as drastic as Nico had feared after our friend's secret was exposed, at a glance at least. Despite the crude oligarchy we were in, we still had basic rights. The enforcers couldn't just take Cecilia and keep her for whatever purposes they had in store, but they were able to basically force Cecilia to attend sessions at a nearby government facility for tests, under the guise of helping her control her abilities. Another problem was that Cecilia was an orphan like Nico and I were. With no legal guardian available after Headmaster Wilbeck passed away, more than once did a supposed wealthy or powerful individual extend their desire to adopt her. I'd like to say that I was there to help my friend as she endured the stresses and hardships that came from being under the spotlight, but that would be a lie. With Nico by her side, being the shoulder to lean on for Cecilia, it was quickly apparent that they had become more than just friends. While I thought my initial reaction to this would be discomfort at the fact that my two childhood friends were on the path to becoming lovers, I was actually happy for them. It was hard for me to show that, though, since I was hardly ever there with them. Training with Lady Vera became even more intensive as I met and even exceeded her own expectations. She had the authority to allow me to skip most of my classes since her own training regimen was several times more intensive than the academy, so my social life and youth was compromised. If I wasn't training or sparring, I was learning etiquette and basic knowledge required for the exam to even qualify to be a king. As it turned out, you couldn't only be a good fighter, you needed the intellect and charisma to appeal to your country's citizens. It was while under the full tutelage of Lady Vera, and the team of tutors dedicated to making sure I had a fighting chance to become a king, that I learned the role was more akin to a glorified mascot than it was a leader. Still, I needed the power and voice that came with the position. I still hadn't forgotten about the assassins that were responsible for Headmaster Wilbeck's cruel death. I also used that reason to justify my absence with Nico and Cecilia. Days and sometimes even weeks would go by without even being able to see their faces. And while I felt bad, I fooled myself into believing that becoming a king would solve everything. Whether the government was running shady tests on Cecilia to get a better grasp of her abnormal Chi levels, or the politicians trying to use her as a tool to further their gains, becoming a king would get rid of all of those problems. I wasn't sensible or emphatic like Nico was, nor did I have strong enough feelings for Cecilia to dedicate my time being there for her like my best friend. If anything, there was still a small part of me that blamed Cecilia for Headmaster Wilbeck's death. The woman that was basically my mother was killed protecting her. It wasn't fair for me to blame her, I knew that. I swallowed those unjustified resentments long ago because Cecilia had taken her death hard as well, but it still left a small chasm in our relationship. Perhaps that's why I could never reciprocate the feelings Cecilia once had for me. Whatever the reason was, it didn't matter. I barely had time to sleep since my current schedule was planned down to the minute of every day by Lady Vera. She wasn't completely heartless, though. She would still give me time to hang out with Nico and Cecilia every once in a while. And although many of the times Cecilia couldn't come because of her own training, talking and joking around with Nico was one of the few joys in my life. We were almost 18 and would soon legally become adults when Nico brought up his plan with Cecilia while on one of our now monthly hangouts. "You're going to run away?" I asked incredulously. "No." "Well, I guess, in a way," Nico let out a sigh, "you make my well-thought-out plan sound like some sort of prepubescent rebellion." "Because it sort of is," I scoffed. "Do you think the government will even let you run away with Cecilia? As far as they're concerned, she's basically a national asset." "Trust me, I know. But after Cecilia and I no longer need a guardian, we can drop out of school and go to a different country. The new prototype of the Chi limiter I made is already several times more stable than the previous one, and that accounts for the growth in her Chi levels." "How much has her Chi level grown?" A part of me didn't want to know the answer. Nico leaned back against the seat. "According to her latest report, more than double." "What?" I yelled, instantly drawing the attention of the other students in the cafeteria. "Yup. Apparently, it's not just her inherent Chi level that's monstrous, but its growth as well. At this point, I just hope the team of researchers watching over her know what they're doing. I'd expect any form of explosive growth can't be perfectly stable." "Still, that's ridiculous," I said, lowering my voice. I couldn't help but imagine myself having a Chi level so high. A majority of my training with Lady Vera consisted of compensating for my levels of Chi despite the endless resources she had spent on medicine and supplements. With my combat abilities and Cecilia's Chi level, becoming a king would have actually been just a matter of time. I could see why the government wanted to control her so much. "Training still rough?" Nico asked his routine question once again. I nodded, barely able to raise a grilled piece of chicken breast to my mouth. "It's getting a bit more bearable now, but yeah." Nico usually didn't pry for details, but I guess he couldn't hold it in any longer. He set down the fork and looked at me with his sharp eyes. "Why are you doing this to yourself?" I continued to carefully chew my food, answering only with a raised brow. "I barely see you nowadays." Hell, Cecilia isn't as busy even with the government training sessions and politicians hounding her. "When I do see you, you're either bloody to the point that it an amp, number 8217, s seeping through your uniform, or you're so sore you can hardly stand. Is being the king that important that it's worth throwing away your body and youth? You know, it's not as simple as that," I said with a threatening tone. Nico rolled his eyes. "Yeah, I know. It's apparently the dying wish of Headmaster Wilbeck for you to avenge her by wasting away your life." I slammed my utensils down on the table. "Are you done?" There was a beat of silence between the two of us as we locked eyes. Nico relented, letting out a breath. "Look, I didn't mean to come off like such a jerk. I just wanted to say that Headmaster Wilbeck wouldn't have wanted this for you. She would have wanted you and Cecilia to live as normal students and be happy with normal lives and families. You know I can't let it go that easily. Not after her whole murder was covered up as an accident. Those assassins are part of a bigger organization, I just know it. So you become a king and then snuff out the organization that killed Headmaster Wilbeck. Then what?" Nico pressed. "Then I retire, find a quiet place and be happy with a normal life and family," I replied with a smirk. My friend shook his head helplessly. "Let's hope it's that easy," I chuckled, wincing at the pain it brought to my sore chest. What about you and Cecilia? Do you have a particular country in mind, or are you just content with going wherever the wind blows like gypsies? Engineers never go wherever the wind blows, he scoffed. I have pretty much the whole plan set, and it's all legal, just low-key. Well, have you told this master plan to Cecilia? Not entirely, but oh, speak of the devil, Cecil. We're over here, Nico suddenly called out, practically bolting up from his seat. It irritated me how his voice went up a pitch every time he talked to Cecilia. It wasn't over the top, but still a bit cringy. Nevertheless, I turned my head and waved to our friend with a smile. My greeting was casual and laid back, but my eyes scanned Cecilia with scrutiny. She had gotten taller and her posture much more straight and confident despite the exhaustion shown on her face. It was easy to say that, objectively, she had gotten much prettier. Whether this was because her strict training was shaping her body into a more feminine figure or because of her inherent genes coming to fruition with age, she attracted the gazes of most of the male students around her. She was dressed in a similar uniform to mine, indicating to the students and faculty that we had mentors and were exempt from showing up to class or school. It was a more extravagant version of the ones normal students wore, embellished with gold trims and buttons to match. I thought it always looked odd on me, but on Cecilia, it made her look like a noble straight out of a fairy tale. Cecilia smiled back at us before taking a seat across from me next to Nico. It's been a while, Gray, she said, smoothing out her blazer. She looked at me with weary eyes. How is training going for you? It's been going well, I replied awkwardly. How are you? Cecilia had always been a quiet girl, but seeing her less and less made our interactions even more strained than usual. Still, she was a gentle and selfless girl, selfless enough to say she was doing good when, despite her improved physique, her psyche seemed to be at the cusp of shattering. Here, Cecil, I saved some of your favorite foods before they were all gone. Nico pushed the tray of untouched food toward her and I watched as she forced a smile and practically shoved the creamed seafood medley down her throat. For someone so smart, Nico was pretty clueless. I watched for a while as the two of them conversed. Nico did most of the talking. Cecilia mostly listened but responded genuinely to all of Nico's questions while she finished off the platter of food. Despite the change in dynamics between the three of us, things seemed normal for a while. We were three students sitting and chatting over a meal in the dining hall of our school. While my drive to become a king grew more and more while training, I still missed spending time like this. It was only when Nico mentioned his plans about fleeing the country that things started going south. Cecilia's expression hardened to a point where she almost looked afraid. Nico, I don't think we should be talking about that here, Cecilia said, looking around. Nico cocked a brow. Come on, Cecil. It's not like we're actually running away. We're legally allowed to go to other countries, you know. Still, Cecilia's voice trailed off as she continued to survey our surroundings. I looked down at the watch strapped to my wrist and got up from my seat. My time's up. I better get back to Lady Vera's estate before she doubles my regimen for the rest of the day. We'll walk you to the car. Nico got up and Cecilia followed. The three of us walked out of the dining hall and into the foyer still packed with students on their lunch break. Eyes were drawn towards Cecilia and me because of our uniforms, but the three of us ignored the envious gazes around us and walked outside to the murky afternoon that seemed to reflect how I was feeling. Nico was probably the only one out of the three of us that remained normal and somewhat ignorant. I never told him about getting captured and tortured, and I was sure Cecilia was withholding quite a bit of her experiences in the government training facility that didn't allow any outsiders. Still, the two of us probably needed someone like Nico in our group. Despite being an orphan like the rest of us and losing Headmaster Wilbeck, Nico was still Nico. Despite his sharp features and his cleverness that often led us both into trouble, he was bright and optimistic. I'll see you both again soon, hopefully, I said as I got into the black car waiting for me just outside the academy gates. I wasn't lying, and I really did want to see them soon, but I just wasn't confident. After getting back to the estate, my training resumed. Lady Vera was waiting for me with her team of specialists hellbent on making sure I was both physically and mentally sore. All in all, it was a rather normal day. The little time I was able to spend with Nico and Cecilia was what I needed to get me through another few grueling weeks. It wasn't until I sank into bed that I got a call from a number I didn't recognize. I answered the call. Hello, yes, this is Etheria National Hospital. Am I speaking to Gray? A pleasant female voice asked. Yes, this is Gray. Hi, the reason for this call was because you were listed as Nico Sever's emergency contact. He was taken into urgent care a few minutes ago and is being prepped for surgery. We'll need you to come and… I hung up the phone and ran down the stairs as fast as my aching body would allow. Luckily, I just barely avoided running into one of the many butlers in the estate, and he arranged a ride to the hospital for me. Everything was a blur until I reached the room where Nico was being held. I could barely recall filling out the proper forms and waiting for his surgery to finish. What I could out, though, was the pair of kite-disrupting handcuffs chaining his wrist to the hospital bed. Gray, Nico's groggy voice snapped me out of my daze. I kneeled beside his bed, careful not to even touch the blanket on top of him in case I aggravated his broken ribs. Nico, yeah, it's Gray. I'm here, I said, bringing my voice down to a whisper. What happened, buddy? Nico's glazed and half-closed eyes snapped open at my question. Cecil, they took her, I just dropped her off and was on my way back when I remembered I forgot to give her the new prototype. What? I blurted, accidentally shaking the bed. My friend winced and took a moment to catch his breath before speaking again. I saw them shove her into a car, she was unconscious. Who took her? Nico, who tried to adjust himself, finally realized he was handcuffed to the bed. He bit into his lip as he cursed under his breath. Covering his eyes with his forearm, he let out a quivered breath. It was a team of enforcers, it was our own government that took her. Chapter 223, In Her Element. Arthur Leywin. Arthur, take a look. Sylvie's voice resounded in my head, pulling me away from the memories of my previous life that only seemed to get more vivid. The sun had set, enveloping the undeveloped lands of the Beast Glades in a blanket of darkness. However, even from the tens of miles we were away from the wall, we could clearly see the battle that was currently ensuing. But it wasn't the fierce battle that had the two of us perturbed, it was the location of where the battle was being fought. They didn't collapse the underground tunnel or even let the beast horde get close to the wall. I gnashed my teeth in frustration. Sylvie beat her powerful wings once more as we slowly descended towards the wall. Despite how thickly the moon was covered behind the clouds, it was easy to tell where the battle was going on. With magic involved, there were always spells lighting up the vicinity. It may have been a fierce and blood-filled battle from the ground, but from up in the sky it was a beautiful, if not a little chaotic, show of colors. I did my best to swallow and contain the rage building up inside me. After all, the plan I had set in motion was a suggestion that had been accepted by the captains. But my decision to leave the beast horde and help Tesha was based on the fact that my suggestion would be implemented. It should have been implemented. Even before I left, the plan was already being implemented. Ellie's note was vague, but it felt rushed and urgent, desperate almost. I took deep breaths, doing my best to submerge the rage that was beginning to evolve into a threat. The words, "if anything happens to my family," was on the tip of my tongue, itching to be said aloud to whoever was responsible for this deviation. Arthur, we're almost there, Sylvie's voice sounded, snapping me out of my thoughts. I gave her a mental confirmation as I activated Realm Heart once more. Using it shortly after my fight with Silrit sent sharp waves through my veins, but I ignored it. The dark evening's muted colors were washed away, replaced by motes of colors. Some of these wisps and specks were floating freely, while others were being absorbed and clustered in preparation for a spell to manifest. Homing in on the wall, I scanned the top line where rows of archers and conjurers were stationed in search for Ellie's distinct form of magic. This was the fastest way to find her in all of the chaos that came with large-scale battles. I could only hope that my sister hadn't run off somewhere. We hovered high above the wall enough for us not to be potentially shot at by alarmed soldiers, but it didn't take long for me to find my sister. Not many mages were able to shoot such well-structured arrows of pure mana like she could, making the mana fluctuations around her fairly distinguishable. There, I indicated to my bond, directing her to a battlement situated near the left edge by the conjoining mountain. I released Realm Heart as we approached where Ellie was stationed. Bolts of fire and ice drew arcs in the air as they rained down on the battlefield a few hundred feet further away from where the ground was supposed to collapse from under the beast horde. Alongside the various spells and mana-enhanced arrows were streaks of pale light shot out by my sister. Sylvie quickly shifted into her human form as we neared our destination, as I continued to take deep breaths in a losing fight against the anger building up in me. It helped that my sister was still able enough to be consistently firing spells from her bow. But that couldn't be the same for the rest of my family and the twin horns, who were hopefully somewhere behind the protection of this enormous fortress. The two of us landed softly but still managed to alarm the soldiers around us, including my sister. The soldiers, however, were all capable mages that were able to clearly sense when they were outclassed. None bothered to raise their weapons, only barely able to slink away from the two intruders that fell from the sky. It was only when I stepped closer to a nearby illuminating artifact that Ellie ran into my arms. "You scared the hell out of us," my sister said in a strange mixture of annoyance and relief. The plan that was supposed to happen with the ground and the explosives, it didn't happen. At first I thought that they were delaying the plan in order to draw more beasts toward the area where we set up the trap, but the soldiers that were sent out aren't coming back. I pried my sister away, partly to talk to her face to face, partly to not let her hear my heart beating against my chest. "Ellie, where are the others? Do you know who's out there?" Before my sister could answer, though, an officer in charge of this section came running toward me. With a salute, he hastily showed his respects. Good evening, General Arthur. My apologies that we weren't able to give you a proper welcoming. I am Officer Mandir if there's anything I can. I'm fine, Officer Mandir. While I didn't mean to be rude, cutting him off along with the impatient expression made him flinch and shuffle away. I turned my attention back to my sister. Sylvie had a consoling hand on my sister's shoulder, calming her down enough to give us some solid answers. We're required to stay in our positions, but Helen, who was watching over me, was able to leave. She never came back, but before the beast horde arrived, I saw Mom in the medic camp set up on the ground level. Durden and Dad, I haven't seen either of them, my sister sputtered. It's okay, Ellie. Don't worry, your brother will handle the rest, I comforted, forcing a reassuring smile. What should I do? How can I help? Ellie replied. I shook my head. Stay here, you're a soldier now and this is your post. You wanted experience in a real battle, right? Okay, my sister's gaze hardened. After giving Sylvie a quick hug, she bolted off back to her station. Is it safe for her to stay here? My bond asked, unable to pry her gaze from my sister. If they've decided to forgo my plan, it means that they're trying to keep the wall as intact as possible. That means it'll be safer for the soldiers on this side of the battle. I leaped off the edge, ignoring the surprised shouts of soldiers and workers around us. The two of us landed deftly on the ground level behind the fortress and made our way towards the medical tents. I pushed aside a tent flap for the fourth time before I was finally able to spot my mother inside one. She had her hands hovered over a patient, brows knitted in determination. She barked out orders to some of the other medics nearby to have the patient moved and properly taken care of before another gurney rolled in front of her with another injured soldier. Her expression, her presence, her demeanor made me freeze in my tracks. The mother I knew and grew up with was gone, replaced by a strong and level-headed medic carrying the weight of the countless injured and dying brought to her. I thought back to the words she had said the last time we met and fought. She mentioned her duties here and the people that needed her help. Then I looked at the countless patients slowly recovering thanks to her abilities and imagined how many of those would be dead already if it wasn't for her. Are you okay, Arthur? Sylvie asked, concern laced in her voice as she stayed by my side. I continued to stare at my mother. Her white uniform was stained with blotches of red and brown, and her face was grimy with dirt, blood spatters, and sweat, but she looked so admirable. The patient she had been treating gained consciousness, and while his face was knotted in pain, he reached up to my mother and gently placed a trembling hand on her arm. Despite the frenzy of activity going on around us, I heard his words clearly. While shedding tears of pain and whatever mixture of emotions he was feeling, he smiled at my mother and thanked her for saving his life. Oof. Sir, you're blocking the passage. Unless you're critically injured, please. The nurse that had bumped into me stopped mid-sentence and scanned my body in concern. Sir, are your injuries bad? You're crying. No. I'm fine. I looked away, letting my bangs cover my face from her prying eyes. My apologies, I'll get out of the way. I walked back out of the tent to gather myself. Sylvie stood by me, tears welled up in her eyes as well from the emotions that had leaked from me. She was right, they were both right, I breathed, looking up at the starry night. I could still hear the angry shouts from my father as he called me hypocritical, and as the two of them tried to explain that I wasn't the only one that could contribute to this war. It's good that you've realized, Sylvie answered. I turned to my bond, watching her as she looked up at the sky as well. So you thought so too, why didn't you tell me? Sylvie looked me in the eye and shot me a smirk. I've been connected to you since I was born, Arthur. I know by now how stubborn and sometimes irrational you get when it concerns the well-being of your loved ones. Would you have listened to my words if I had told you back then? Or would you have played the I've lived two lives card and say you know best? I opened my mouth to speak to argue, but no words came out. Sylvie's smirk disappeared, replaced by a somber smile as she squeezed my arm. Age isn't always wisdom, Arthur, you're learning that slowly. I shook my head, letting out a scoff. I'm such an idiot, an arrogant, hypocritical idiot. My bond leaned her head against me, letting me feel the warmth radiating from her horns. A wave of tender, comforting emotions radiated into me as she spoke. Yes, but you're our idiot. We spent another minute or so, taking a small break from the world and what it was throwing at us, before going back into the tent. Arthur, my mother's voice was a mixture of confusion and worry. I held up a hand, hi, Mom. Sylvie mimicked my gesture and greeted her as well. She flashed a smile at the two of us before focusing back on the task at hand. Arthur, hand me a pair of pliers. Finding the bloody pliers in a metal tray, I handed it to her. Without looking up, she snatched the tool and used it to carefully set the snapped rib bone jutting out of the patient's side back in place. The patient, different from the one we saw earlier, let out a gut-wrenching scream. Unfazed by the howls of pain, she continued her spell, and I could slowly see the exposed bone mend together. I realized that she had narrowed her spell to only release from the tips of her middle and index fingers. Minutes slowly passed as both Sylvie and I watched, entranced at my mother working. Despite the trauma that had haunted her all these years, I couldn't see any traces of hesitation now as she worked tirelessly on these patients. It was only after she had finished that she shifted her attention to us. Sorry, Arthur. There are just so many soldiers that need my attention. Hopefully once the traps go off, it'll be easier for our Ray, Durden and the rest of the soldiers out there. Wait, so Dad and Durden are both out there right now fighting? I asked, a bit of panic rising in my voice. Not so much fighting but luring them towards the wall, she answered confused. Wasn't that the plan, bury the beast horde by sacrificing the underground passages? No one had told her. It made sense, medics didn't need the most up-to-date information to continue doing their job. If anything, having them know might hinder their focus. What about Helen, didn't she visit you? MHMM. She stopped by earlier but left a bit after saying to keep it up. Helen hadn't told her either, most likely due to the same reason that nobody else had told her. It was better if she didn't know, there was nothing she could do about it anyway. What's going on, Arthur? Her liquid brown eyes peered into me as if searching for an answer. It was the same look she always gave our family when she knew we were hiding something from her. Mom, I began. There was nothing she could do about it, but she still had the right to know. The troops are a lot farther away than planned and there hasn't been any signs of our soldiers backing down. What? That can't be right, my mother's brows furrowed. What about all of those explosives placed throughout the underground passages? I shook my head. It seems like one of the captains decided against the plan and switched back to their original strategy. My mother's knees suddenly buckled. I caught her in time before she hit the ground, but whether it was from her tirelessly using her magic to treat the soldiers or because of the news, she suddenly looked 10 years older. Don't worry, Mom, I smiled as bright and reassuring as I could, no response. I'm here now, we're here. Sylvie and I are going to go out there. I'm sure the two of them are still kicking ass right now. I'll make sure they both get back safely, I urged, trying to get her back up on her feet. I promise. Chapter 224, carried back. Sylvie and I left the protection of the wall and looked out at the battle that had long since reached its climax. Archers and mages, whose ranges weren't as long as the ones up on the wall, were positioned on the ground, closer toward the bloodshed. I looked back once more at the thick metal gates of the wall closing behind us in both rage and regret. We'll find out who was responsible for this later, my bond comforted, her eyes locking into mine. Right now, it's our duty to find your family and help as many soldiers as possible. Giving her a nod, the two of us walked forward. I tuned out the shouts and cheers of the soldiers around us. I wasn't a hero, nor did I wish to be. It was impossible to be everyone's hero. It's inevitable that I'd let some people down. Hell, I've already let a lot of people down. Not every human, elf, and dwarf were equally important to me, and that's a fact that I had accepted long ago. I was here to serve my role to help end this war. It wasn't for world peace or to save mankind. It was to lead a comfortable and happy life with the people I loved and cared for. Walking through the lines of bowmen and conjurers, either firing at the backline of the beast horde or resting and replenishing their mana reserves, I could hear mutters around us. Soldiers nudged their colleagues nearby for their attention as hundreds of gazes turned towards us. You should at least acknowledge them, my bond said, noticing the stares. Focus, Sylvie, I admonished. Let's do what we came here to do first. We can worry about troop morale after. The dry, cracked grounds of the beast glades felt like wet tar, gripping and pulling back my feet as I trudged forward with my bond by my side. I couldn't shake off the unsettling feeling that made my chest tighten. The veil of night and the crowd of beasts and man alike hid the answer to a question that I grew more and more afraid to ask. Brandishing Dawn's ballad, Sylvie and I dove into the thick of the battle underneath the shower of spells and arrows. My bright teal sword became the beacon for our soldiers within eyeshot, giving them hope and the strength needed to unleash one more strike. Sylvie kept her distance away from my sword range while shooting precise bullets of mana perfectly timed to save an unguarded soldier. Of course, neither of us were simply wildly attacking. As I sliced apart smaller foes and brought down gargantuan beasts without discrimination, my eyes were always on the lookout for signs of any large-bodied earth conjurer that resembled Durden or Brawler, with a fire affinity that looked anything remotely like my father. While sweeping my eyes throughout the barren glade, I saw the silhouette of a massive worm towering over the rest of the beasts around it with soldiers in its maw. Occasionally, blasts of fire tore out of its tip, eliciting faint screams from the soldiers before more were consumed by the familiar worm-like beast. Gritting my teeth, I tore my gaze away, trying once again to spot my father and Durden through the dirt, smoke and debris filling the gaps of the chaotic battlefield. It was then that I caught sight of another group of soldiers trying to bring down a giant monster. This one, however, was a midnight grizzly. That particular breed of mana beast ranged from B class to AA class when it wasn't corrupted, depending on their maturity and the density of their metallic pelt that they obtained from consuming precious ores. By its 12-foot height and the glimmering sheen its spiked fur carried, my guess was that this particular midnight grizzly ranged towards the latter. What drew my attention wasn't the beast itself, though. It was the broad back of a soldier that fought with thick armored gloves, taking the brunt of the grizzly's attack, while the others made futile attempts at bringing the corrupted beast down. Before my eyes could even deduce whether that person was my father or not, my feet were already moving towards that battle. Within 2 mana-infused steps, I was already within range to strike down the grizzly, but my focus turned to the brawler. I clicked my tongue in frustration. The soldier was in a full set of armor, including a helmet that covered his face. Flashing beside the soldier that was taking a momentary breather while the beast was occupied by the other soldiers, I took off his helmet. Hey, what the hell, it wasn't my father. Suppressing the urge to just crush the flimsy helmet in my hands, I shoved it back on the brawler's head without a word. Move, I ordered. It wasn't just directed towards the man I mistook for my father, but at the other soldiers circling and striking at the midnight grizzly as well. Being mages made them sensitive to mana, and the mana surging out of me immediately put weight to my words, or rather, word. I knew Dawn's ballad wouldn't be able to cut through a near S-rank mana beast, especially in the condition it was in. Putting away my sword, I took a step toward the giant metallic, six-limbed bear. That single step carried me just below one of its razor-sharp claws as the beast struck down. Grabbing a hold of one of its claws that were as thick as my forearm, I shifted my weight and imbued mana at the very last minute. The result, a 6,000-pound beast was tossed in the air and sent slamming into the ground by a mere teen. The ground shattered from the impact and the beast, as feral as it was, let out a deep wail in pain. Holy crap, a soldier that had been fighting the beast exclaimed. His giant war hammer was dented, and its shaft slightly bent from multiple collisions against the midnight grizzly's armored pelt. I wanted to end it quickly, but the beast recovered faster than I had expected it to. The grizzly rolled back up to its feet and immediately lashed out with its 4-clawed arms. "Arthur, do you need help?" Sylvie's voice sounded in my head. "No, keep looking out for Durden or my dad. This won't take much longer." I swayed, sidestepped, and pivoted, cleanly dodging the barrage of claws that created divots in the dirt around me. Frustrated, the midnight grizzly attempted to hammer down its 2 top arms. Rather than dodging it, however, I held up a palm. Utilizing the technique that Elder Camus had shown me, I created a vacuum just above my open palm and received the full extent of the attack. I couldn't disperse the force of the midnight grizzly's powerful claws completely. My feet sank into the ground and my whole body shook. Still, it was plenty enough to throw off the beast's center of gravity and leave him wide open. In the time it took to take another step, I had tethered the midnight grizzly's back legs to the ground so it wouldn't fly and cause casualties on our side, and condensed several layers of swirling wind around my right fist. The torrent in my hand was enough to make the trained soldiers nearby recoil, but when my fist landed squarely in the metal beast's abdomen, the ground shook from the impact. A shockwave resonated from the blow, sending some of the weaker soldiers and beasts sprawling on the ground, but it was enough to kill the high-ranking beast. "Wasn't that a bit excessive?" my bond chimed, obviously feeling the impact from where she was. The grizzly's coat seemed to have been affected by the Alacrian's corruption. I wouldn't have been able to kill it without at least doing that much. Unable to even spare the time to gather my breath, I continued my search for Durden and my father. Despite the lack of conjurers in the front line, it was hard finding my giant friend. Because of how much more useful earth mages were closer they were to the ground, it wasn't just 1 or 2 earthen spells that I spotted in the distance. And knowing Durden and his unruly strength despite being a conjurer, I knew he wasn't back near the wall with the other casters and archers. Damn it, I cursed. My patience grew thinner with each passing second. Every scream and cry for help made me flinch, afraid that the next one might be either Durden or my father. Sylvie and I continued on separately as we searched for them as well as killed as many beasts as we could. Not once did I find an Alacrian mage amongst the chaos, but that was a good thing. There were no mages to cast shields to protect the beast horde from our conjurers. In the blink of an eye, the sun had come up, highlighting the turmoil that stretched out as far as the eye could see. "What about using Realmheart again to try and find your father like you did with Ellie?" Sylvie suggested, her voice weary even in my head. "Don't you think I've thought of that?" I snapped. "Ellie's magic is unique enough for me to spot with the ambient mana fluctuations. How am I going to differentiate my father amongst the other hundreds or so soldiers that have a fire affinity?" Letting out a deep breath, I apologized to my bond. The frustration and desperation building up inside me made it hard to tamp down my emotions. "It's okay," Sylvie consoled. Her voice was gentle, but I could still feel a tinge of sadness leaking out. Promising myself to make it up to my ever-faithful bond after this was all over, I continued my search. Smoke, fire, debris, abandoned weapons, and the corpses of both men and beast decorated the once barren field. As limited as my vision was, I kept my eyes wide and ears open. I knew it was hopeless trying to discern my father amidst the roars of beasts, the cries of soldiers, the hum and crackle of magic, and the sharp ringing of metal, but there was little more that I could do. The number of beasts had dwindled tremendously, but not without loss. Humans, elves, and dwarves alike lay sprawled out on the ground, alongside the beasts that they had either killed or were killed by, as if highlighting the point that in death, there were no sides. Because of the change in my plan, so many soldiers had died. Behind me, unscathed, the wall stood up high as if mocking us. The ground in front of it was intact despite the explosives we had placed underneath. My gut told me it was Trotius that had rescinded my plan, since the other two captains were transparent in valuing their troops over the wall. It was only the thought of finding my father and Durden, making sure they were okay, that kept me grounded. I had to remind myself over and over that what I had suggested was only that, a suggestion. Hours flashed by until the sun was high up in the sky. Soldiers too wounded or too tired to continue fighting were carried off by their comrades as the next batch of soldiers marched forward to replace them. The beast horde was slowly being pushed back as their numbers dwindled down to the hundreds. It wouldn't be long now until this major battle would turn out a major victory in the eyes of Dicathen. Still, to the soldiers out here still fighting, each minute that trickled by was another minute that they could easily get killed. To them, this victory would be tarnished by the death of their friends that fought alongside them. After hours and hours of fighting and searching, my body was moving autonomously. I killed beasts wherever I passed and helped soldiers in distress if they were on my way. I couldn't save them all, but I couldn't ignore the ones right in front of me. It was when I was helping a soldier that had his right leg mauled that I was hit with a wave of panic and worry. "You. Carry this man back to the wall," I said after encasing his bleeding stub in ice. "Sylvie, what happened?" I sent, cold sweat dripping down my neck as my bond's emotions still carried over to me. I was already heading towards Sylvie's location. She wasn't far, less than a mile southwest toward the southern end of the wall. But why wasn't she answering? Despite the scenery blurring past me as I flew, time seemed to slow like a thick viscous fluid. Sounds were muffled, and I could hear my heartbeat thumping against my eardrums louder than anything else. As I got closer and closer, though, my vision came in flashes. It felt like I was watching the world through a thick glass jar as I barely made out Sylvie as she held me back in her embrace. I could hear her worried cries, but I couldn't make out the words she was saying. Her teary eyes as she shook her head and stopped me from going closer registered in my eyes, but I couldn't make out her expression because my focus was on the man dragging his feet towards the team of medics running towards him. He was missing an arm and half of his face had been burned past the point of recognition, but I still knew it was Durden, and slung over his wide back was what was left of my father. Chapter 225, Shared Affliction. Sylvie, I should have stopped him from coming the moment he reached back out to me. The panic that leaked onto him couldn't be taken back, but I should have kept him from seeing it. The moment I saw Arthur approaching, his eyes begging me to be wrong before his gaze fell onto a sight that no one man or child should have to experience, my gut clenched and I felt tears threaten to take over. Seeing the horrified expression of my bond before he let out a breath and began chuckling in wide-eyed denial at what he was seeing, I wanted to disappear. I wanted to be anywhere but here. I would have rather faced another horde of deranged mana beasts by myself than endure the sight of my lifelong bond staring hopelessly at his own father's bloody corpse. Arthur staggered forward. He pushed everyone aside and knelt over his father's unmoving body, and for a moment it seemed like all was silent. Beasts and soldiers alike seemed to have sensed the heavy veil that descended onto the entire area, but none could feel my bond's state of turmoil as much as I could. It hurt, it was excruciating. It was unbearable. I didn't know my heart could hurt this much. I clutched my chest and sank to the ground, unable to endure the self-destructive state of his emotions. Tears streamed down my cheeks and blurred my vision. I couldn't breathe as the torrent of emotions continued to surge out of my bond and into me. Rage that blazed like a forest fire, grief that flooded and drowned everything in its path, annoying guilt that trembled the very earth, and regret that destroyed and knocked aside years and years of hard work and development like a hurricane. I could feel these emotions that felt like natural disasters wreaking havoc inside my heart, tearing away at Arthur's very sanity. Yet on the surface, Arthur was as silent and still as a statue. I crawled towards him, gasping for air in between my sobs as my heart wrenched in my chest. It was only then, when I embraced his back, his broad, lonely back, that the thin wall that he had built around himself finally crumbled. With a guttural primeval howl that tore through me like shards of glass, my bond broke down in tears. The very earth seemed to lament for my bond as his sobs and wails filled the air. The ambient mana all around us shook and surged at times to match his anger, while at times undulated rhythmically, sympathizing with his despair as Arthur mourned, clutching his father's unmoving body. I continued to cling to my bond's back as the fiery claws continued to grip and twist my insides. I tried to do more, anything more to help, but I couldn't. The lump in my throat blocked any words of consolation I could possibly say, so I did what no one else could do. I empathized through the connection I shared with my bond. This prodigy that had become a lance, a general, a white core mage, was but a boy that had lost his father right now. The world continued to move on, even as Arthur and I remained stuck in this time of grieving and loss. The battle that had gone on for 2 nights had come to an end. We had won, but not unscathed. The wall loomed over us as if it were a king, pleased with its own health despite the sacrifices that had been made for it. It wasn't Arthur's anger that made my insides boil like this. It was my own. Time trickled on until the sun had set. It was only then that Arthur rose to his feet. Whether his emotions had been expended or locked away, I didn't know, but his state of mind mirrored the frozen tomb that he conjured and encased his father's body in. Nearby stood Durden, dejected. He had remained silent throughout Arthur's mourning, never showing any signs of pain or discomfort despite the blood leaking from the bandages hurriedly applied over his face and residual limb. Durden, please take my father's body to my mother and sister. My bond's voice was icy and hollow. He rose to his feet and walked towards the wall like a reaper of death out on his hunt. Captain Albanthkelris, following through with my original plan has led us to victory with minimal losses to the wall and the underground passages. Senior Captain Trotius boasted, a rare smile on his usually stoic face. Your obedience will not go unnoticed, Captain Albanth. Captain Jesmia, well done. Jesmia bowed, receiving the applause of the other unit leaders present in the large meeting tent. I glanced down at the picture in my hand, worn, ripped, and crinkled around the edges. It was a picture I had found in the chestplate of one of my soldiers before cremating him. Captain Albanth, looking up, I saw the senior captain with his brow raised. Beside him were soldiers and nobles that had invested in the wall, all sharing the same puzzled expression. My apologies, I respond quickly, shoving the picture in my pocket before inclining my head and silently accepting the commendation with gritted teeth. Coming here after cremating several dozens of my men, many of whom I had shared drinks, meals, and laughs with, it felt wrong to accept any form of praise. While a proper celebration is in order, we are at war and there is much to clean up, Trotius said. Continue your good work. I will have someone send a small gift to the fallen soldiers' immediate families, as expected of the head of the Flamesworth house. Your leadership is impeccable, a portly man standing to the senior captain's left beamed. It was the right decision to invest in this fortress. Meanwhile, Jesmia and I exchanged a quick glance, both of us obviously hung up on Senior Captain Trotius' use of the phrase, clean up. Surely he wasn't referring to cremating and burying our allies as cleaning up, right? After the other soldiers had trickled off, Jesmia and I turned to leave when the senior captain called my name. Captain Albanth, I'll need a moment of your time, he said, waiting for Jesmia to leave. After all but the senior captain and 3 nobles based on their gaudy and spotless attire were left, Trotius gestured toward an empty seat. After sitting on the foldable wooden chair, one of the nobles raised an embellished metal wand and soundproofed the room using wind magic. Captain Albanth, your home is in Ediston, correct? The senior captain asked, crossing his legs. I nodded, yes, sir. And that means with the entire city being fortified, your family has been evacuated, he continued matter-of-factly. Yes, sir. Fortunately, my position and contributions allowed my family to be able to secure a home in a fortified shelter nearby the castle. I see, Trotius muttered before turning to a lanky, bespectacled nobleman to his right. Receiving a nod from the senior captain, the nobleman spoke as he slid an unbound scroll toward me. This is information that Senior Captain Trotius Flamesworth received during the Beast Horde attack. I read flawless writing, cold sweat forming and fingers trembling as I mumbled what I read. Elenoir Kingdom, Alacrian ships approaching from western coast, 300 ships. After discussing with the council, we've surmised that this will be the biggest battle, and it'll take place in the western shores just above Ediston. Also, because of the manpower needed to withstand the Alacrian army, the council has decided on abandoning the Elven Kingdom. A majority of the Elven troops will be transferred to Ediston, while citizens will be evacuated before the Alacrians in Elshire fully take over, Trotius explained without a shred of emotion. The parchment slipped out of my fingers that were slick with sweat. Why am I the only one to be notified of this? We should tell Captain Jesmia and spread the word. Our remaining troops need to be transferred to the west if we want to stand a chance. General Arthur was right. Senior Captain Trotius' expression turned sharp. Had my objective been the same as the boy Lance, I too would have proceeded with sacrificing the wall. However, this fortress will soon become an invaluable location. I furrowed my brows. I don't understand. The portly noble from earlier spoke this time, eagerly leaning forward. As my family always says, war is a big all bag of money waiting to be open. Sir Niles, please refrain from such insensitive talk, Trotius admonished. All right, my apologies. Niles let out a cough. Anyway, with the war drawing to an end and so much land being either destroyed or taken by the Alacrians, it's only a matter of time when people will desperately seek a safe haven. What about Zyra City? It was to my understanding that the Flying City is currently the safest location next to the castle, I responded. The petite nobleman sporting a mustache that had stayed quiet the entire time finally spoke, grumbling in annoyance. That floating rock is a time bomb waiting to explode. Zyra City is inherently in a safe location, but the city is not built as a fortress. Once access into the Flying City is overridden by the Alacrians, which is entirely plausible from the portals you've seen in the dungeons of the Beast Glades, the people there will be sitting ducks, Trotius clarified. Which is why it was so important that the wall and underground routes remained in one piece. These two aspects will serve as the foundation of a great new city, the portly nobleman chimed in. That general is smart but short-sighted. He wants to destroy this magnificent structure which could potentially become the new capital of Dicathen, or better yet, the only safe haven against the Alacrians. I apologize if I come off as rude, but from what you're saying it seems like you're expecting or even desiring for the Alacrians to win this war, I seethed, barely able to control my anger. How dare you? That is a dangerous accusation you're making, Captain, the fat man barked. Trotius raised an arm, shutting him up. It's easy to shine a negative light on this picture, but what we're merely doing is capitalizing on the inevitable circumstance. I am in no way rooting for those filthy intruders, but it would be foolish to ignore their military might. Even if we do manage to win this war, Dicathen will not come out unscathed. Elenoir has been abandoned, Darv is hiding in its own shell, and attempts to fortify smaller cities in Sapin have been left to the city officials. The senior captain let out a sigh before continuing. What we seek is to build a new safe haven for citizens to come to. There will be a new society reforged by the Flamesworth House and its patrons. I shook my head and laughed out of sheer incredulity. Getting up, I opened my mouth, prepared to risk my position so that I could tell him off. Think hard before you let loose your tongue, Trotius warned with a faint smile. Did you not say that your father, mother, wife, and kids are all in Ediston? My eyes widened and my mouth snapped shut. This was wrong. What they were doing was wrong, but my mouth wouldn't come open. Your reputation and presence here among the soldiers and workers here are great. Stay here, work for our cause, and I will ensure you that your family will be brought over here immediately. This wall will continue to be fortified and expanded, utilizing the underground routes. Your family will be safe here and your position here will be much higher and meaningful than being a mere captain. I don't. What about the soldiers here? I thought that you had received a letter ordering you to transfer all able soldiers to Ediston, I managed to say. I clasped my hands behind my back, unable to keep them from shaking. The battle against the vicious beast horde was hard-fought. We lost many too many, in fact, to be able to send west. That is what I am planning on sending as a reply, Trotius answered simply. I doubt that the council will come to check with all that's on their plate. My chest tightened and my breathing came out short. Then why you purposely sent out these soldiers to their death so that you can? The soldiers here fought to defend the wall as originally planned, Trotius interjected. No need to overthink. You're right, there's no need for me to overthink, an icy voice resounded from behind me, but it wasn't his words that made me shrink. It was the presence that spread out from the voice that hung like a thick shroud in the air, forcing me to my knees and sucking the very breath from my lungs. I tried to turn around, to at least verify the source of what might very well kill me, but I couldn't move. I was stuck watching the nobleman froth at the mouth, lose consciousness or both, and I saw an expression on Trotius that I had never seen on him before, an expression of fear. His attempts at appearing collected failed as sweat rolled down his face and the barrier of fire that he had conjured fizzled away. In a voice that seemed practically squeezed out of his windpipe, Trotius spoke. General. Arthur, Chapter 226, Punishable Actions. Arthur Leywin. Rage warred with grief in me for the longest time as I mourned my father's death. I cried and I cursed all the while, refusing to believe that all of this was real. As a prodigy, as a mage, as a lance, I just wanted to protect the few people most important to me, to let them be happy and healthy. I abandoned the thought of being a hero to the people of Dicathen. I've filled that role before, and I learned that the price of saving those faceless citizens are the people most important to me, and despite my efforts, I failed to protect them. My hands were stained in the blood of my father, stains that I feared would never come off no matter how many other people I saved. After my tears ran dry and my throat locked up, all that was left inside me was a raw pit of emptiness. As my father's corpse was carried off and Durden was guided to the medic tents, I got up and headed inside the wall. Applause and cheers erupted as soon as I crossed the fortress gate. Soldiers, smiths, and laborers alike stopped what they were doing. Some bowed, others clapped, but they all looked at me with gazes that made me wince. I couldn't take it. Not the people, not the appreciation, not the expressions of relief from having someone to lean on. I couldn't be here, Sylvie. Get my sister and take her to the medic tent where my mother is. She's going to need someone to be there for her, I conveyed while I strode past the cluster of tents that made up the medic ward. My bond tugged the sleeve of my shirt. I'll go get your sister, but Arthur, your mother will need you as much as she needs your sister. I don't bother responding to her aloud like she did for me. I'm the last person she'd want to see. She no longer sees me as a son, and any semblance of affection she might have had for me even after I told her the truth will be gone now that I failed to keep my promise in bringing my Fath, Reynolds, back alive. I brushed her off and made my way towards the main meeting tent. General, Arthur, Trotius wheezed, his body involuntarily shrinking back in his seat. I took another step toward the senior captain, eliciting panicked responses from the nobles beside him. My spell, how did you even? The lanky one stuttered, pointing his wand at me after regaining his consciousness. The portly man to Trotius' left was a bit more courageous, despite the acrid stench emanating from his freshly soiled pants. Stay back, you are in the presence of nobility. How dare a dog of the council intrude on an important meeting, he threatened. The small-framed noble sporting a thick mustache still lay sprawled on the ground, unconscious after my initial greeting. I remained wordless as I took another step. The lanky one let a squeal in response while the fat one flinched. Only Trotius remained unfazed as I slowly approached. The sea of rage and grief that churned inside me as I wept for my father had been drained, leaving a hollow void that allowed me to think clearly for the first time in a while. No longer were the screams of panic and worry in my head clouding my judgment, making me irrational and emotional in the vain hopes of keeping all of my loved ones safe. Now there was only silence to my soul, a ghostly lull. The fire of rage and the other cacophony of emotions had been extinguished, leaving only a sharp chill in my blood. It was comforting in a sense. If it had been just 10 minutes ago, I would have done to Trotius what I had done to Lucas. Except I realized, in this numb and logical state of mind, that Trotius wasn't as simple as Lucas. I would gain nothing by killing Trotius, and he would be able to take what I dished out with that same constipated expression he always had. I couldn't use pain, I knew that now. I couldn't treat Trotius the same way I could Lucas. It was when I took another step that Trotius finally spoke. Straightening his posture and clearing his throat, he looked me in the eyes and asked, "To what do I owe the pleasure of a lance gracing me with his presence?" His scrutinizing gaze and the ever-so-slight sneer that tugged on the edge of his lips told me what I knew. He wasn't afraid of the pain that I could afflict or even the death that he might face. With his resourcefulness, he was confident in being able to escape, and he would relish the chance to be the one that withstood the fury of a mad lance. "Don't come any closer," the portly man said as he withdrew his own toy-like wand. "Settle down," I said, causing both the conscious nobles in the room to stiffen. "Even as a general, respect must be shown in the face of noble blood," Trotius admonished, shaking his head. Another bait. He was edging me to do something so that he could retaliate. I walked around the table, leisure shone in my face and steps. Arriving in front of the fat noble, I gestured with a finger. "Move, move," he echoed, flabbergasted as the wand still trembled in his hands. Anger must have triumphed over his fear, or maybe the cornered mouse finally decided to strike, but it was over before it even began. The spell that threatened to manifest at the tip of his embroidered wand never came, fizzling away like his pride after wetting his own pants. Before the portly noble could even react, a current of wind hammered down on top of him, slamming his face down into the puddle of his own piss. I used his wide girth as a footstool while taking a seat on the meeting table just inches away from Trotius. The senior captain's mask of indifference faltered, traces of anger flaring before disappearing just as quickly. "General Arthur," he spoke calmly, "the noble beneath your feet is Sir Lionel Baynier of the esteemed Baynier house. You will show him and Sir Kyle." I leaned forward, grinding my heels more into the unconscious Sir Lionel Baynier. "You see, Trotius, I care little for people, regardless of wealth, fame, and prestige they have when they fail to meet the minimum threshold as a person." Trotius' eyes narrowed. "Excuse me. I don't exactly know how much you heard from outside, but to blatantly sully, a noble will not be tolerated no matter what sort of position you hold in the military. You keep referring to yourself and these fools as nobles, but all I see are four weasels trying to capitalize on their own country's loss and using soldiers as tools to step on and bring yourself higher." I looked down at the noble beneath my feet to further my point. Trotius' eyes flared with indignation. "Revoking the plan that you suggested is no sin, General Arthur. The loss of the soldiers are regrettable, but for the sake of preserving this fortress, their deaths are not in vain. That would have only been true if your goal for keeping the wall wasn't to try and build yourself your own little society where you and your minions will have free reign. End nonsense. My goal was to create a safe haven where the citizens of Dicathen have a place to sleep without fear. For you to twist my word, I grabbed a hold of Trotius' tongue and pulled it out of his mouth. To my understanding, twisting words is what this thing seems to do best. A flicker of blue flames danced on the tip of the senior captain's tongue as I pressed firmly down. Trotius' eyes widened in pain as he tried to imbue his own fire affinity mana in hopes to shield his body against my flames. The smell of burning flesh filled the tent as I continued to brand his tongue with my ignited fingers. Still he held strong, unable to let go of his pride enough to even let out a sound. I pulled the senior captain close, my fingers still sizzling on top of his burning tongue. I let the malice drip from my voice as I hissed into his ear. You see, Trotius, one of the soldiers that died out there because of your selfish plans was my father. I felt the hiccup drop down in his throat as my fingers continued to sear his tongue. So believe me when I say that I'm going to see the actions that you took to get to where we are right now as personal. I released my grip on his blackened tongue. The tip had become completely burnt off without even a trace of blood. Trotius immediately snapped his jaw shut, clamping his hands over his mouth as if he could protect himself from me. Don't think that my relationship with your sister and estranged daughter have anything to do with why I'm keeping you alive, I muttered, grabbing the fine parchments in front of him as I got up. Killing you here would be showing mercy. Instead, I'll let you stew in the consequences of your actions here today by taking what you value most. I turned to Albenth, who had been quietly and fearfully observing the situation. Seeing as you've witnessed everything here today, send a message to the council stating that for betraying his kingdom and perjury towards the council, he and the rest of the Flamesworth house will be stripped from their titles of nobility. No. You have no right, Trotius screamed, his voice raw with unrepressed emotion. I believe I have every right, and the council will surely agree once they find out you were planning on lying to them in order to keep soldiers here for yourself, I replied coldly, waving the papers in my hand. Trotius scrambled towards me, tripping over his unconscious investor before desperately launching a ball of fire at the papers in my hand. Add attempted assault of a representative of the council, I said to Albenth, blocking the sphere of flames with a conjured pane of ice. Why you can't do dis, he yelled, rushing to me and clinging to my feet. The Flamesworth house will be nothing but a commoner's surname, I finished. The precious legacy that you prided yourself in and tried so hard to raise, going as far as abandoning your own daughter, will have been the cause of the Flamesworth family's downfall. I turned my attention back to Albenth. I believe you have a message to send, unless you're still considering Trotius' proposal. Of course not. Albenth straightened and took the parchments out of my hand. I'll get this to the council along with your message to my fastest and most trustworthy messenger. Also, get Captain Jesmia and a few of her men in here to round these gentlemen up, I added, sending the captain off, leaving Trotius and I as the only ones left conscious in the tent. Behind me, still on the ground, was Trotius. The man who had been the pinnacle of nobility and pride had been reduced to a trembling sack of bones as he glared daggers at me. Like I said, killing you here would be a mercy. I stepped out of the tent, taking one last glance back. I hope you live a long life where you're reminded of me every time you utter a mispronounced word from your deformed tongue. Sylvie and I stood atop the familiar cliff of the mountain overlooking the wall. From this high up, the remnants of the battle could barely be seen under the blanket of night, and the fortress seemed to be peaceful. I knew all too well that the wall was in a flurry of activity, mending the broken, feeding the weak, burying the dead, but I pushed down the emotions that threatened to build back up again. It was so much easier the way it was right now, the comforting emptiness that numbed my emotions, both good and bad. Ellie is with your mother right now. They're going to cremate him, my bond said, her voice almost lost amidst the howling winds. At her words leaked thoughts and emotions I had desperately tried to avoid. I saw my weeping sister and my mother on her knees, bloody fingers clawing at the ground in indignation. I felt the pain my bond had felt as my mother's narrowed eyes burned with accusation and resentment. Would she have looked at me like that as well had I been there? That was the only thing I could ask myself. It's best that I'm not there, I replied, placing a gentle hand on Sylvie's head. Sylvie turned to me, her large yellow eyes wrinkled in concern. Arthur, I'm fine really, I said, but my voice came out deadpan. It's better this way. My bond's expression dimmed, and just from that I could tell she could feel the emotions from me, or rather the lack of emotions. This was what I did in the past as Grey. I knew that suppressing my emotions and locking them away wasn't healthy, but I had no choice. I had no confidence in being able to handle what I was trying so hard not to feel. I know that doing this was burying a time bomb deep inside me, but I just needed it to last until I finished this war. Maybe after this war was over, I'd confront all of this and be able to face my mother, but for now I couldn't bear looking at her or my sister's face. Do not fall back to your old ways. You know best that the deeper you go into that pit, the harder it will be to climb back out. Rinia's words came to mind, and I began to think of the other omens she left me before shaking my head. Looking at my worried Bond, I shielded my thoughts. I didn't want her to know, I didn't want anyone to know that I was beginning to sincerely deliberate Agrona's deal. Let's go see Sylv. Chapter 227. Above limitations, GREY. Hey, it's me, Gray, just thought I'd try this phone again. Anyway, the King's Crown competition is starting in our city and Lady Vera already got me a spot to compete. I've been just training till now, so going out in the official competition really makes it feel real. Did you know that Jimmy Lowe, that cocky overweight guy in our class with the lisp, is also a contestant too? When Lady Vera told me that, I thought of the time when you sold him that fake contraption that was supposed to help him lose weight while he sleeps. I bet he's still mad that you conned him like that. Anyway, I just wanted to let you know that I told Lady Vera to save a spot for you in her family's private viewing room. It'd be great if you could come by and watch me kick everyone's asses. I miss you, Nico. I don't know what's happening to you, but just know that you're not alone in this. I'm here for you. You know where to reach me. Hope to hear from you soon, man. I ended the call after hearing the monotonous confirmation that my message had been sent and let out a sigh. Damn it, Nico, what the hell are you up to? Rubbing my temples, I leaned my head back against the reading chair and waited for the pain to subside. The last time I had seen my friend was the night we had fought. It had been a few weeks after Cecilia was taken, and my training was becoming harder as the competition dates drew near. I would train from dawn until sundown and then sneak out of Lady Vera's manor in order to help Nico put up flyers and ask around local police departments for any information. Half the time it was us getting scolded or kicked out of their offices. Tired and fed up with the lack of progress, I suggested we call it a night. That's when Nico blew up on me. He accused me of being callous and uncaring because I was prioritizing my training with Lady Vera over finding Cecilia. I couldn't hold it in anymore at that time either. I had tried to reason with him before, saying that if the enforcers were really the ones who took her, the two of us were way out of our league. Still, my stubborn friend couldn't sit still knowing that his girlfriend was somewhere out there. I didn't blame him, but that didn't mean I agreed with him. Needlessly insisting that two kids barely out of high school, military or not, could make a difference in an investigation that no one was investigating was optimistic at best. With the promise of making sure Lady Vera's best investigators would help, I called it an early night. That was the last time I heard from Nico. I did the right thing, I assured myself, sinking back further into the chair. Right now, winning the competition is the most important. The city tournament shouldn't pose much trouble, and I'm fairly confident even for the county tournament. Even if I won't become a king right away after I win the entire King's Crown competition, I'd still have influence from the council. My two biggest goals were to get to the bottom of Headmaster Wilbeck's murder, and then finding and protecting Cecilia so she and Nico could go live a happy little life together. Despite Nico's urgency, I knew Cecilia wouldn't be harmed, assuming that the enforcers had taken her. She was too valuable of an asset to kill. That's why I have to win, just a few months. Then I can make everything right once I become a king. Cadet Gray, a soft mellow voice sounded nearby. My eyes flickered open, my vision still a blur. It was only when I felt someone touch my shoulder that I snapped awake. The results of my instincts and training kicked in, and by the time I was truly conscious of what I had done, a maid was sitting in the seat that I had fallen asleep in, and my right hand was pressed slightly against her throat. Am I bad? I quickly let the maid go, helping her back on her feet. No, my apologies, Cadet Gray. Lady Vera had informed me not to make contact with you when you were sleeping. I must have forgotten, she quickly amended, dipping her head lower. She then gestured to the training uniform that she had laid out neatly on my unused bed. Lady Vera has instructed me to inform you that today's lessons are cancelled in light of the upcoming tournament. Instead, you will be sparring with the other king candidates sponsored by Lady Vera's family. Will Lady Vera be there? I asked, already changing into my training clothes. The maid shook her head. Unfortunately, she will be busy with meetings. She has assured me, however, that she will still make it to your rounds for the city competition tomorrow. I was disappointed, but I didn't let it show as I nodded in reply. After the maid excused herself, I found my hand fiddling with the small trinket that Lady Vera had given me after she saved me from those interrogators that tortured me. It was the insignia of Lady Vera's house. The Warbridge name that Vera carried distinguished themselves with the emblem of two crossed swords supporting a golden arch. Whether it was the reassurance it gave me, proving I had a house that I belonged to, or the fact that it was given to me after one of the most difficult times in my life, I couldn't go anywhere without it. I stuck it back into my pocket before heading down. As I walked through the unique-looking buildings and structures placed in between the flawlessly groomed garden and lawn of the Warbridge estate, I was reminded of how different this place was from the usual places I'd been to. It might have had to do with the fact that being in a named house's estate for the first time, or the fact that the Warbridge house members were actually citizens of a different country. I had learned fairly early on was that, While they were not from my homeland of Etheria, their home country, Traden, had had an alliance with Etheria for over 10 years now. This made them eligible to be sponsors for Etheria's kings and vice versa. I wasn't too interested in the politics involved in all of this, but since the king still did have a weight in meetings of the council, I was required to take extensive lessons about the different countries and their diplomatic alliances toward one another. By the time I arrived in the Warbridge dueling arena, there was a flurry of activity and noises coming from within. Aside from the 5 government-approved dueling platforms with proper safety features added were a variety of training equipment. Some of the older, but still efficient, contraptions used lead weights, while other more up-to-date tools utilized the user's own Kai to power and train. Normally, there would be quite a few cadets on various training machines, but today was different. Family members of the cadets being sponsored here were cheering on their children or siblings that were duking it out in the arena, while the cadets that weren't able to make the cut to participate in the city competition had been expelled with their contracts cut off. I was just in time to see a facilitator I hadn't met before mark the start of a mock duel. Keeping to the back, I watched with curiosity as to how the other candidates under Lady Vera were doing. Having the privilege of being taught by her personally, I had never actually seen the others, much less knew their skills. The one to initially catch my interest was the one without a weapon. His expression and the way he held himself told me he had some level of confidence against the sword and shield cadet. As soon as the mock duel began, the one without a weapon held out his empty hand and shouted, "Form!" What fizzled into his hand was a glowing yellow spear. Immediately, the crowd formed around the spar roared with surprise and pride. "It's an actual Kai weapon," an older gentleman exclaimed. "And he formed it so fast," another man beside him added. If it had been a year ago, I would have reacted just like the ones in the crowd, perhaps even more because of my disability. It didn't just take a lot of time and effort to form a Kai weapon, but a sufficient amount of Kai as well. However, I knew from my many lessons with Lady Vera regarding the types of opponents I would face, and even seeing her manifest her own Kai weapon, that this cadet's spear was no better than an embellished plastic stick at this point. I had been taught that true masters of Kai weapons spent years physically crafting the type of weapon that they wanted to materialize in order to be able to truly visualize how their own weapon would manifest. From there, they would start by slowly enveloping their own Kai around the type of weapon they wished to form. It was only after they had truly mastered this step that they transitioned into forming a weapon with just their Kai. This cadet, who couldn't be more than a year older than me, had obviously skipped out on a lot of steps. It was obvious from how his weapon materialized and how simple the design was. The generic Kai spear had almost bubbled into existence, unlike the videos of true Kai weapon masters I'd seen. Still, I couldn't help but feel a pinch of envy at the fact that he could do something that I would never be able to do. Unlike regular weapons, that had to be inspected and constantly kept within regulations by the World Committee to prohibit cheating by using technology, Kai weapons did not have restrictions in competitions. This included even paragon duels that happened amongst kings over political disputes. It was an advantage that many kings utilized, one that I could never even dream of doing. Putting aside my self-pity, I peered with a watchful eye. While most of these cadets were chosen through various talent agencies, they were still here because they met the Warbridge family's standards. "Begin," the facilitator barked, taking a step back. The look on the sword and shield cadet's face told me the initial shock from the Kai weapon had faded. Steeling himself, he charged forward with a Kai-infused step. He feigned a shield bash and pivoted to the spear user's left side. Keeping his shield up in defense against the spear, he swiped down towards his opponent's open thigh with his short sword. Caught off guard, the Kai weapon user stumbled back but managed to at least dodge the attack to his leg. By how the spear user quickly regained his balance and wits and kept the shield cadet out of range showed that he had some sense of fighting. Through superior range and the advantage of weapons, the spear cadet won. It wasn't a one-sided battle, though, and I could tell by how pale the winner's face was by the end that if his opponent had managed to break his Kai weapon, he wouldn't have been able to materialize another. Still, that didn't keep the winner from forming a nasty sneer on his sweaty face and kicking the shield away from his opponent. Rolling my eyes, I made my way towards the arena to let the facilitator know I wasn't skipping out. "Oh look, it's Lady Vera's favorite pet," one of the spectating cadets that had yet to spar spoke up. Everyone turned towards me, giving me different expressions, none of them particularly pleasant. Ignoring them, I walked up and waved at the stout and muscular facilitator. "I was told to do a few rounds before my Kai meditation this afternoon." I was told you would be coming, but I don't have a cadet assigned to be your sparring partner yet," he grunted, lowering the barrier generated around the arena before looking around. I stepped into the elevated platform without a word, immediately stretching and getting the kinks out of my body that came from falling asleep on the chair. I don't think I'd be able to pair you up accurately with someone since I'm not familiar with the level you're at. Anyone in particular you want to spar with, Cadet Gray? The facilitator asked. Anyone's fine, I said, not bothering to stop stretching. Let me go, Mr. Colley. I've been curious how good Lady Vera's crippled pet is, a familiar voice jeered. I looked up to see that it was the cadet that just sparred using his Kai spear. Mason. Keep your tongue in check while you're in my dueling arena, the facilitator admonished before turning to me. Are you okay with him? I stood up, looking at the boy named Mason while stretching my arm. I'd prefer a cadet that's in better condition. Mason slapped his palms on the hard arena floor. I can beat you silly with both feet anchored to the floor. Mr. Colley, let me teach this cocky brat a lesson. There was a beat of hesitation before the facilitator jerked his thumb back, signaling Mason to come up onto the arena. Put on your protective gears, Cadet Gray, pick out a weapon. After putting on the chest and headpiece infused with Kai, I picked out a single-edged short sword from the rack. After checking its balance like Lady Vera had taught me and swinging it a couple of times, I walked back to the center of the arena. Did you forget your shield or other sword, Cadet Gray? Mr. Colley asked, looking at my single blade. No, this is fine, I replied. Mason looked to be waiting for me to appear fully in view before he materialized his Kai weapon. Raising his hand dramatically while locking gazes with me, the spear glowed into existence, albeit a little slower than the first time. After getting a nod of confirmation from the two of us, he swung his hand down. Begin. While I didn't want to drag this battle out, I knew that I couldn't just rush in like the previous cadet had. Thinking critically was something I had long since gotten used to because of my lack of Kai. I wouldn't be able to create that burst of speed like the sword and shield cadet had done, so I stood my ground. In fact, I didn't even take a stance, going as far as leaving my neck wide open. Is this a joke? Mason scoffed, pointing the tip of his glowing spear at me. The duel has already begun, I replied simply, cracking a smile. Don't blame me if you wind up physically crippled as well, no name. He snapped before bursting forward in an explosion of Kai. I had to admit that his charge was impressive, especially considering how much Kai he had spent the last round as well. Still, to my eyes, his movement seemed almost telephoned. Over a year of training under Lady Vera and her team of coaches had honed my untamed instincts into an almost unfair technique. At the last moment, I dodged his thrust and struck up at his right hand, fingers gripping the spear in the front. I could sense the thin protective aura of Kai shudder, absorbing the impact. Mason still winced in pain though, and more importantly, he was still in my range. I sidestepped and brought my sword back down on the same hand, but from a different angle. Sensing my intent, Mason shifted his movements to block, but even the slight twitch in his shoulder told me where his next move was going to be. By the time he positioned himself to block my strike had already shifted course and landed on his gloved fingers. This strike didn't end with just a wince. Gah, he belched from the pain. I had to give him credit for not letting go of his weapon despite the crack that resounded from the blow. It took all of 2 more moves to finish the spar, and another half hour to finish the rounds against the remaining cadets. By the end of my warm-up, the looks of pity that some of them had given me for being a cripple were wiped clean. Ah, I breathed out after taking a long chug from the soda bottle I had kept hidden from Lady Vera. It was lukewarm, but the sugary carbonation helped me in ways no amount of training and healthy foods could. After drying myself from the shower and changing into more comfortable clothes for my meditation, I walked down the halls when I heard a familiar voice in the floor below by one of the studies. I ran down the stairs, excited to greet Lady Vera. It had been more and more difficult to even see her face, but I stopped in my tracks when I saw an unfamiliar man with her by the door. He was facing away, so all I could tell about his appearance was that he had short, trim hair and dressed fashionably in a military-styled suit. Yes, I understand. I'll let him know that he's qualified, Lady Vera said to the man softly. He might get curious, but he's not too greedy about actually competing, so I don't think he'll press me too much, she continued. His voice was low and hard to understand, but I could hear bits and pieces of Lady Vera speaking before she escorted the man inside the soundproof study. Of course, yes, she won't be mentioned. I understand, thank you, you're right. He'll have to fight at least once in order to appease the mass. We'll prepare Gray for the district. Chapter 228, Anchor, Arthur Leywin. I let out a groan, barely able to hear my own voice over the wind blasting around us. Propping myself back up on Sylvie's spiked back, I scanned my surroundings. I could see the flying castle nearing in the distance, filling me with a mixture of emotions. The strongest of them had to do with seeing Tesha. It was actually probably the only reason why I didn't go straight to Eddiston, where the real battle would be happening soon. The castle guards, noticing Sylvie, split apart to form a path while the landing dock opened soundlessly. I had to hand it to the artificers of the olden days, the wise and powerful mages that were responsible for not only lifting an entire castle up in the sky, but an entire city as well, and connecting each major city with a teleportation portal. The constructs left an awe-inspiring feeling every time I saw them. It begged the question of what really happened to them. But at the same time, finding out the answer to that wasn't exactly top in my priorities list. Let's get this over with quickly. I need some scythes or retainers or any Alacrian soldier to kill, I conveyed, hopping off my bond. Surprisingly, the landing dock, which was usually filled with activity and noise, was completely empty aside from the lone figure by the door. It was Virion. It took me a moment to realize who it was because of how different he looked. The powerful confidence that the old elf usually radiated alongside his light-hearted smirk was gone, replaced by a grim expression complemented by the layers of bags weighing down his eyes. His silver hair was unbound and the robes he wore looked a tad too big on him. Still, seeing me and Sylvie, his face softened into what I assumed was a smile of relief. Walking up to me in a graceful gait that couldn't be diminished with just age, he immediately wrapped his arms around me. I was stunned. My body flinched from the unexpected physical contact, and for a while my mind went blank. "Welcome back, you did everything you could, Arthur. You did great," he said softly, in a voice that seemed unfamiliar yet so familiar at the same time. The frigid shell of apathy that I had kept myself encased in away from the anger, grief, loss, and other emotions that were trying to claw their way inside had melted. It could have been the warmth of his embrace or the warmth of his words, but I found myself crying once more. Tears streamed down my cheeks, unabated and warm. My shoulders trembled as I tried all I could to keep myself from breaking down once again, but Virion's words continued to echo in my mind. "I did all I could, I did great." Sylvie remained silent, but I felt her soft touch conveying just as much emotion as Virion's embrace. Commander, Lance, and Ussura. The three of us stood there alone in the large, empty room, forgetting just for a moment who we were. I held my fist just in front of the door, reluctant to knock. "I don't think I can do this by myself right now." "Are you sure you don't want to see Tess with me?" I asked my bond, who was in another part of the castle. "She needs you right now, just you," she replied coolly before intentionally blocking off our mental connection, leaving me stranded. Virion had said the same thing after hours of trying to comfort his granddaughter. She had locked herself in her room, refusing to see everyone that wanted to help. If her own parents and grandfather couldn't get to her, how could I? That was my excuse anyway. I couldn't call myself the most empathetic individual, and my emotional mindset wasn't any better than hers right now. It was just that having almost 2 lifetimes of experience kept me at least functioning. But still, she needed my help just like I had needed Sylvie and Virion's. I pushed down the darkness, all of the bad thoughts, and put them away for now. I'd deal with my own losses in my own time. For now, Tess needed me. Holding my breath, I knocked on the door. No answer. I knocked again. "Tess, it's Arthur." She didn't answer, but I could hear her light steps approaching the door. After a moment, the wooden entrance to Tess' room slid open and I locked eyes with the girl on the other side. I had seen so much in those vivid turquoise eyes of hers. Laughter, joy, anger, determination. But this was the first time to see such utter despair. It hurt me to see her like this, so much so that I wanted to turn away. Instead, I thought of when she had been there for me, comforting me when I was vulnerable. Clearing my throat, I stepped into her room and pulled her towards the shower. "You don't need help washing up, right?" I teased, hoping for some sort of response. Without a word, she began stripping, throwing me off guard. Through sheer determination, I managed to turn away before I could see anything, and I waited anxiously outside on the couch. After what seemed like an hour, Tesha stepped out of the bathroom with a towel barely slung over her chest and her dark gray hair dripping pools of water behind her. Getting up, I grabbed another towel and sat her down in front of the small vanity in the corner of her room. My chest ached at the fact that Tesha couldn't even bring herself to look at her own reflection. Virion had told me what had happened after reading the report from General Aya. I knew the choices she had made and the consequences that had resulted from them. She blamed herself much like I did, but even I knew that consoling her wasn't as simple as saying, "Hey, I know how you feel." So I didn't say anything. I gently patted down her long hair with the spare towel I brought. After that, I created a warm, soft breeze from all directions to completely dry her hair. After her hair was sufficiently dried, I grabbed the brush from the wooden vanity. While combing her hair, all I could think about was how small her shoulders looked. They were shoulders that had so much burden and expectations placed on them. It was easy to forget that before this war, she had just been a student. Despite the similar physical age we shared, she didn't have a past life to rely on for experience and mental fortitude. "You're really bad at this." Tess' voice was soft and hoarse, but it still made my heart skip a beat. "It's not like I have experience doing this sort of thing," I rebutted, embarrassed. I was about to put back the brush, but a glance back from Tess stopped me. "I didn't tell you to stop." "Yes, princess," I replied. Normally, she'd be pouting from a response like that. Tess had always hated it since the first time we met whenever I referred to her as princess, but not even the slightest hint of emotion could be seen on her face. Still, it was just good to hear her voice. For a while, I just absent-mindedly talked while slowly brushing her hair. I told her stories of my childhood, silly stories of our misadventures back together in a Lenoir when we were kids. While we had spent a lot of time training, and me assimilating with Sylvia's beast will, that didn't mean we didn't relax and have fun. The memories of simpler times made Tesha titter on occasion and correct my story. I was the one that had told you we shouldn't go down that ravine, not you, wise guy, she chortled. Really? I'm sure I was the smart and cautious one when we were little. She rolled her eyes. Smart, I'll admit, but I wouldn't exactly say you were a cautious one. I still remember finding the moss leeches on my body even hours after we made it back home. I stifled a laugh, remembering clearly how grossed out she had been at the harmless, wriggling leeches that stuck to our skin. She didn't even have the courage to slap them off, resorting in a spastic flail of limbs that made her look like she had been shocked by lightning. "Why are you laughing?" she asked, narrowing her eyes. I didn't answer, instead doing my best impression of her "get these leeches off me" dance. "I was 8, she protested, hitting me in the arm. "Finally, you show some spirit." I smiled, rubbing my arm. She glared at me, but when I raised my arms up in submission, she turned fully towards me and wrapped her arms around my waist. Tess remained still, her face buried in my chest. Even as the towel around her fell, leaving her completely bare, she didn't react. Suddenly, I was all too conscious. I was conscious of her soft, pale flesh, the intoxicating smell that emanated from her. When she looked up, her captivating eyes met mine, and despite the shade of pink rising up in her cheeks and ears, I could see the longing and need for affection. She closed her eyes then and pursed her quivering lips, and it took all I had to stay sane. I reminded myself of the days after I had become a king, the days of loneliness where I questioned my self-worth, the days where I indulged in physical intimacy to get a semblance of what being loved felt like, not as a political figure but as a person. I lowered my head, and for a second I was tempted to meet her lips with mine. We had done so before, after all, but I knew that given the circumstances, it wasn't the same. I placed a gentle kiss on her forehead, feeling her flinch under my touch. She pulled away. "Why, am I not attractive enough? Is it because you still see me as a kid? I'm already 18. Or is it that you blame me for what happened too? Do you blame yourself?" I asked back. Tess lowered her gaze and nodded. I was selfish, and I thought that. "Then you're growing," I cut her off, tucking a lock of hair behind her ear. "We all make mistakes, but the hardest part is admitting them and moving forward so they don't happen again." Her shoulders trembled as she sniffled. "So it's not because I'm unattractive." It took a second to realize what she was talking about. Immediately my face burned as I took in her exposed figure. "No, it's not because you're unattractive. I just want to do it properly when neither of us are doing this as a way to escape." Prying my unwilling eyes away from the sight in front of me, I turned away. "You should get dressed. There's one more thing I wanted to do for you." The kitchen was empty when we arrived, but thankfully there were plenty of ingredients stored in the chilled containers to make a quick midnight snack for ourselves. "You wanted to eat with me?" Tess asked, looking around the kitchen. Taking a wrapped slab of meat from the storage, I held it up. "I wanted to cook for you." "Cook? Why?" I shrugged, gathering the rest of the ingredients and laying them out to prepare. "You've grown up with meals made for you by the chefs in the castle." Rather than use magic, I pulled out a kitchen knife and I began dicing and mincing the ingredients. Back in Ashbur when I was a kid, my mom used to cook all of our meals. She poured her time and energy just to see a smile on my and my dad's faces while we ate. My hand trembled, but I continued cutting. Sitting at the dinner table, laughing and joking over good food, it was one of those things that I never truly appreciated, not until it was too late. I hurriedly wiped away a tear. Some of the spices must have gotten into my eyes. Sorry about that, almost forgot about the water. I turned away from Tess and lowered the fire beneath the boiling pot of broth. Through gritted teeth, I held back the sobs forming in my chest, but the tears wouldn't stop. My hands shook and my breath came out in choked bursts. Flashes of memory from my time as a child growing up in Ashbur pierced at my head like hot iron stakes, but I held firm. I needed to comfort Tess. "It's okay, I'm okay, Art." Her voice was gentle, and her soft caress was enough to drive me to my knees. I fell to the cold, hard floor, clutching my chest as heaving sobs tore out from my throat. I didn't remember much throughout the rest of the night. Maybe I didn't want to remember being bogged down by the unfamiliar and raw emotions clawing away at me. What I did remember was the warm touch of Tess' hands keeping me anchored and sane. Chapter 229, Field of White. Alduin slammed the door as he stormed off. The room still shuddered slightly from the impact. That didn't go too bad. "I didn't think he'd give in so easily," Virion breathed, sinking back in his seat. These past months had done worse for the weathered old elf than all the years I'd known him combined. Neither did I mused, my eyes still on the door that Alduin had exited through. The council meeting had finished more than an hour ago, but Alduin stayed to protest the decision Virion had made. Even General Aya, who never voiced her opinions regarding orders, pleaded with Commander Virion to reconsider earlier. I didn't blame them. Virion had ultimately decided to evacuate forces from Elenoir and focus troops on the western border to defend against the Alacrian ships coming from the ocean. For the elves, this meant that they were basically being abandoned. By the end of their discussion just now, Alduin was still angry, but he relented. Seeing that he wants to lead the strategy for evacuating our people, it feels like he's finally understanding that we're fighting to protect Dicathen as a whole, not just Elenoir. He let out a sigh, rubbing his temples. This will at least give me more time to focus on the fallback scenarios. I nodded. Forming strategies for battles was only half the task during times of war. Thinking of various contingencies and getting all of your troops to know what to do when things didn't work out as planned was just as, if not more, important. The two of us stood wordlessly in the room for a moment before Virion cleared his throat. I knew the question that was coming. It was the question that Virion had struggled to ask me when I had arrived back at the castle. So, Arthur, have you thought about my request? Virion said, cold determination in his eyes. I met his strong gaze. I have, and I'm afraid that I'm going to have to respectfully refuse. And what if I change my request to an order? He challenged. Then I'd have no choice but to do it. After a beat of silence, Virion let out a deep sigh, shaking his head. If your father hadn't died, would you have said yes? My jaw tightened and I struggled to keep calm, but I managed a response. Most likely. He waved his hand in dismissal before continuing. Fine, I won't push any more on this topic. Thank you, I said consolingly. Besides, I've heard that General Baron is fairly knowledgeable in war anyway. The Wyke's family tradition is always to teach their younger generation the art of war and battle, Virion replied. But his knowledge stems from books of theory and old teachings. Compared to my knowledge, as a teenager, I rebutted with an amused smile. Virion chortled. If I thought you were a normal teenager, I would treat you the same as my granddaughter and put you both, along with the rest of your family, in protective custody. Maybe I'll take you up on that offer, I teased. There is no offer, brat. Speaking as the commander, I can't afford to lose you, so toughen up, he growled. If you're not going to lead, then at least get your hands bloody. Aye, commander, I saluted. Just have that early retirement package waiting for me. Will do, he chuckled. The two of us talked a bit more, mostly Virion telling me what to expect once Sylvie and I arrive at Ediston, but also bringing up stories from our past. After all, this might be the last time we would see each other. My mother and sister should be arriving at the castle in the next day or so. Please take care of them in case I don't make it back, I said, holding out my hand. There was a part of me that wanted to personally say goodbye to my mother and sister, to see their faces one last time in case I really didn't make it out of this battle alive, but a bigger part of me was scared. I was more comforted by the fact that even if I died, my remaining family might mourn for me, rather than look at me with faces filled with hatred, disdain, or apathy. If that made me a coward, then I would embrace that title. At this point, I was fighting this war more to escape than I was to save our people from the Alacrians. Virion clasped my hand and pulled me into a hug. You know, I'll treat Alice and Alina as if they were my own blood. They'll be given the same priority for retreat as Tesha and the council. Thank you. I let go of his hand and walked towards the door. I turned back one last time to see Virion with a clenched jaw and stiffened neck as he did all he could to keep composed. You're one of the few people in this world that made this life worth living and this continent worth fighting for. Are you sure you don't need any armor? I asked my bond, concerned to see her just wearing a long black cloak over a pair of pants and a long-sleeved tunic all fashioned out of her own scales. Her long wheat-colored hair was pulled back and tied into a braid, accentuating her large horns. My scales are strong enough. Besides, conventional armor would be useless when I shift between forms, she answered as we continued our way towards the teleportation room. The doors were already open with only one guard stationed in front. Because many of the soldiers in the castle were sent off to Ediston, the lack of personnel was definitely noticeable. I could see a few familiar faces, waiting to send us off amidst the workers bustling about, making sure the teleportation gate was functional and set to the right location. Aside from Tess and Elder Boond, Kathleen and Elder Hester were here as well. Looking quite dashing there, young hero, Elder Hester smiled. Clothes really do make the man. It's good to see you again, Elder Hester, I greeted, holding out a hand. I hope you don't take what I did personally. Hester Flamesworth accepted my gesture with a wry smile. I heard about your father and what Trotius was planning. The Flamesworth prestige isn't nearly as important for me, and I hope this will serve to humble my brother. At this point, all I can say is thank you for allowing him to live. I nodded, letting go of her hand before turning to Elder Boond. I gave the old dwarf a pat on the shoulder. I could tell from the meeting we had earlier that you're just itching to go out into the field. What do you say, wanna just book it out of here with me? Bah, and get my arse dragged back by Virion, I'll pass. Besides, it seems like he needs a hand with everything going on these days, he replied, looking up at me. Be careful over there. I know it may not feel like it right now, but there are people that care about you and are waiting for you to come back. Again, I just nodded. The promise I had made to my mother, that I would make sure my father was okay, turned out to be empty. I didn't want to say or promise anything I couldn't keep. My gaze eventually fell on Kathleen, who had been silent. Thank you for seeing me off, I told her, holding out my hand. Kathleen hesitated before grabbing my hand. She looked up, concern knitted in her brows. I wish I could fight alongside you and my brother. Your mission is just as important, if not more, for the future of Dicathen. Don't worry, I comforted with a smile. I could feel her anxiousness and frustration at being unable to fight in the main battle. Councilman Blaine and Councilwoman Muriel had ordered her to be sent to the wall to help the remaining soldiers there scout the area and make sure there weren't any stray beasts heading towards the fortress. After Trodius had been taken away, and many of the soldiers were sent to Blackbend City in order to be transported to Ediston, the wall was severely lacking in capable fighters. Kathleen's parents probably thought being at the wall was much safer and at least gave their restless daughter something to do. Finally, I turned to Tess, who was already hugging and saying goodbyes with Sylvie. The two had always been close, and the scene in front of me felt more like sisters saying goodbye. When it was my turn, I gave Tess a long hug as well. I heard you're going to be with my sister and mother. I'll leave them to you. Don't worry, I won't let anything happen to them, she muttered before pulling out the leaf pendant she had under her shirt. Just remember to keep your promise. I'll do my best, I answered, pulling out my own pendant. We stared at each other silently for a moment before I pulled my gaze away. I couldn't keep the image of my father's corpse out of my head while looking at Tess. I was the one going into battle, but somehow I was still afraid for Tess. I knew it was childish and irresponsible to think this. But the thought of her being carried over to me in the same state as my father, and being unable to do anything despite all of the power I had made me want to run away, not just with her but with Ellie and my mother. A firm squeeze on my arms pulled me out of my thoughts. In front of me was Tess with the same smile she had last night, long after I had broken down in the kitchen. It was a smile that carried both loss and hope, and it was just enough to give me the strength to step through the teleportation gate. I'll see you soon, all of you, I declared before stepping through with Sylvie by my side. After the unsettling sensation of teleportation wore off, the two of us stepped down the raised podium that held the gate. Heavily armored soldiers stood on either side of us, heads inclined in a bow. General Arthur and Lady Sylvie, General Baron is waiting for you in the castle, the soldier to my left announced. Will you be guiding us? I asked. Actually, that'll be me, a familiar deep voice resounded from below. It was Curtis Glader. Despite all of the events that had transpired, the years had treated him well. His clean-shaven face and sharp military crew cut made Curtis the dashing white knight he always aspired to be, with polished armor and swords strapped on both sides of his hips. Behind him was Grotter, his world lion bond. Curtis, I greeted, I thought you'd prefer a familiar face since you've never really been around these parts, he said with a picturesque smile. And even if you have been here, so much has changed that I doubt you'd even recognize it. I've never actually been here, but you're right in that this place doesn't really seem like a city, I noted, taking in the strange sights. Aside from the shops that had been converted into workstations for professional blacksmiths and adulators, the city plaza before us was also filled with tents. Inside were women, the elderly and even children helping out by either washing and folding cloth, tying arrowheads to wooden shafts, or packaging rations. No one was idle, with everyone either making something or transporting it. Soldiers practiced marching in their platoons with their respective officers barking commands. Off to the side were two archery ranges that spanned over 30 yards each. There, archers stood positioned almost shoulder to shoulder, launching volleys of arrows at the wall fashioned out of haystacks. A lot to take in, right? Curtis asked as he guided us towards the large brick tower that stood in the distance. The entire city has been sort of rearranged to be the stronghold and production center for the battle that's going to happen on the coast. We followed behind the prince, not staying in one place for too long since we just draw attention. I appreciated the brief tour though, and Curtis' lively commentary helped both Sylvie and I relax. Aside from the soldiers doing physical training and combat drills, the mood was light and overall happy. I was expecting a very serious and intense atmosphere, my bond chimed, her head always turning and taking in the new sights. Well, we're still a few miles away from the coast where the actual battle will be happening, Curtis answered, pointing to the thick walls that seemed newly made. We're mainly fortifying the western edge of the city with the help of carpenters and earth mages, and digging up some tunnels for the civilians that are left here to escape. As we got closer to the edge of the city, the more soldiers we would see. Carriages would be pulled towards the gated entrance facing the coast, carrying weapons and other supplies. Come on up this way. Curtis pointed at the imposing castle that had been stripped down and refortified into its own fortress. Some parts were still being constructed, as slabs of earth were being floated up by mages. The castle was situated on a small hill that overlooked the rest of the city, with only one tower that peaked above the large walls that easily towered over 50 feet. You said General Baron was waiting for me, right? Any idea where General Vere might be? I asked, looking up at the tower. She's still helping out with the construction off the coast, Curtis explained briefly, greeting the soldiers guarding the tower entrance. Sylvie and I looked at each other, confused. Construction? Curtis shot me a grin. You'll see when you get up there, come on. Thankfully, there was a mana-powered crate and pulley system that was able to hoist us up to the top in just a few minutes. Courtesy of Artificer Gideon, who should be somewhere in this city, working the other artificers and carpenters to their bones, Curtis explained. The main room is just up those stairs, but there's a window on this floor as well. You should take a look. Curious, Sylvie and I walked towards the far end of the circular room that only had a lounge-like area with another soldier guarding the base of the stairs. The two of us peered out, and at first we didn't know exactly what we were supposed to be looking at. My eyes scanned the small mountains that made up most of the area north of Eddiston and went further south until my gaze landed on the Eddiston Bay shore. Without a doubt, that was what Curtis wanted us to see. Sylvie let out a small gasp as my jaw dropped. Filling up over half of the entire Eddiston Bay that stretched out longer than a mile was nothing but a field of white. An expanse of ice and snow had been created to meet the approaching ships. Amazing, isn't it? This is what General Vere has been working on. Curtis leaned forward next to us. The largest battle of Dicathen will be held on this glacial field. Chapter 230, Resounding Horns. Sylvie and I remained entranced by the snowy white field that extended from the shore out into the ocean. It was amazing to see the conjuration of such a vast phenomenon made from one person. Surely, General Vere would be exhausted by now until she could recover her mana, but the job had been well done. Aside from the aesthetics provided, I was curious as to the sort of strategy Virion and the rest of the council had to utilize this ice field. I was given minimal information on the specific formations, deployment and maneuvering of troops, and the actual line formation that we'd be using to face the approaching Alacrian army. Ready to go up, General? Curtis's voice rang from behind. I pried my eyes away, turning to the single set of stairs leading to the floor above. Sylvie was right behind me, and despite appearing even younger than my sister in her human form, I could sense the excitement of battle leaking from her. Climbing up the stairs and entering what I assumed was the strategic hub for the battle here, I was surprised at how efficient everything was. Efficient might not have been the best word, but the activities going on inside the room reminded me of the strategy rooms during my time as Grey back on Earth. There were rows of desks with people sitting in front of large piles of transmission scrolls instead of computers. They were all faced towards the center of the circular room with a view of General Barian, standing on an elevated podium that was looking over a large earthen table with an uneven surface and a large glass orb perched on top of an intricate artifact. Surrounding this artifact were over 12 mages on standby. While I was curious about the purpose of the clear orb, it only took me a second to realize that the earthen table, with a dwarven mage hovering his hands over it, was a rough depiction of the soon-to-be battlefield. General Baron Wykes, older brother of Lucas Wykes, was currently discussing something about the march before he finally turned to look at me. His expression was controlled, but the slight twitch in his eyebrows told me that he hadn't exactly forgotten what I had done to his brother. Still, compared to how he acted when we had me for the first time, his impulse control had gotten a lot better. General Baron, I greeted curtly, walking up to the earthen war table. General Leywin, he replied, not bothering to step down from the podium he was standing on. I studied the layout of the war table, noticing the small earthen figures that most likely represented the troops. I'm assuming this information isn't real-time, right? I asked. No, it isn't, General Arthur, the dwarf answered respectfully. I'm only able to roughly gauge and track the progress from the reports through the transmission scrolls sent in by the captains. And what is this giant orb? I asked, looking at Baron this time. It's an artifact that can be better used as a medium for the diviners present, he answered. How are the diviners getting information from the battlefield? Those other mages you see beside the projection artifact are elite deviants capable of scrying by sharing senses with their bonded beasts. The diviners will be able to link the images from the scryers' minds and project them into the orb for the strategic general of this battle to see, Baron replied, his eyes narrowing in suspicion. Don't worry, I came here after declining your position. I'll be joining the other lances on the battlefield, I quipped, annoyed by the lance's attitude. At least you had the brain to decline it. Tens of thousands of soldiers' lives rest on the choices made in this room, Baron retorted. If you can't even keep your own family alive, how will you keep the soldiers out there from dying needlessly? I whipped my head back, rage flaring. What did you say? Baron smiled smugly. You heard me. Both of you stop, my bond said, pulling on my sleeve, and retract your mana. Looking around, I could see that the killing intent infused with mana that had leaked out were straining the people present in the room. Calming myself, I shot Baron a glare and held up a hand. Give me the debrief papers you got from the council and we'll be on our way. Baron reluctantly handed me the folder. In it were dozens of pages highlighting relevant information along with several transmission scrolls. Not wanting to stay in this room any longer than necessary, I made my way to the exit, stopping just short of the doorway leading to the stairs with Curtis and Sylvie beside me. In general, Baron, if one of the requirements to have this role was to keep your own family alive, then I might just argue that you're in no position to be up on that podium. I crossed the high city walls that marked the edge of Ediston perched on Sylvie's back as I read through the notes outlining the various phases of this battle. The drumming of footsteps resounded below from the soldiers marching through the hills that led down to the Ediston Bay. To make things even better for those struggling on their march, the gray clouds hung low and the air was moist. It looked like the battle would be done under the rain. Something's not adding up, I said to myself, my eyes scouring over the estimated numbers of the Alacrian forces approaching. What's wrong? Sylvie replied, noticing my concern. It's just that, if I was the Alacrian general, there is no way I would initiate a full-scale battle like this. I could sense the confusion from my bond, so I elaborated what was on my mind. From what we'd gathered, Alacria had been preparing for this war for many years now, from smuggling spies like Headmaster Goodsky to poisoning and corrupting the mana beasts. They'd taken extreme and careful measures by colluding with the secretive dwarves and bridging gaps, by installing teleportation gates deep within the dungeons of the beast glades. This all happened under our noses while Dicathen barely knew that another continent even existed. So to me, it seemed counterintuitive for them to abandon all of the strategic prowess that they've demonstrated and face us head-on like this. Based on the numbers, their forces were huge, and any of the attacks we'd already tried had been easily blocked by their specialized defensive mages. However, they were still coming by ship. Their resources were limited. The journey here must have already drained their food and water supply by a considerable amount. If we played a war of attrition, their forces would soon die of thirst or starvation. Of course, one could argue that Alacria's strengths truly shined in large-scale battle, since their specialized mages were much more of a well-oiled and cohesive military force compared to our soldiers. But still, we vastly outnumbered them even if it would take time to mobilize all of our forces. Was I overthinking things? Perhaps the Alacrians just wanted to wrap this up. I knew that Agrona wanted to avoid an unnecessarily high death count on either sides for his goals against the Usras in Ephiatis, so maybe he thought that obtaining victory in a formal battle like this would end the war cleanly. Maybe you should have taken the strategic general position, Sylvie chimed after absorbing all of the thoughts I had practically vomited onto her. No, Baron is a dick, but he's right. I don't have a stable enough mindset to dictate the lives of the soldiers when I know that each of their deaths would be caused by the decisions I make. I didn't want to play chess using the lives of our soldiers as pawns when I already felt responsible for the death of my father. Focus, Arthur, we have a war to finish, I said aloud, slapping my cheeks. With General Baron under the helm of leadership, I was now but a soldier assigned a mission. In a way, this was easier. My hands would get bloody instead of my soul. Fly a bit lower, Sylv, I sent to my bond, closing the folder Baron had given me. Sylvie folded her wings and dived down so the endless line of soldiers no longer looked like faceless ants. With a wave of my arms, I released a blast of fire, intertwining tendrils of lightning and blades of wind in a spectacular show of elements up into the sky. Catching on to what I was doing, Sylvie raised her head and opened her large jaws to let out a deafening roar. Hearing the whoops and shouts immediately from the troops below, I couldn't help but smile. That was a bit childish of us, no, my bond asked, chuckling a bit as well. Not at all. Morale is one of the most overlooked but important aspects of large-scale battles, I replied as the two of us slowly approached the nearing ocean. We made our way to Ediston Bay. The first thing we noticed was the temperature. As we got closer to the conjured field of snow and ice, I felt a biting chill permeating through my skin. Vare was truly on another level compared to the rest of the other lances. While I'd like to confidently say that I could beat Vare in a one-on-one battle, I couldn't. While I had the advantage of being able to manipulate multiple elements and had Sylvia's dragon will, they seemed like cheap parlor tricks in the face of the absolute power and control that Vare had. Even if I managed to beat her, I'd be lucky if I only lost an arm or a leg, but having her as an ally was incredibly reassuring. The two of us landed just on the threshold where the coastal beaches became ice, an odd sight to see. Here, it wasn't only the temperature that had changed. The atmosphere from the infantry was tense and dark. Even with the captains shouting and trying to boost morale, I could almost see the weight of death that they carried on their shoulders. With eyes drawn towards me, I remained impassive, but my stomach churned, seeing the soldiers lined up front. With the weight of their own armor making them slouch forward and their gazes that held no hardness trained soldiers would have, it was easy to tell that many of them were civilians that had been called to arms. How many of these people staring at me would die, being the first to face the enemy lines? I tried not to dwell on it. I tried to bring back that detached, emotionless state I had relied so heavily on during my life as King Grey. I ignored the teens, some even younger than me, staring at me as I stood beside the large black dragon that towered over them. Sylvie and my presence did give many of the soldiers hope. I could hear whispers amongst each other of the good news that there were now 2 lances to fight by their side. "General Arthur, welcome." The frigid smooth voice cut through the steam, and the silhouette of an armor-clad woman could be seen with billowing hair just past her shoulders. "General Vere," I greeted with a genuine smile. The very presence of this lance seemed to shift the atmosphere. She carried herself lightly and elegantly like a gazelle, but her gaze and poise spilled confidence. She stretched out her hand, making it a point to show our composure and leisure in front of the quadrants of infantry troops. I accepted her gesture, and Sylvie, who remained in her draconic form, lowered her head to let Vere gently touch her snout. We walked together towards the back while the white-haired general explained the basic formations and maneuvering they had planned. Most of it I had already read about, but it was another thing seeing the sheer size of the force that would be fighting on our side. The first line consisted of armed warriors serving as the first point of contact against the enemies. They would charge and do as much damage until given the signal to retreat behind the second line, who were composed of trained soldiers, a mixture of both regular warriors and augmenters. Finally, making up the last of this first wave was basically the barrier troops. These were the elite soldiers that were all augmenters, many of whom had elemental affinities. There will be a gap of about 30 paces where the conjurers will make up the next line along with another line of barrier troops to fall back on, Vere explained, gesturing to the armored mages donning staves. It was when we walked past the line of conjurers that I saw some familiar faces, one of which I wasn't too fond of. Captain Otter, standing tall behind his troops consisting of elite augmenters. The captain that I had met back near the town of Slore when I was deployed on my first mission was wearing a conspicuously extravagant set of armor. The 2 of us exchanged glances, and the only greeting I was shown as a slight bow before he turned back to his troops. The second familiar face was Madame Astera, the one and only head cook that I had sparred against in that very same mission. Appropriately, however, she was donned in armor and wore 2 longswords across her back with ease. Looking closer at her soldiers, I was able to make out a few of them underneath all of their armor as well. The girl that I remember as Nifia and the bully of a soldier named Herrick, both of whom tried to best me in a duel but failed. There was a small sense of pleasure that I got from seeing their awestruck faces when our eyes met. Madame Astera, on the other hand, shot me a grin and mouthed the words, "Looking good at me." I shot Nifia and Herrick a playful wink, eliciting a blush from one and a visible shrinking of shoulders from the other, before moving on. We climbed the stone stairs that followed the steep incline of the terrain just east of Eddiston Bay. This was another strategic advantage that our side held. The ascending elevation gave our archers and conjurers that were able to cast at longer ranges a field advantage without having to waste time and resources building platforms for them to shoot from. Walls for defense had been made by earth mages, and many of the archers were stringing their bows. We reached the top of the hill just in time for me to feel the first raindrop on my cheek. It only took a few seconds before a heavy downpour ensued. Sylvie was about to lift up a wing to shield us from the rain, but I stopped her. "We're all soldiers here. We'll all fight under the rain together anyway," I said, my eyes focusing on the field of ice. Rain and fog impeded our vision, and the sound of our soldiers still marching towards the shore could be heard amidst heavy thrumming of rain. "We will stay behind for the first wave. Scryers will have eyes on the field, and General Baron will relay information on the enemy forces for us soon after," General Vere said beside me. "There are additional forces that are on their way, some of whom are Silvercore mages." And so we waited. I could feel the tension building, and more than once I could hear a captain pep-talking their troops. "The wait is more agonizing than I imagined," my bond sent, her bright hazel eyes trying to catch a glimpse of anything within the fog above the ice field. I nodded, barely restraining myself from flying over and breaking hell by myself. During this time, more and more troops arrived. Some were sent to either side of the bay in order to flank, while others remained back as reserve forces. It felt like hours had passed, all of us standing in the rain with white knuckles gripping our weapons. Finally, the horn rang. I could see our men stiffen as the deep brassy note told them the enemies had landed. The second horn rang, and it was then that tense air dissipated, followed by the mana-enforced roar of General Vere. Charge, Chapter 231, Following Orders. The quiet yet palpable tension had dissipated, replaced by the guttural roars of our soldiers and the rumble of the earth as they charged forth with fervor. Even with all of my knowledge and experience in the battlefield, both in this life and the previous, my heart still quivered in excitement. Sylvie felt it, and she was in a similar state as well. The rush of adrenaline leaking from her mixed alongside my own barely contained anticipation as we gazed down at the approaching enemy forces. We leaned forward, watching expectantly as our forces collided with theirs. Our front line was an organized wave of soldiers with allies ready to back them up and provide cover, but it was different on their side. At first, it was hard to notice. The mist that had shrouded the battlefield obscured everyone from looking at fine details. Even the scries behind us were barely able to give us any news or readings, aside from the fact that our enemy troops all wore little to no armor of various colors. Despite knowing what was happening below, I couldn't make out the clashes of metal and screams of soldiers from a distance. It was different. During battles on a scale this large, sounds weren't as distinct. They sort of blended in together in such volume that tremors could be felt all the way up here. "Can you tell what's going on?" I asked Sylvie. My bond responded by shaking her head. I turned to Vere. "Maybe we should get rid of the mist, General. I can't tell what's going on down there." The white-haired ice mage refused. "We know what's on their side. We have to keep them from knowing what's on our side. Deviating from the plan at this stage is impossible. Wait for Baron and the Council's orders." I was irritated but held my tongue. She was right, and more than that, it wasn't my place to make suggestions like this. I was the one that refused the position because I couldn't handle the responsibility. Who was I to come here now and do as I pleased just because I felt uneasy? Choosing to trust Vere, Baron, and the Council that were still receiving information real-time, I watched, waiting for my time to come. Flashes of light followed by a wave of cries and screams soon caught my attention. "It looks like the Alacrians have already sent in their mages," I conveyed to my bond. It was a little disconcerting that they'd deploy their mages so early on in the battle. However, I remembered what Agrona said about how Alacria had so many more mages due to experiments that he had performed since generations before. Their mages seemed to be spread out inconsistently, though, Sylvie pointed out. She was right. There were areas on the field where flashes of magic were close together or clustered, while in other areas there would be spells going off several dozens of yards away from one another. Again, a sense of unease filled me, but I remained quiet. My eyes scanned across the battlefield through the shroud of steam emanating from the icy ground, trying to find any signs of a retainer or scythe. Suddenly, shadows stretched above me. Looking up, I saw a fleet of mages riding on various winged mounts. "The aerial fleets are here," Vere announced as the dozen or so mages sailed overhead and into the battlefield. There would be three main forces against the Alacrians during this battle. First were the infantry, responsible for making first contact and keeping a constant pressure forward, away from the Ediston Bay. Next were the aerial forces responsible for creating disarray to the Alacrians' backline by dropping spells on them from above. Finally, there was us, the lances. The aerial forces lit up the foggy backdrop with their spells. One of them rained down motes of fire on the Alacrians, while another utilized the mist itself and formed the water droplets into sharp icicles. The cries and screams that were so jarring at first were beginning to blend in with the other background noises of battle. Seeing Vere's gaze as she studied the battlefield intently, I could almost see the burdens of their deaths weighing down on her shoulders. The battle continued for more than an hour before I finally lost it. "General Vere. Let me go down there too," I requested. "No, it's too soon," she replied, still gazing down at the battlefield. "Wait until after the other infantry divisions flank from both sides. That's when you'll go down." I was itching to go down there to feel useful. After the recent battles and losses, I needed a win. "It's okay, we'll have our time to contribute, Arthur," Sylvie comforted. "Besides, it looks like the tide of battle is in our favor." This was true. I had to admit that for how little experience our side had with large-scale battles, we were holding up fairly well. I could make out the vague outlines of formations from where we were standing. With three lines that interchanged positions constantly to give each other a break, our forces were able to maintain their intensity. Vere turned her piercing gaze to me. "You'll go in and target only their powerful mages. You will only be in the field for an hour at a time." I nodded in understanding. Vere and I were the only white core mages on this side. I couldn't be too tired in case a retainer or scythe, perhaps both, showed up. That was our most important duty. "Get ready," Vere instructed. I hopped on top of Sylvie's back, cladding myself in mana. Another horn trumpeted out in the distance, followed by another one on the other side of the bay. "Go," Vere ordered, "and don't die." I thought she was joking, but her severe expression said otherwise. Giving her a stern nod, Sylvie beat her powerful wings, sending gusts of wind below us. The two of us stayed low, barely hovering over the next line of soldiers charging forward until the ground changed to snow. Fight in human form and focus on helping our troops. I'll handle picking off the Alacrian mages, I sent to my bond as I jumped off her back. Got it. I don't sense any retainers or scythes, but be careful, Arthur. Always be careful, she replied before flying off to the side in her human form. I landed hard on the icy ground, spurring a cloud of frost. Behind me, I could hear the thunder of armored boots as our augmenter troops charged forward into battle. Ahead, I could already see our first wave of troops trying to withdraw. Much of the white field was covered in blood and corpses, and only more would come as the battle progressed. Withdrawing and imbuing Dawn's ballad in pale blue fire, I held my sword aloft for those behind me to see. For Dicathen, I roared, charging forward alongside the line of battle mages clad in armor and mana. Our strides kicked up more snow, obscuring our field of vision. Perhaps it was a good thing, since I wouldn't be distracted by the sight of my allies dying in the distance. On the other side were the Alacrians. Many of them were already bloody and sweaty from the wave before. It was odd seeing some soldiers clustered together while others were off by themselves. There were no front lines, no division of forces to utilize their specialized magic like I had expected. Casting aside my worries and doubts, I continued leading the charge with fervor, reinforcing confidence and morale into my comrades by cladding myself in lightning and fire. The charge forward may have been an awe-inspiring sight, but the clash was dreadful. I felt it just as much as I heard it. Metal shrieked and rang while men screamed in pain. The faint hum of magic was always present as both sides took damage from one another. The carefully formulated line consisting of augmenters quickly digressed into chaos amidst the snowy field. My first opponent fell instantaneously as he had approached, with a single slash from my sword. The following enemy soldiers fell just as quickly under my attacks, but it wasn't just me. The division of mages that had charged alongside me swiftly mowed down the average soldiers, a few only getting injured by the occasional lone mage that struck them by surprise. I felt uneasy once more, but I pushed the feelings aside. Hesitation was useless in a battle like this. With Dawn's ballad in one hand and a spell always ready in the other, I left a trail of Alacrian corpses with every unabated step. The first enemy mage that I found was by himself, surrounded by Dicathen soldiers on the ground. His shoulders were hunched forward and his entire body was terribly thin with a sickly pale tone. His hands were clad in tendrils of lightning. Our eyes locked and he peered into me like a starving wolf, desperate and deranged. I abandoned my curiousness and rushed forward. He was an enemy I needed to kill. The more of them I killed, the more allies I saved. I swung my free hand, conjuring a blade of ice clad in lightning. With the addition of wind manipulation, the crescent cut through the enemy mage's torso before he even had a chance to strike me with his lightning whips. Without batting an eye, I moved on to my next enemy. I tried to focus amidst the chaos of battle, tuning out the cries for help from allies and the high-pitched ring of metal on metal as weapons clashed. It was hard to ignore as enemy weapons cut through the flesh of our soldiers. Stains of pink from snow-mixed blood could be seen more often than white itself, and in some desperate places, the ground had turned into dark crimson. Severed arms still clutching onto weapons, chopped off legs, and split-open heads littered the battlefield as I ran around, targeting the flashes of magic that appeared in the distance. Had it not been for my previous life experiences and the adrenaline coursing through my veins, I would have knelt down and retched on more than one occasion. About an hour had passed, Sylvie and I regrouped and headed back to the camps where Vere waited. I could feel the grief and horror emanating from my bond, and my state of mind wasn't any better. The two of us were welcomed into the camps by soldiers applauding and cheering, but it only made it worse. Most of the same soldiers were injured, many unconscious. I couldn't help but think that, out of these dozens of soldiers, how many of their missing limbs had I run across out in this battlefield? Medics ran around carrying supplies, while the few emitters available in this particular camp were on the verge of backlash from overusing their mana. But despite all of the activity and noise around us, I felt like I was watching everything through a thick, foggy lens. "Good work," Vere said, patting me on the back. I mustered a nod before taking a seat below a tree on the far edge of the camp. Sylvie sat beside me and the two of us silently gathered ourselves. I wasn't tired. My mana reserves weren't drained despite the near 50 mages I had killed in that hour, but my body still felt heavy. It wasn't like fighting against the beast horde. These soldiers that I had killed were people that had families. Despite my brain screaming at me to not think about this, it was hard not to. The only small consolation I had was that I was just following my orders. It was that small difference that differentiated a soldier from a killer. I was just following orders. The day stretched on with the end of the battle nowhere in sight. During this time, more and more of our troops had arrived as support. Large formations of soldiers stood ready to charge at a notice down below near the shore. The campsites had become more and more packed with injured soldiers who were being patched up and carried away in carriages back to Ediston. During this time, Sylvie and I had gone down to the battlefield 4 times, and we were getting ready for our 5th run. "Are you okay, Arthur?" my bond asked, gripping my arm gently. "I'm hungry but feel nauseous just thinking about food," I replied quietly. "Let's get this over with," Sylvie nodded. "We're doing a good thing, though. We've saved hundreds, if not thousands of allies by taking down those mages." "I know, but it's just nothing," I sighed. Reading my thoughts, she said aloud, "Are you still thinking something is off about them?" "I do. I tried not to think about it because we're winning, but it's still on my mind. I haven't studied the Alacrians in depth or anything like that. But them, I said, gesturing out to the field. They're not the organized troops that Agrona had created, not in a way that I had imagined them, at least. Maybe the troops that we fought against before were elites, Sylvie replied. Maybe you're right, I sighed. Maybe I really had overestimated Agrona and the Alacrians. Despite all of the planning that they'd done over the years, the enemies were still trying to invade an entire continent. It's only normal for us to have this much of an advantage. That was when I overheard one of the injured soldiers talking. I whipped around and ran to the legless soldier lying on a table with a medic wrapping new gauze around his injuries. "What did you say?" I asked, terrifying the man. "GG General, my apologies, I shouldn't have said something so outrageous like that," he exclaimed, eyes wide with fear. "No, I just want to know what you said just now." "Something about freed. I just said that I felt a little bad for them," he answered, his voice dropping to a whisper. "One of the Alacrians, just before I killed him, begged me not to kill him. He said something about being granted freedom if he lives." "They would be granted freedom?" Sylvie echoed, turning to me with an expression of concern. "Do they enslave their soldiers?" Thoughts accelerated in my head as I processed and connected everything. How untrained the soldiers seemed. How spread apart their specialized mages were, the disunity amongst their troops that made them seem more like they were fighting a free-for-all, and even the lack of uniform and armor that helped them tell each other apart from their enemies. "They're not soldiers," I muttered, looking at Sylvie. "Those are just their prisoners." Sylvie's eyes widened in realization before asking the question that really mattered. "So then, where are their actual soldiers?" Chapter 232. Tainted Blood, ALDUANERLITH. I watched as Muriel gently stroked our daughter's hair, tucking in loose strands behind her ear while she slept soundly. Pale columns of moonlight enveloped the two of them, casting a serene atmosphere inside the quiet room. How long has it been since we were last together like this? I thought, too long to remember. We'd spent the better half of the night talking like a real family until Tesha finally fell asleep. She had grown so big, so beautifully. She was the spitting image of her mother, yet she had my stubbornness. And hearing her really talk about how she was doing and what her plans were for the future, it was what I needed. It reaffirmed my decision. I made my way towards the door, taking one last look at my two girls. Muriel looked up at me, giving me a determined gaze. Her eyes were lined with tears and her flushed cheeks could be seen even in this dimly lit room. She was gently holding Tesha's hand as she gave me a nod. Nodding back with a hardened expression, I stepped outside the room. I'd been in the castle for several years now, but never before had it felt so large and barren. The sconces lighting up the hallway flickered wildly as I passed, almost like they knew and were rebuking me. I only made it a few steps before I relented under the pressure weighing down on me. I leaned back against the wall for support as the tension grew in me, spreading through my face and limbs like a wildfire. The wave of panic didn't stop there. It merely came in erratic pulses, driving me mad as my mind imagined the consequences of what I was about to do. My breath came in stuttered gasps, and my heart hammered so fiercely against my chest that I feared my ribs would crack. The empty corridors tottered and spun with every little movement I made, rendering me to the floor. I buried my face in my knees, clutching at my hair with trembling hands as I thought back to the words spoken to me last night. It was Arthur's bond in her human form. Her demeanor was casual yet refined as she approached me. "What is it now?" I snarled, taking an involuntary step back. I knew exactly who it was. It was obvious just by the way she carried herself and the expression on her face that it wasn't actually Arthur's bond, it was Agrona. "How very curt of you, King Alduin," he replied. "I thought we were closer than that." "Close, I did what you asked, but my daughter still almost died out there on the field. If it wasn't for General Aya, if my soldiers purposely avoided her like some sort of plague, your daughter wouldn't be merely bruised by her own inadequacy," he interrupted, expressionless. "She'd be suspicious, and that isn't something you want." I grit my teeth in frustration. "Why are you here? I've done what you've asked. I smuggled in your men so that they could kill our prisoners." "I've come for a different matter, King Alduin," he said. It frustrated me more than anything else how relaxed he was. Currently, our sides are engaged on the western shore. For you, for your people, that means you've abandoned your kingdom. The emotional side of me wanted to lash out at him. How dare he come in here and talk as if he had nothing to do with it, but years as a political figure had trained me to keep silent and mask my expression. I wanted to hear from you, he continued without missing a beat. Where does your loyalty lie? What do you mean? Letting you kill prisoners that have no use is one matter, but if you're suggesting even the remote possibility that I betray my people, not betray your people. You already did that, he cut in. I'm asking if your loyalty lies with all of Dicathen, from the barren deserts of the Darv all the way to the outskirts of Sapin, whose men capture and sell your people as slaves even today, or your kingdom. I didn't answer. And that moment of hesitation was all he needed to know that I could be wavered. I will cease the attacks on all of your elven territory. As long as they do not attack any Alacrians, your people will be guaranteed safety along with you, your wife, and your troubled child. Our eyes remained locked as he waited for my answer. What do you want? I finally asked. Similar to last time, I need you to grant a few of my men access into the castle as well as Xyrus City. After staring blankly for a moment, I laughed. I laughed at an Usura that was capable of potentially wiping away my existence with a flick of his finger. But Agrona remained calm. He let me laugh and ridicule the very idea until my office was silent. Suddenly, he snapped his fingers as if he just remembered something. I forgot you always need that little extra push, King Alduin. How about this then? Your daughter will die if you don't. Not only will she die, she'll also most likely kill quite a few people around her in the process. What? Agrona tapped his sternum. You know those corrupted beasts that has caused so many problems for you. Well, just like them, your daughter's core is also poisoned. Anger flared up inside and I grabbed Agrona by the collar. What did you do to her? He laughed jarringly in the body of Arthur's bond. I didn't do anything. Ironic as it is, you can blame your daughter's boyfriend for this. It took me a moment to realize what he meant. It was the beast will of the Elderwood beast, the S-class beast that my daughter had assimilated with. My hands lost strength and I released Agrona before falling back onto my chair. I'd give you a demonstration, but that might put a little hiccup to our little plan. Besides, I think you know by now that I don't lie. I shook my head, trying to force the memories out of my head before continuing forward. I stopped in front of another room on the same floor. It was the room that was currently occupied by Arthur's mother and sister. A mixture of emotions rose in me as I stared at the closed door. I felt bad for them, I really did. The whole Leywin family served by helping the wall against the beast horde. What happened to Arthur's father was truly unfortunate, and I pushed adamantly for Trotius Flamesworth's imprisonment for his actions. However, I couldn't help but still blame the young Lance. All of these years, I had thought that meeting Arthur and being able to have close relations with him through my father and my daughter was a blessing. He was both a genius intellectually and in magical prowess on a level that couldn't be measured. On top of that, he had a bond with an Usura and actual deity, yet if it wasn't for Arthur, if he hadn't given Tesha that core. I rubbed my temples, letting out a sigh while continuing forward. There was no point in regretting now. My steps grew heavier the closer I got to the teleportation room. As if my boots were made of lead, I found myself stopping often. I looked back over my shoulders every few steps, guilt and fear dragging me down. The usual soldiers that stood guard on either side of the gate were absent as planned. It wasn't hard to do since the gate was shut off for security purposes soon after the lances in the castle were all sent to Ediston. Exerting mana throughout my body, I heaved open the thick iron doors. Taking one last look around in case anyone was nearby, I closed the doors behind me. The circular room appeared a lot larger now that it had been emptied, with the only real feature being a podium that held the control dock and an ancient stone ark riddled with runes that were incomprehensible even to this day. Without wasting any more time, I stepped onto the podium. My hands trembled as I raised them over the control panel, and for another second I hesitated. What I did now would change the entire course of this war, but for me, there was no other choice but this. Shutting my eyes, I pushed down on the panel. Immediately, I felt mana being sucked out of me, but I held firm until the runes began glowing. A pristine golden hue emanated out of the mysterious carvings before a multicolored light enveloped the inside of the ark to form the portal. The once quiet room was filled with a deep hum as the ancient relic came to life. Minutes passed as I stood, waiting for someone to arrive. "Where is he?" I whispered, running a trembling hand through my hair as I paced back and forth within the room. I continued cursing under my breath, doing anything to keep myself from thinking. I couldn't think. If I did, I would only doubt myself even more. No, I'm doing the right thing. For once, I'm doing what's in the best interest of my people, my people. Agrona wasn't wrong. Humans had been capturing both elves and dwarves for centuries. I had almost lost my own daughter to them. It didn't matter if Agrona won the war. It might even be better if he did. I shook my head. No, Agrona was still a demon, I can't forget that. but the humans had always had the upper hand. With my father taking the helm of leadership during this war, I thought that would have changed, but it hadn't. In fact, my father was the one who had abandoned a Lenoir in favor of the human kingdom. I would be the one to save it. With my actions now, I would keep my people safe. Looking down at my hands, I noticed that they were still trembling. Was I just lying to myself? Was I just trying to justify what I was about to do? It didn't matter. At the very least, I needed to save Tesha. What kind of father would I be if I couldn't keep my only daughter safe? Again, rage bubbled inside as I realized how my emotions have been toyed with by Agrona's words. He was right. Tesha was that final push I needed. A deep thrum snapped my attention towards the teleportation gate. They're here. Within the multicolored glow of the gate, a silhouette slowly came into view, focusing until an actual figure stepped through and arrived inside the circular room. "Are you the elf called Alduin?" The man spoke in a deep booming voice as two scarlet eyes peered down at me. Intimidating as they were, his eyes were almost pleasant compared to the two serrated horns casting a menacing shine. I straightened myself, trying to appear as tall as I could in front of this 7-foot giant that was twice my width at the shoulders. Yes. He held up a glass vial filled with a murky green liquid. Even without him saying, I knew exactly what it was. I stepped forward and made a grab for it, but stopped short when a smoky black flame erupted from him. I reeled back in fright before anger set in. "That's mine." Agrona and I had, his hand a blur. I found it closed around my neck. His grip became tighter and tighter, severing my breath as he lifted me off the ground. "Lord Agrona has shown mercy by lowering himself to communicate with a lesser like you." My body fought back instinctively. Mana circled my body and into my hands as I tried to pry open his grip, but I couldn't focus as my consciousness faded. Dark spots splashed across my blurring vision when he finally let go. Immediately, my body buckled forward as I heaved what little food I had consumed this morning. "This Commander Virion of yours does not suspect anything, correct?" I quickly nodded my head. "I told everyone that I'd be in charge of leading the evacuation of a Lenoir." "Then bring your blood to this room and exit through this portal," he stated. "I will have left the vial here by the time you return." My blood, what your people call family," he said impatiently. "Also bring Arthur Leywin's mother and sister along with you." I stood up. "What? Why?" His sharp gaze was all that was needed to drive home his point that this wasn't a negotiation. "Okay," I breathed, turning to leave. I pushed open the doors slightly, once more before taking a weary glance back at what could only be a retainer or even a scythe. I had brought a demon into the very home of this continent's leaders. Prying my eyes away from his looming figure, I stepped out of the teleportation room. "I'm sorry, Father." Chapter 233, Treason, Arthur Leywin. "We have our orders here, Lance Arthur," Vare stated with an icy glare. "We are to continue engaging against the Alacrian troops." I gnashed my teeth in frustration. "General Vare, even you've noticed by now that the enemies we're fighting against aren't the Alacrians' main force. They're disorganized, desperate, and a lot of them are even malnourished and downright ill." Vare stood firm, masking her emotions. "Are you forgetting that we are soldiers? It's not up to us to decide what we do with this information. I've already sent an update to General Baron and the Council. We will act according to their orders, but for now we will continue to do as we are told. Then let me and my bond go back to Ediston, no, the castle. I'll talk to Commander Virion and come up with a, wasn't the whole reason you're out here because you didn't want these responsibilities." The general cut me off. "You wanted to be a soldier because you didn't want to carry the burden of making decisions." My mouth opened, but no sound came out. She was right. I was the one that chose to be here, to fight mindlessly and not have the weight of other people's lives in my hands. With my neck tense and jaws clenched, I gave General Vare a stiff bow before turning to walk away. My thoughts wandered until I found myself back to the isolated area where I had set up camp. There, I spotted Sylvie replenishing her mana. She peeked open an eye, sensing I was near. "How did it go?" "Nothing's changed," I grumbled, sitting down on a large rock next to her. "We'll continue fighting them." "Well, prisoners or not, we still can't let them advance," Sylvie said with a wave of empathy. "But this," I gestured to the thousands upon thousands of soldiers below resting, and the thousands more out in the field fighting, "is overkill. We have way more troops than necessary if all we're up against are a horde of uncoordinated and desperate prisoners." "True," Sylvie agreed. She got up and stretched her human limbs before shooting me a glance. "So, what are we waiting for then?" I raised a brow. "What? Please, Arthur, I could read your thoughts even without our link." She rolled her eyes. "I know you've already decided to leave." Again, I found myself with an open mouth but with no words spilling out of them. Shaking my head, I gave my bond a smile and tousled her wheat-colored hair. "Then don't say I didn't warn you. We're technically committing treason by disobeying orders and leaving during a battle." Sylvie's body began glowing until her form shifted into that of a towering black dragon. Meth. This isn't the first time we're committing treason, and it probably won't be the last. I raised you so well, I chuckled, hopping onto my bond, my spirits lifted. I had lost a lot, but I still had those I dearly cherished. We shot up into the sky, clearing the hills that stretched out from the Eddiston Bay. Did you want to stop by Eddiston City before making our way to the castle? Sylvie asked. There's no point. Baron isn't the type to listen, especially to me, and the castle severed all links to the other teleportation gates. The only way to get inside is by flying directly there, so we don't have any time to lose. I had almost expected General Vere to come after us, but after the first 30 minutes had passed, I knew we were in the clear. In the meantime, I nodded on and off, struggling to stay awake as the peaceful and quiet journey continued. Scenes of my previous life began resurfacing like a vivid dream. Emotions that I had felt back then surfaced alongside the old memories. I remembered the feelings of confusion I had towards Lady Vera when I heard her talking about the rigged matches to that man in the uniform. A part of me had been angry at her for not trusting that I'd be able to win the matches by my own strength. Even as I had continued competing in the matches where my opponents withdrew immediately, I never confronted Lady Vera or asked any questions. Who was I to question my mentor's decisions? She had practically given me a new life, training me to the extent where not only could I make up for my impaired Kai Center, I had the opportunity to become king. While my pride had been hurt that Lady Vera hadn't trusted in my abilities enough to let me fight squarely, I had accepted the hollow victories until the day of the final rounds. I, along with every other contestant that had won their state's tournament, had traveled all the way to the capital of our country, Etheria, for the chance to become the next king. There was no consistent schedule for when the King's Crown competition would be held, though. It was purely at the discretion of the council, who would come to a vote when they thought the current king wasn't performing to their expectations. Some frequent reasons may be when the reigning king lost a paragon duel against another country, incurred a debilitating injury, or if he or she was simply getting too old. Our current king had lost an arm from the last paragon duel, which incited the current King's Crown competition. The victor would gain the opportunity to fight the current king, and if the challenger won, he or she would become the next king. If the king won, he would remain in his position until the winner of the next king's crown would challenge him. It was a vicious cycle that the council would put a king through if they deemed him unfit. Memories of Lady Vera and the group of trainers and doctors responsible for keeping me in top condition for the duration of this tournament flashed in my mind. I remembered all of us pushing through the crowds of spectators as everyone tried to make their way into the stadium. Once we had arrived at our assigned waiting area, I could feel the difference in atmosphere. I vividly remembered the palpable tension in our waiting area as some contestants stretched or warmed up while others meditated their Kai centers. The lingering pressure in the room had stemmed from the fact that, during the last stage of the King's Crown, it was legal for contestants to deal lethal blows to their opponents. All of the contestants, including myself, had known that they could die today. Lady Vera and the other trainers had done their best to keep me from thinking about that, keeping me focused through various exercises. I still remembered all of the contestants I had fought against, both young and old, small and large, every fighter at the top of their class. Most importantly to me, none of them had been bribed by Lady Vera to forfeit the match. I remembered trying to convince myself how great Lady Vera was. I had reasoned that she had purposely cleared the road of obstacles for me, not because she didn't trust in my abilities, but because she wanted me to be at my best for the final rounds. If only I had known then what that day would entail. I still thought to this day what I would have done differently if I had gone back to the past on that very day, if I had known the truth about Lady Vera. Arthur, Sylvie's voice pierced through my head, snapping me awake, just moments before she jerked her body to dodge a giant arc of lightning. Another arc of lightning soon shot at us from below, piercing through the clouds. By this time, both Sylvie and I knew who was responsible for this. Baron, I roared, amplifying my voice with mana as I jumped off of Sylvie. What is the meaning of this? A figure rose from the layer of clouds below us, along with several soldiers mounted on giant armored birds. You disobey direct orders and run away from battle, then ask the meaning of what I'm doing, Baron boomed, his voice emanating mana as well. While my orders remain verbal, I advise you to return to your post, Arthur. Verbal? It was Sylvie that replied, her husky voice laced with anger in her draconic form. You fire spells capable of destroying buildings at a lance and an usura. There was a moment of hesitation before Baron answered. We are at war, and your human bond has chosen to take orders rather than give them. I'm merely enforcing my duty to my subordinates. Enough, I snapped. You've received the updates from General Vere as well. The enemy forces that we're engaged with at the bay are all prisoners of Alacria. We need to reorganize our troops and scout for the enemy's main force before. Those decisions are up to me and the council to make. Baron interrupted, drawing in closer with his soldiers surrounding him. You were the one that forfeited the burden of responsibility. I gritted my teeth, frustrated more at myself than at Baron for all of this. It was true that I was the one to run away. Even now, I would hesitate to take a position of leadership, but I couldn't just stand by while I watched as we played right into Agrona's hand. Please stand aside. Don't waste your energy on this and let us go to the castle. I'll get Commander Virion's approval as soon as I arrive if that's what you want, I said, calming myself. Let's go, Sylve. The mounted soldiers fanned out, preparing their spells as Baron floated, aiming a lightning-clad hand directly at us. I assure you that this one won't miss, General Arthur. This is the last warning to get back to your post. What is with you and your brother always resorting to violence? I spat out, annoyed. With a rage-filled roar, Baron charged, his entire body engulfed in lightning. Bringing up Lucas might not have been the smartest choice, but it was too obvious that this show of power had less to do with me leaving my post, and more to do with proving he was superior to me. Cladding myself in mana as well, I utilized the moisture from the clouds below and conjured an arsenal of ice lances. Sylvie unleashed a beam of pure mana from her maw directly at Baron, while I launched the ice spears at the mounted soldiers. The formation broke easily as Baron's soldiers swerved to avoid my spell. Baron himself had to stop to defend against the wide cone of pure energy, giving us the brief window we were looking for. Sylvie, let's go. I sent to my bond. I grabbed a hold of her leg as she flew past me, and in a mere second we flew past Baron and his soldiers. Just when I thought we would get away, Baron launched his cape at us. It was a magic artifact, no doubt, because the cape soon dispersed into a large net composed of metal wires which he was able to control with his lightning. Human form now, I ordered. My bond's body shrunk to that of a little girl just as the net encompassed us. Sylvie immediately formed a barrier of mana around us, but that gave the other soldiers enough time to regroup. It was growing more and more frustrating trying to deal with them without actually hurting them. Are we allowed to hurt them yet? Sylvie asked impatiently while keeping the lightning net from closing in on us. The mounted soldiers released their spells as well, and their combined power was enough to put cracks in my bond's mana barrier. I nodded. Just don't kill them. Sylvie responded by conjuring dozens of mana arrows outside of her barrier and launching them at the soldiers while I manipulated the clouds below us. With a wave and arm, I withdrew Dawn's ballad and sliced through the lightning-charged metal net. With Baron distracted by the mana arrows, his artifact didn't stand a chance, and the two of us were free. As Sylvie toyed with the soldiers by launching a never-ending assault of mana arrows at them, I conjured a little present for Baron himself. Fashioning a compressed sphere of wind in my hand, I combined it with fire and lightning, creating a swirling blue fireball the size of Sylvie in her dragon form that crackled with trails of electricity. Baron retracted his net and was already preparing to defend against my attack when an unusual glitter of light in the distance attracted my attention. Everyone stopped what they were doing as we stared at the source of the red and black blaze miles away. We looked at one another in search of someone who knew what was going on, until a wave of shock and realization leaked onto me from my bond. I turned to Sylvie to see her eyes wide in horror. She turned to me and spoke aloud for everyone to hear. That's the castle. Chapter 234, Remembrance. Seth, report back to General Vere. She'll be in charge of the battle, Baron ordered, gesturing the soldier away. He turned to me and we locked gazes for a second before he nodded, saying to me, the rest of us will head straight to the castle. I nodded back and Sylvie transformed back into her dragon form before we immediately took off. Taking deep breaths, I tried to remain level-headed, trusting that Elder Hester, Elder Boond, and Virion were enough to deal with whoever had intruded. Those black and red flames billowing in the distance were an ominous sign that it was what I had feared, either a retainer or even a scythe. I steered my mind clear of the what-ifs by thinking up of a strategy upon entering. I tried not to think about my mom and sister, as well as Tess, who were supposed to be safe there. It'll be okay, Sylvie conveyed to me, but even she couldn't keep her worry from leaking onto me. I didn't respond and instead manipulated the wind around us, lessening the air resistance pulling Sylvie back. Whatever I needed to do to get us there even a second faster. I continued manipulating the wind, cycling mana through my body as well, preparing for battle as soon as possible. Taking a peek back, I could see Baron and the other mounted soldiers slowly trailing behind, but we didn't slow down. Please, everyone be okay, I prayed, until the castle was almost upon us. The barrier protecting the flying fortress from the sky had been destroyed, allowing the raging winds to fan the dark flames. Sylvie easily blasted a hole in the closed loading dock and we landed inside. Thankfully, the layer of mana I had enveloped myself in kept the harmful smoke from entering my lungs. Still, there was a thick blanket of black all throughout the loading dock. Let's go, I said to Sylvie, who had turned back to her human form. Taking no chances, I ignited the dragon will inside me. Under Realm Heart, my vision became monochrome, highlighting the ambient mana around me. With my enhanced vision and unparalleled mana acuity, it would be impossible for any enemies to sneak up on us even under the heavy smoke and fierce winds shrieking through the openings of the damaged castle. We spread out about 5 yards apart, our teamwork seamless through our bond, as we searched collapsed rooms and dark hallways of the lower floors. We inched through the fractured floors, sidestepping any debris that had been either dislodged from the walls or fallen from the ceiling. Crashes echoed from above and even around us, while the howling winds filling in the gaps of silence made it almost impossible to find any sign of live battle that we could assist in. The only thing we could do was search the premise carefully, taking it a step at a time. Over here, my bond conveyed from an adjacent room. Inside, I could see Sylvie on the ground, hunched over what seemed to be a person partly buried underneath a mountain of rubble. My chest immediately clenched and a wave of panic rose from my stomach until Sylvie reassured me that it wasn't anyone we knew. By the fine garment interwoven through thin layers of chainmail on the corpse's body, along with the wand just a few feet away, it was easy to deduce that this unfortunate victim was one of the few guards left here. I rubbed the bridge of my nose, embarrassed and frustrated at how fragile I was mentally. After taking a moment to compose myself, I inspected the corpse. Through Realm Heart, I was able to tell that the fallen mage had died by fire. With a flick of a wrist, I blew the rubble away to get a closer look at the corpse. "What the?" I muttered, lifting his clothes. "What is it?" I continued searching but couldn't find anything. "There aren't any burn marks." "He died from fire," she said aloud, surprised. Hearing another crash in the distance, I got up. "Come on, let's keep moving." The two of us continued down the hall, scouring every room in the lower floors, searching for anyone that might still be alive. All we had found were corpses, all burned to death with no apparent wounds to show for it. "I don't understand. Perhaps it's a fire that burns from the inside," Sylvie suggested. "It doesn't matter at this point. All we need to know is that our opponent uses a fire that doesn't actually burn the victims physically." I sent back, lifting a fallen wall in search of anyone that I might know. With the stairs nearly unusable from the destruction, the two of us climbed the levels of the castle through the various holes in the ceilings. Even with my Realm Heart physique able to spot nearly anything that normal eyes would miss, we were tense. Every corpse we came across, my chest squeezed in angst until we were able to verify it wasn't anyone we knew. After searching for several floors, Sylvie and I came across signs of a large battle. Intricate spears of stone jutted from the floor and walls, while earthen golems lay scattered on the ground like petrified knights. Yeah, I know, I interrupted, signaling for her to keep close. Because of the mana coalesced into the rock spears and conjured soldiers, it took a while to finally find the source responsible for all of this. I knelt down in front of the elderly dwarf, trying to find a pulse when he suddenly coughed. "Elder Boond," I exclaimed. I fashioned the ground beneath him into a chair, sitting him up so he didn't choke on his own blood. I turned to my bond. "Sylv, on it." My bond hunched down, laying her hands on my mentor's chest. A soft light emitted from her palms, absorbing through the dwarf's clothes and skin. After 10 painstaking minutes of life ether being transmitted into Elder Boond, we finally got another reaction. "Elder Boond, hey, come on, stay with me," I roused, patting his cheek as the dwarf furrowed his brows. "Arthur?" His eyes opened but shut back after a few seconds. "Yes, it's Arthur, what happened?" "Who did this to you?" He let out a pained groan. "You got us, get out of here, kid. Don't spout heroic crap like that, Boond," I snapped impatiently. "Tell me the situation. I need to know what we're going up against." Boond tugged on my mantle, pulling me close. "Listen, the council, it's finished. If you want to do something for Dicathen, you do so by staying alive." Okay. "I'll be careful, but to do that, I need to know what happened. Was it a retainer, a scythe? What sort of magic was used to put you in this state?" Feeling the strength in Boon's hand loosening, I turned to my bond. "Sylvie, what's happening?" "Why isn't he getting better?" Sylvie's arms trembled as beads of sweat dripped down from her face. I don't know, but I can't keep this up." I took a step back, inspecting the injured dwarf. Like all of the other corpses we had passed, his body was riddled with motes of red. The wisps of purple that had been emitted into his body by Sylvie were currently combating whatever fire spell that was eating away at his life, but the ether wasn't healing him. No, it was keeping the spell under control, but the fire spell looked like cancer cells multiplying and spreading fast. Unable to hold in my frustration, I let out a guttural scream while smashing a stone spike that Boond had conjured. Kneeling back down in front of the dying dwarf, I grabbed his hand. Once Sylvie stopped her healing magic, Boond would start dying again, and my bond knew that as well. Boond put his large hand over mine, squeezing it gently. It's okay." Prying open his eyes once more as if it took every ounce of strength to do so, Boond turned his gaze to Sylvie. "Little Ussura, can you keep this up for just another minute? I think that'll be enough to tell you what you need to know." My bond nodded, her brows furrowed in concentration. Ignoring the tears rolling down my cheeks, I pressed my forehead against Elder Boone's forehead. May you be at peace wherever you are. In this life and my previous one, the concept of religion had always eluded me. But as more of my loved ones died, whether that be Adam, my father, or Elder Boone, I found myself wishing that I was wrong. That there truly was an all-powerful God and an afterlife where everyone I knew would be at peace, waiting for the rest of us. At the very least, I hoped that they would meet a similar fate as me, reincarnated into a different world to live a new life. If that was the case, I hoped that they would be spared the memories of their past life. I'm sorry, Arthur, my bond whispered, putting a hand on my back. I shook my head. It's not your fault. After spending a few minutes conjuring an earthen tomb worthy of an individual such as Elder Boondamog Lanuid, the two of us moved on. My dwarven mentor had told me what little he knew about the opponent's power, the opponent being an actual scythe. Apparently, he wielded a smoky black fire that corrupted whatever it came in contact with. It seemed like another deviant, like the black metal spikes that Udo was able to conjure or the black poison that the witch was able to use. Whether a good thing or not, Elder Hester and Catherine had left for the wall before the scythe had infiltrated the castle. But Alduin and Muriel Iralith, along with Tesha and my family, were nowhere to be found when all of this had happened. It was somewhat of a relief that they weren't here, but another part of me was even more anxious. Questions rose in my head. If they did escape, where did they go? How did they know that they would be attacked? Or was their timely disappearance just a coincidence? I know it's hard, but you shouldn't think about all of that right now, my bond sent, conveying her worry. Take this one step at a time. We'll get through this together, Arthur. I gave her a terse nod. I didn't thank her, I didn't need to. I was grateful that she was with me throughout everything that I had gone through. I couldn't even imagine where I would be if I didn't have her, and she knew that. The idea of someone knowing almost every thought and emotion that crossed my mind would have been disconcerting to me if I didn't realize how grateful for it I was. Maybe it was just because it was Sylvie and not someone else, but I was thankful for the link that I had with her. Arthur, my bond called out. Yeah, I know, I saw the mana fluctuation in the near distance. Even without Realmheart, it'd be impossible not to sense the powerful auras clashing. Baron's currently engaging with the scythe, I deduced, seeing that the deviant magic was most present in the atmosphere. What should we do? I'm going in. Stay behind and cover me with mana shields. After receiving the okay from my bond, I withdrew Dawn's ballad from my dimension ring and coalesced mana through my limbs. I could feel the warmth as the runes running down my arms, legs, and back shined a golden hue. Strength filled every fiber of my body as I dug my heel into the floor. I knew that using Burst Step would strain my body, but with my experience fighting against Agrona's personal soldiers, I knew that I had to end it fast if I wanted any chance at winning. Okay. Go, Sylvie signaled, layering mana around my body. I willed the mana to flow down my legs, timed to the millisecond to maximize the burst of strength that I'd receive. The world blurred before me with that single mana-enhanced step, as my eyes and brain struggled to collect, translate, and sort the influx of images. If it wasn't for my reflexes heightened through the usage of internal lightning magic, I would be more likely to kill myself by running into a wall than actually hurt my enemy. Ignoring the searing pain that ate away at my lower body, I dashed forth, honing in on the towering scythe. It took me all I could to stop myself short. The jagged tip of my teal sword stood inches away from the scythe's throat. I could have killed him, I was so close, but I couldn't. I stared at the scythe, a flurry of emotions emerging as he looked down at me with an amused expression and spoke. You've grown. I heard Baron's voice scream at me from behind, but my ears weren't able to register what he was saying over the blood pounding in my ears. I tightened my grip around Dawn's ballad, unable to pry my eyes away from the piercing red glare of the scythe standing in front of me. From the two serrated horns curled underneath his ears, the same bloody cape that mirrored his bright red eyes, it was unmistakable. It was him. It was the same scythe that had killed Sylvia. Chapter 235, Wavering Pillar. In my mind flashed scenes over 10 years old when I had first met Sylvia. The few months we'd spent together had formed a bond between us that wouldn't usually be possible in that short period of time. Perhaps it was because it hadn't been that long since I had first come to this world, but to a grown man born into the body of an infant, Sylvia had become my solace. In front of her I could truly act like myself, and to her, even combining my age from both lives, I was still just a child to her. To this day, one of my biggest regrets was leaving Sylvia. I was young and weak then, but I still thought about it. What would have happened if I had stayed? Would Sylvia be alive today? Would she still be with me now? At first, I wanted nothing more than to get revenge for her. The message she had imparted onto me about enjoying this life did little to dampen the rage I felt towards the ones who were responsible for all of this. However, as more and more time passed, the thirst for vengeance had slowly quelled. I had lied to myself in the beginning, thinking I could do nothing about it because I was too weak, so I trained and trained. I went to school to train and learn, and I even went to Ephiatus to learn amongst the Usuras. However, being face to face with the one responsible for all of this that very night when Sylvia pushed me through that portal, I felt a stronger sense of guilt than anger. I was more angry at myself, for how little I thought about Sylvia these days than I was angry at the scythe in front of me now, the one responsible for Sylvia's death. "It's you," I seethed, doing everything I could to keep my hands steady. "That night you were the one that—" The next words froze in my mouth as I looked behind the scythe against the far wall. It was then that I realized in my spurt of anger, I didn't even see Virion, deathly pale and sprawled over a pile of rubble, and Baron, who was flitting in and out of consciousness beside him. "They're alive for now," the scythe spoke. I took another step forward, pressing Dawn's ballad closer against the scythe's pale gray throat. An aura of frost surrounded my blade along with compressed gales of wind and electricity as I fed more and more of my mana into my spell. The scythe remained unfazed as the elemental auras radiated from my weapon just below his sharp jaw, instead studying me with interest. "It's impressive to see you wielding mana to such a proficient degree, even if it was due to Lady Syl." He shifted slightly, dodging the elemental energy released from my blade with inhuman speed and precision. The castle rumbled once more in protest as its mana-reinforced walls cracked and splintered. "Don't you dare say her name," I growled, preparing to strike again. Tendrils of mana coiled around me, their intensity mirroring my emotions. The ground underneath me crumbled from the pressure as I swung once more. A teal arc flashed as I swung at breakneck speed. My opponent stood still though, letting my blade slice right through him, or so I thought. The gash that my sword had made through his neck smoldered in flames before closing the wound as if it didn't exist. Through Realmheart, I was able to tell that he was able to manipulate his black flames to such a high degree that he could become almost intangible. "Arthur," Sylvie called out through our telepathic link just arriving. "Sylve, help Virion," I ordered, my gaze shifting back and forth between Tesh's grandfather and the scythe just a few feet in front of me. "What about you?" "You can't beat him alone," she replied. "He's going to die if you leave him like that," I sent, continuing to attack him using not just my sword but every element I had in my arsenal. I launched blades of wind, arcs of lightning, blasts of blue flames, but none of them did anything. Thankfully, my bond heeded my words. After a moment of hesitation, she ran towards Virion and Baron. I did my part as well, at least stalling for time while my bond healed the two of them. I weaved both the ambient and my own mana around my hand to ignite an icy white flame. With the power and control I had gained from my white core, I unleashed the spell, freezing the scythe and everything else within 30 feet. The 7-foot-tall scythe, clad in gleaming black armor, stood encased in an ice tomb. His pose, even frozen, remained arrogant and nonchalant. Casting aside any doubt creeping from his attitude, I discharged a ray of lightning at our frozen opponent until the entire premise was covered in an icy mist. If it hadn't been for Realmheart, I wouldn't have been able to see the scythe strike directly at my face. Damn it, it didn't work, I cursed. Still, I was hopeful. Each fight against one of the retainers had left me and Sylvie almost dead. The fight against Yudo would have killed us if it hadn't been for the scythe, Saris. But this time was different. Even against a scythe, beings that were able to use the mana arts only Usuras from the Basilisk clans were able to do, I was capable of holding my own. Dodging the scythe's fireclad fist, however, made me realize that he seemed to be holding back. There was no time or leisure to think why, only that it was true and I had to capitalize on it. The world shifted from monochrome into its negative version as I ignited static void and time stopped. I ignored the painful stress caused by using this ability and repositioned myself so I was behind him. I knew this wasn't enough though. It didn't matter if he couldn't dodge my attack when he didn't need to. The mana particles in the atmosphere had all been colorless, unable to be used within the void of frozen time, but what did glow all around me were the motes of purple. Lady Meyer had told me that while I could sense ether due to my affinity for all four elements, I might never be able to consciously control them outside of borrowing the power of static void. Still, I tried. As crazy as it sounded, I called out to the floating specks of ether to help me somehow. I shouted, I pleaded, I prayed within the frozen realm, and just when I thought nothing would work, some of the particles began congregating around Dawn's ballad, coating its blade in a hue of purple. Afraid that this power would soon dissipate, I immediately released static void and swung my ether-clad blade. Despite stopping time, the scythe had little trouble knowing where I was, as if expecting that I would use static void. What he didn't expect, however, was that my next attack would be infused in ether. Dawn's ballad flashed in a purple crescent. The very fabric of space seemed to warp around my blade as it passed through the scythe, leaving a large, hollow gash. The scythe's look of indifference turned sour as he grunted in pain. He clasped his chest, which soon burst out blood. With that one attack, my mind swam and my arms felt heavy. A chilling pain radiated from my mana core, but I was able to lift my sword just in time to block a strike from a hand clad in black flames. The scythe gripped the blade of my sword in his blazing hand while his eyes lost all trace of leisure. I tried to pry my sword away from him to no avail. I didn't have the strength to use ether again, and even if I did, I wasn't confident that I could replicate what I had just done. The bright teal blade of my sword dulled as the black fire spread from the scythe's hand onto Dawn's ballad. "Arthur," Sylvie screamed in worry. She cast her vivum ether onto me, giving me strength, but it didn't matter. I couldn't do anything as the black flames enveloped my sword and shattered within the scythe's grasp. "That is for the injury," he said quietly, his voice dripping with anger. I stepped away, putting some distance between us as I gripped the broken hilt of my beloved sword. To my surprise, however, the scythe didn't pursue. Instead, he turned to where Sylvie, Baron, and Virion were. "Your ether arts aren't strong enough to heal their wounds yet, Lady Sylvie." "Shut up," I snapped, conjuring and condensing multiple layers of ice to craft a sword. "While I'm confident that I'll be able to defeat you, I fear this flying castle will collapse in the process of doing so," he stated, glancing sideways at me. "Relinquish this fortress and I will retrieve the sulfur currently eating away at their lives." My body tensed, unwilling to believe him. "You're just going to let us go?" I was confident to be able to hold my own against him with Sylvie, but not while Virion and Baron were here. "I have already completed my orders, and it has been a long time since a lesser managed to wound me." "Arthur. He's right, I can't heal them, and I used up a lot of strength earlier trying to save Elder Boond." Despite my bond's words, I didn't lower my guard. With Realm Heart still ignited and my sword poised to strike at the scythe, I asked him the question I had been too afraid to hear the answer to. "Are Princess Tesha Iralith, Alice Leywin, and Eleanor Leywin still alive?" The scythe revealed a smile that sent chills down my spine. "The princess, along with your mother and sister, are safe. You'll find out more later on if you choose to accept my offer." The ice sword dissipated in my hand while I released Realm Heart. My shoulders slumped from the weight of his words and my chest tightened. Every ounce of strength I had left was used to keep myself up on my feet instead of on my knees begging. My greatest fear had come true. I had never gotten close to anyone in my past life was for this reason. "Where are they? What have you done to them?" "It's not my place to tell you," he said as he made his way over to Virion and Baron. I flew in silence next to Sylvie, who was carrying Virion and Baron on her scaled back. The castle got smaller and smaller behind us as we headed back in defeat. "Arthur, your family is going to be okay," Sylvie consoled gently. I clenched my fists to keep them from trembling. "I have to save them, Sylv. No matter what, I can't let what happened to my father happen to them." "I know, we're going to do everything we can." We made camp in a remote area a few miles northeast of Ediston by the Seys River. I knew that if the sight of 2 lances and the very commander leading the war against the Alacrians were spotted in the state we were in, it would create mass panic. Getting to work, I built a fire and conjured a stone tent for us while Sylvie began healing Virion and Baron again. After about an hour or so, both of their breathing had become regular until they were simply asleep. Sylvie and I sat next to each other in front of the fire, lost in the flames' dance. It had been a long time since it had been this peaceful, yet I struggled to keep calm. Sitting, doing nothing, and waiting made me restless, but we were both at a loss. Neither of us said anything for a long time. The sun had set, with the fire our only source of light. I prodded at it with a stick, not because I had to, but because I would go crazy if I wasn't doing something. "What do we do now?" my bond asked quietly, reading my thoughts. "Find Tess, Ellie, and my mom," I answered. My bond turned to me, her bright topaz eyes reflecting the light from the fire. I could feel her uncertainty, and despite her best efforts in keeping her thoughts from leaking, I could hear the question she wanted to ask. "Is the war over?" There was a muddled mixture of emotions leaking from her, but she was doing everything she could from letting me know what those emotions were. A pained groan stirred our attentions, turning our heads back towards the tent. It was Virion. He rubbed his head for a moment before bolting up to his feet. A sinister aura enveloped him as his beast will ignited. "Virion, Virion." "It's okay," I consoled, holding up my arms. Disoriented, the commander took a moment to inspect our surroundings before finally realizing we weren't at the castle. What happened?" "The scythe," he gasped. "My son, Tesha Boond. We have to help them." I wrapped my arms around Virion, hugging him tight. He struggled, trying to break free from my grasp as he continued frantically telling me that we needed to go back. And once he had calmed down, Virion wept. The commander of this war and the very pillar of Dicathen broke down. I thought about Sylvie's unasked question as I embraced Virion, tears lining my eyes as well. If it wasn't over, it sure felt like it was. It felt like the Alacrians had won. Not only did it feel like they had won, it felt like Agrona had us practically running into the palm of his hand. I had been arrogant. What was a mere 2 mortal lifetimes of experience compared to an ancient Usura's lifetime of intellect and wisdom? Chapter 236, Darkening Gray, Grey. Here, Lady Vera took a seat beside me, opening a bottle of water before handing it to me. Drink this and try to calm down. I nodded before gulping down the clear liquid. Immediately, my worries, my jitters, and accumulated stresses faded. Is something wrong with the water? She asked, worried. And no, I was just so nervous that it went down the wrong pipe, I said, taking another gulp. Oh, I see. Good, keep drinking. You'll feel better after drinking all of that and doing some breathing exercises. At this point right now, it's best you keep your body in top shape. I stared blankly at Lady Vera, my sponsor, teacher, mentor, and someone akin to an older sister to me. She looked back, smiling in that confident manner that made you feel so safe being on her side. You're almost there, Gray. Just win one more duel and you'll be the heir apparent until you're of age to take on the title of king, she said, leaning in close. With your skill and talent, this tournament is only a stepping stone for greater things. You're right. I steeled myself, thinking back to Director Wilbeck. To this day, it enraged me how quickly her case had been closed despite the gravity of the situation. It made me suspect that something was going on, but in order to confirm this and get to the bottom of everything, I would need the authority of a king. Like Lady Vera said, this tournament was merely a stepping stone for me to become king and gain Etheria's backing to launch a full international investigation. I'd find whoever did this and use my full authority as king to make sure that they paid for her death. You know that my home country of Traden and Etheria have signed a treaty recently, but things have been shaky as with all new alliances. I have faith that you'll become a great king that truly bridges our two countries together, Gray. I looked at Lady Vera, hopeful. You really think so, even with my background? Your background is under the Warbridge family name just like mine, she chastised before her expression softened into a warm smile. I'll make sure no one doubts that. My chest tightened as tears threatened to surface. Swallowing and sitting up straight, I replied with newfound determination. Thank you. I won't let you down. Of course you won't. She placed a firm hand on my shoulder. You've guessed by now who your final opponent is going to be, right? My fists tightened. Of course. I know she's an old friend and you two grew up together, but don't forget that she threw away everything for this. Forget the rumors surrounding her. No one has forced her to fight, and with her powers no one can. Just as she finished speaking, Lady Vera's phone chimed. Hello, what? Okay, I'll be there soon, she said, her voice stern. Sorry, Gray, a business partner of mine is here and I need to go outside since he's not allowed in here. Be sure to finish that water and focus on calming yourself. I held up the water bottle. Don't worry, I'll be fine. With a tight nod, Lady Vera began speaking again to whoever was on the other side of the phone. As she reached for the door to exit my waiting room, the door swung open, surprising both of us. Watch it, Lady Vera growled at the janitor pulling a cleaning cart. The thin, bearded man dipped his head before stepping out of the way. My apologies. Clicking her tongue, she stepped forward to take a closer look at the man when apparently the person on the other line spoke again. I'll be right there. I want footage pulled up from all angles, she snapped as she strode away. The door closed behind the janitor who walked in, his head still lowered beneath his navy uniform cap. You really should be more careful, sir, I warned. There are a lot of important people in these halls that you don't want to accidentally anger. The janitor didn't speak. Instead, to my shock, he looked straight at me as he ripped off his thick, grizzled beard. What surprised me more was the fact that the janitor's face began to warp slightly to reveal a face that couldn't be more familiar. And Nick, the Janet, no, Nico clasped his palm over my mouth. Don't speak too loudly. His hand remained until I confirmed to him that I had calmed down. Wiping my mouth, I spoke to my friend that had been ignoring me for the past few months. Where have you been? You look terrible, that fake beard. Is it an altering artifact? Aren't those illegal? Nico ignored me as his eyes darted around the room. It only took a single glance to tell that these past few months had not been easy for him. His cheeks were sunken and his lips were cracked, showing how little he had cared for his health. We don't have much time before your match against Cecilia, he said, fumbling through the sanitation cart before pulling out a palm-sized device. I need you to listen to this right now. I pushed the device away. What is going on, Nico? I know you're worried about Cecilia, but you've been ignoring me for the past 4 months, and now you march in here right before my match and distract me like this. What are you trying to do? Please, he asked, desperation evident in his voice. Just listen. And so I did. Despite having less than an hour before my match against Cecilia, I put on the earbuds together with Nico and began listening. Is this Lady Vera? I asked, hearing her voice through the device. He urged me to continue listening, and so I did, and as the audio clips continued, it became harder and harder to listen. Bullshit, I spat, pulling the cords out of my ears. Plans to capture Cecilia during this tournament? What sort of sick joke are you playing at, Nico? It's not a joke, how could I ever joke about Cecilia? He urged, tears lining his tired eyes. I know Lady Vera has been good to you, but this is why, everything was for this day. Have you gone crazy these past few months? This is where I've been these past few months. Nico pulled up his uniform sleeves and pant legs, showing deep red scars that ran around his wrists and ankles. I've been locked up by our own Etherian embassy because I was trying to break her out of the government facility she's been held in. I've been starved and tortured, but I managed to escape. Since then I've been gathering evidence around Vera Warbridge to get you to help me. My eyes widened before I shook my head. No, you're lying, it makes no sense. First of all, why would Lady Vera need to take Cecilia? Traden and Etheria have an alliance now. That's specifically why they want it now, he explained impatiently. Whoever has control over Cecilia, or what the Tradens refer to her as the legacy, has control over the entire two governments. I was shaken by the familiar term. The legacy, that was what that man had called Cecilia as he was torturing me, but I never told Nico that. Okay, then how do I play into this? Why would Lady Vera need me specifically rather than any other Genius King candidate? Our government has been confining Cecilia for her own protection until she's officially crowned as a king. The only time she'll have to appear in public is during the tournaments, he responded immediately. And Lady Vera needed you because you're an orphan. There are strict rules to who can be allowed in the King's Crown tournaments, especially the final rounds. Lady Vera was only allowed in here because she's your legal guardian, something that can't happen with another candidate from an affluent family. I mulled over his words for a moment, lost in thought when suddenly, a knock on the door made both of us jolt up. Candidate Gray, I'm one of the facilitators here. Lady Vera Warbridge has asked for me to check up on you, a gruff voice sounded. I looked at Nico, who was panicking. He looked at me with wide eyes, his entire body trembling. I'm fine, please let her know that I don't want to be disturbed until it's time for the duel, I replied loudly. The facilitator acknowledged my words and dismissed himself, but the two of us waited a few more minutes. I peeked out the door to make sure no one was outside before turning back to Nico. Look, you're crazy, but it's obvious you've been through a lot. I'm not going to turn you in, so get out of here safely. Gray, Nico pleaded, clasping his hands over mine once more. I'm begging you, I was able to set up a plan with a few friends after I broke free a few weeks ago. Everything is in motion, but I need your help if we're going to escape with Cecilia. Escape with Cecilia, I echoed. Do you even hear yourself right now? We're competing against each other for the King's crown. You're telling me to throw that all away because you think that there's some sort of crazy conspiracy going on right now. I saw Cecilia's last fight. She's completely fine and healthy. Why, you don't know what the Warbridge family is going to do to Cecilia once they get their hands on her, he cried desperately while fumbling through his pockets. Look, I didn't want to show you this, but this has to prove it. I snatched the crumbled picture from his hands, skeptical of his words until I saw who was in the picture. While blurry and hastily taken, there was no doubt that it was Lady Vera talking with a man with a scar running down his face. Do you remember him? He's the one that tried to kidnap Cecilia, he said, pointing frantically at the blurred man. That can't be. No, it's not. Nico, this is too blurry to tell. I can't throw out everything I know of and believe in Lady Vera because of one blurry photo, I responded, handing the photo back to him. My hands trembled and my heart thrashed against my ribcage. I needed water. I fumbled with the cap of the clear bottle and took a large gulp. Instantly, I could feel myself calming down, feeling better, stronger, even and more clear-headed. Lady Vera was right. I needed to take care of my body by staying hydrated. Taking a deep breath, I turned to Nico. If any of what you said to me today is a lie, you could be sentenced to life in prison. As a friend, I'll pretend this never happened, but you're out of your mind if you want me to participate. Nico fell to his knees, looking up at me in desperation. Gray. Please, I'll help you, Headmaster Wilbeck and Cecilia, the way I've been trying to all this time by becoming king. I cut him off as I walked towards the door. Now if you'll excuse me. My match is about to start. The referee, a slim, middle-aged man with a well-trimmed gray beard, was dressed in a formal black suit. He kept his hands behind his back as he spoke sternly. Will the two finalists step up onto the stage? My footsteps echoed as I walked up the marble steps leading onto the square dueling platform, and I could hear her footsteps from the other side as well. The limited audience allowed to be witness to this event had been quieted and were anxiously waiting for the next representative of Etheria. Using the very breathing technique that Lady Vera had taught me, I calmed myself as I stepped up onto the reinforced platform. However, taking one look as my opponent and old friend came up as well, I couldn't help but shudder. The very air around her seemed to be filled with electricity as my skin tingled uncomfortably. An aura of pure Kai was visible and condensed so densely that I feared not even the sharpest blade could penetrate it. All it took was one glance to realize how outclassed I was. One glance and I knew that no one in this entire tournament but her ever had a chance to become the next king. Cecilia seemed to know that, as her gaze exuded confidence. She was paler than usual, more sickly, and the dark bags under her eyes showed how tired she was, but her demeanor still spoke of her arrogance. In honor of the competition, the two finalists will pay their respects to the reigning king of Etheria, King Ivan Kraft, the referee announced, gesturing towards the highest podium. I bowed deeply in the traditional manner that Lady Vera had taught me before turning back to my opponent. Cecilia, on the other hand, barely dipped her head before locking gazes with me. For a moment, time seemed to slow as we exchanged glances. Nico's words echoed in my mind, wavering my already diminished confidence. Nico had said from the beginning that Cecilia had been captured by our own government, but I couldn't believe him. Just from her attitude, Cecilia looked as if she'd chosen to leave him in order to pursue the route of a king, kind of like what I had done. The referee stepped between the two of us. Finalists. Show your respects to one another. He walked back and I bowed in respect. Respect I was never shown back as she kept her chin high and looked down at me. The referee ignored it and signaled for us to ready our weapons. I unsheathed my weapon, swiping the sword deftly through the air before pointing its gleaming tip directly at Cecilia. I couldn't afford to lose focus. She was another opponent I had to defeat. Cecilia's expression remained unchanged as she elegantly raised an empty hand. In that hand formed a Kai weapon in the shape of a rapier. Unlike other Kai weapons that I had seen, however, its manifestation was near-instant and flawless in detail. I could hear stifled gasps and murmurs from the audience from just this display. The referee maintained his professionalism by displaying no change in attitude before signaling the technicians to raise the Kai barrier. As soon as the translucent dome soon fully encased the arena, the referee swung down his hand. Let the duel commence. Throwing aside the hesitation clouding my mind, I burst forward, brandishing my Kai-clad sword. Years of training with Lady Vera had strengthened my Kai pool to an extent that I thought wasn't powerful enough. While I still staggered just below the average practitioner, with my powerful instincts and sharp reflexes, I was able to utilize every drop of Kai I had in my arsenal. Those same reflexes made me stop mid-dash. Every fiber in my body screamed at me not to get any closer to Cecilia as she remained unmoving. I felt a bead of sweat roll down the side of my face as I switched tactics, choosing instead to carefully circle around her. Two things happened near instantaneously. First, a grimace crossed Cecilia's pale face. Second, she released a flurry of piercing Kai strikes with one stroke. My eyes widened in shock at the sheer ridiculousness of it all. This wasn't some fairy tale or fantasy game, but real life. Still, gathering my wits, I managed to weave through the barrage of long-range energy strikes. My legs carried me through Cecilia's casual onslaught as scores of piercing strikes launched from her Kai weapon until I was in range to strike as well. I feinted a downward strike before pivoting and spinning behind her, catching Cecilia behind her knees. The attack that was supposed to buckle her and send her to the ground, however, sent a sharp wave of pain down my body instead. Weak, Cecilia muttered under her breath. I refused to let that get to me. Repositioning myself, I struck Cecilia with a quick set of sweeping attacks faster than the eye could follow. But none of them could make a dent in the thick shroud of Kai enveloping her tiny body. Cecilia responded, stabbing her translucent rapier down at my feet. The attack was easy enough to avoid, but what followed was the reinforced ground shattering from the impact of Cecilia's strike. Seriously, how is this even fair? I cursed, trying to escape the cloud of debris formed around us. Before I could react, a hand grabbed my wrist and anchored me in place with a strength that seemed nearly impossible for such a small body. Is this all that you've amounted to even with all of the training you received? Cecilia taunted, practically sighing in disappointment. Shut it, I spat, jerking my hand free from her grasp. Nico's statements about Cecilia being held against her will and being forced to compete sounded more and more like bullshit as the duel continued. Her attitude was just like those candidates from affluent families, haughty and arrogant. I moved away from the dissipating cloud of debris with rapid steps, just in time to duck under a blast of pure Kai. The barrier surrounding the dueling arena trembled from the impact, widening the eyes of the referee that remained close by. Moments later, Cecilia shot forward, both hands gripping her Kai weapon that was poised to strike. I dodged her first piercing blow, but the aura surrounding her Kai weapon was sharp enough to draw blood on my neck. Cecilia moved in a flurry, her glowing blade turning into an indistinguishable blur of light as she recklessly attacked me. My first few attempts at parrying her Kai weapon resulted in chips forming on my blade, and that was with me reinforcing my weapon with Kai. I ducked, spun, weaved, and pivoted at a speed that only I could pull off with such accuracy and timing. Her attacks are monstrously strong and fast, but her swordplay wasn't on the same level as mine. Suddenly, Cecilia's weapon blinked out of sight as she positioned her now empty palm directly at my face. Once again, my body screamed at me that I was in danger, and I reacted by grabbing her outstretched arm and pulling it away while leveraging it to position myself to her side. Just in time, a cone of glowing energy was released from Cecilia's open palm, right where I once stood. Can all you do is dodge and run away, she said, her voice apathetic. Cecilia's kai-clad elbow struck directly at my sternum, launching me several feet off the ground and knocking the wind out of me. Before I could even hope to get back up to my feet, I spotted Cecilia sprinting towards me with her newly formed kai weapon ready. I desperately tried to reach for my sword, but it was a few inches out of reach. Still, I struggled, trying to claw at the ground to drag my aching body to my only chance at coming out of this alive. It was too late as Cecilia's shadow swept over me and I spotted the glimmer of her weapon. There was nothing more I could do except close my eyes and wait as I was defeated or in the worst case killed. However, the pain never came. Cecilia's kai sword buried itself into the ground, inches away from my face, and the impact once again destroyed the reinforced ground beneath me. My opponent smiled, her face close to mine. That's once that you would have died. Enough, I yelled. Grabbing hold of my sword that had fallen into reach, I struck Cecilia at her waist using every ounce of kai I could muster at the moment. My blade couldn't cut through the protective shroud of kai wrapped around her body, but the force did manage to push her away from me. Cecilia twisted her body, landing nimbly on her feet with a smirk on her face. She was no longer the friend I had grown up with. Nico really was delusional, thinking that everything was forced onto her by the government. I gripped the sword in my right hand, withdrawing the kai that had been protecting my body. If I wanted to defeat her, I wouldn't be able to do so by wasting my precious kai on defense. Noticing this, Cecilia withdrew her weapon, letting the glowing rapier fizzle out of existence. She got into an offensive stance and gestured for me to come. She didn't say anything but didn't need to. She didn't even see me as a threat, igniting in me an anger with newfound determination to defeat her at all cost. Letting out a roar, I imbued kai to my legs in explosive pulses, matching it to my stride. I reached her in 3 steps at a speed that even caught her by surprise. I swung my sword upward, hoping to at least throw her off balance, but Cecilia stood still and let her kai barrier soak up the brunt of my attack. Her hand, coated in a thick layer of kai, actually managed to grip down on the sharp edges of my reinforced blade. She pulled on the sword, pulling me along with it, and slapped me across the face with the back of her hand. I had managed to protect my face at the last minute, but I was still sent tumbling on the ground and my vision swam. Getting back up on my feet, I was immediately met with a barrage of attacks from Cecilia as she swung my own sword at me. My trainer was right. You two were dead weights holding me down, especially Nico, she whispered. I'm glad I managed to get rid of you both. The mention of Nico's name brought forth another explosive wave of anger. Despite how crazy his conclusions had been, he had done everything because he cared about Cecilia, loved her. For her to spit on those emotions made me mad, despite all of the accusations he had spouted towards Lady Vera. Shut up, I roared. Enveloping my hand in kai, I sidestepped her next downward slash, the end of her attack pattern, and parried the blade so it would get buried in the ground. Even with my chipped sword, the kai she had imbued around it was a strong enough attack to split the reinforced ground and get stuck. I immediately followed up, delivering a powerful punch across her jaw and another just below her ribs. My knuckles felt like they had hit a concrete wall, but I managed to make Cecilia stagger for just a split moment. That moment was enough for me to pry my sword out. At that exact moment, an explosion resounded around the arena, surrounding the entire dueling platform in clouds of dust and debris. I noticed the translucent barrier surrounding the dueling arena quiver before disappearing as screams and shouts of surprise filled the area. I stood still for a moment, confused at the turn of events until a flicker of movement out of the corner of my eyes. This duel is over, she cried out as she dashed towards me. She let loose a flurry of swings with her newly formed kai weapon, unleashing sharp crescents of energy. The attacks bombarded the ground around me, raising even more dust and debris in the already chaotic situation unfolding. However, I remained focused, wanting to end this duel just as much as she did. Gripping my sword with both hands, I infused the remaining kai I had left into its blade and prayed for it to endure one more attack. Within the smokescreen of dust obscuring my vision, I managed to spot the faint shadow of Cecilia midair. Her plan to use those flashy attacks to obstruct my view of her might have worked on most, but my sharp senses and instincts allowed me to guess her next move. I let out a primal roar, raising my sword and driving its sharpened tip straight into Cecilia's shadowed figure with all of my might, clenching my jaw for the impact to come. Yet the recoil I had expected from clashing with her protective shroud never came. Instead, I watched as my sword slid itself deep into Cecilia's chest and cum stained red out of her back. I felt her weight falling into me, the warm viscous fluid spilling down my hands and down my arms. They wouldn't let me kill myself. I'm sorry. This was the only way, Cecilia mustered, her breath ragged. I let go of my sword, my hands trembling fiercely. Why how? As long as I live, Nico will be imprisoned, used against me. I stumbled back and Cecilia fell on top of me. To my horror, the blade sunk deeper into her and she let out a pained gasp. And no, this can't be, I sputtered, unable to even form the rest of the sentence as I choked back sobs forming in my throat. The dust from Cecilia's last attack and the explosion around the arena had dissipated as I continued clutching Cecilia. Despite all of the action movies I had seen at the orphanage of the main character dying dramatically, Cecilia's death was nowhere near the same. She simply stopped breathing and fell limp, that was it. No, how? What have you done? Lady Vera's voice screamed out from the side. I turned my head towards the sound of the voice, more out of instinct than as an actual response. To my left were two figures, one male and one female. Both were in military armor, faces covered behind cloth masks. However, the male had taken off the goggles covering his eyes, revealing two different colored eyes. Perhaps if it had been under any other situation, I would have reacted differently. I had found one of the men responsible for Headmaster Wilbeck's death. I had also just heard Lady Vera's unmistakable voice behind the mask of the female assailant beside him. Nico had been right, but that didn't matter to me right now. I had killed a friend. No, I had killed the woman my best friend loved. The world turned silent as I stared blankly as the assassin with a scarred brown eye and a green eye pulled Lady Vera away and escape. I watched as the referee and the judges frantically made their way towards us while guards ran around, trying to control the mayhem. And from the corner of my eyes, near the very entrance I had come from, I witnessed Nico as his expression crumpled into that of horror and despair. Chapter 237, Expired Arrangement. Arthur Leywin. Long after the sun had set and night crept in, bringing a bitter chill along with it, I sat mindlessly by the fire. Above me, the stars that seemed the same in my previous world and this world glimmered like crystal dust across the horizon. Virion, like a feeble infant, had fallen back asleep after crying. His body was in a severely weakened state, and his mana core had been on the cusp of shattering. Baron still hadn't woken up, his injuries from the scythe much more severe than I had originally expected. Hours must have passed since I last moved from my seat as my whirling vortex of thoughts digressed into an empty void. After the anger had fizzled out, the plans to save my family and Tess, the plans for revenge and justice had all faded. So I sat on the ground, running my fingers idly through the soft dirt beneath me, no idea where to go from here. The Alacrians now had control over the castle and with it, the controls to the teleportation gates throughout the continent. It didn't take a genius to guess that they would plan on taking Zyra City next before slowly wiping away the forces of Dicathen. With Virion in the state he was in right now, our side didn't even have a leader. The lances were scattered, and it was only a matter of time before they would be picked off one at a time, until Dicathen had no hope of ever retaliating. The crunch of leaves drew my attention behind me. Sylvie had come out from the earthen shelter I had conjured, but one glance was all it took for me to realize that my bond wasn't who she appeared to be. "Let's take a walk, shall we?" she said, and her voice was the same, but the cadence and pitch were all off. My heart quickened and I found myself trembling with rage, but I wordlessly followed. For 5 minutes we walked, accompanied only by the snapping of twigs and the crush of foliage under our feet. A flurry of emotions passed through me as I stared at the back of the one responsible for all of the deaths and misery our people had to endure. My mind raced to think of something to say, to think of something to do. Hugh, Sylvie breathed, taking a seat on a fallen log. Controlling this body even for simple things like walking is hard work. I stared at the leader of the Vritra clan and ruler of Alacria and fell to my knees in front of him. Agrona furrowed his brows, contorting Sylvie's face into an expression of surprise and frustration before he quickly relaxed. "My, what an unexpected turn of events," he said as I lowered my gaze to the ground beneath him. "Has the hero and once mighty king admitted defeat?" "Agrona," I said through gritted teeth, "you've made your point, please let Tesha and my family go." "Why?" I dug my fingers into the dirt. "Because I accept your deal. I'll remove myself from this war." A chortle made me look up, only to see Sylvie cackling while covering her mouth. "You think our deal still stands, Gray? You were the only unpredictable variable that had even the slightest chance in hindering me, but as you said so yourself, I've made my point. Even you, with all of your inherent gifts and advantages, only amounted to this much." Sylvie's eyes, laced in displeasure, stared down at me. "The very fact that you haven't even told your bond that I'm able to possess her body tells me that even from the very beginning you were always expecting to lose." "Then what? What do you want?" I demanded. "Why did you appear in front of me again? Again asking questions I have no obligation to answer." Despite his casual words, his expression was knitted in what seemed like worry. "I don't expect to have the pleasure of meeting like this again, so, goodbye." I scrambled to my feet. "W8, what about my," and like that, Sylvie slumped back unconscious. Screaming in resentment, I slammed a monoclad fist into the ground, waking the forest and its inhabitants. "Arthur," Sylvie called, weary and disoriented. What's going on? I let the mental barrier that I had grown increasingly better at fortifying fall, allowing my bond to read my thoughts and memories unabated. Still, I made it a point to tell her the truth verbally. Ever since you broke the seal that Sylvia had placed on you, Agrona was able to take over your consciousness for short periods of time. I watched as Sylvie's skin paled and her expression distorted into disgust. Her mouth opened as if to ask me a question, then closed because she had found the answer in my mind. I'm sorry I didn't tell you. Sylvie walked up to me, her thoughts and emotions blocked, and slapped me across the cheek. My head whipped to the side at the force strong enough to break a normal person's neck. There, we're even now, she muttered before wrapping her arms around my waist and burying her head in my chest. The tears that hadn't even fallen, while Virion mourned for his family, spilled down my cheeks as my body trembled. I gripped my bond back tightly, afraid to lose her as well. I had not only lost, but I had also begged to my enemy on bent knees. Sylvie knew the anger, guilt, sorrow, and humiliation tearing apart my insides, and the very fact that she knew and accepted them was enough for me to move on. Biting my lip until I could taste a warm, metallic bitterness, I cried silently, the crystal dust above us shaky and blurred. Sylvie and I had eventually returned to our camp later that night. The two of us stayed together outside, guarding the shelter that Baron and Virion were sleeping in. At one point, I must have fallen asleep because Sylvie sent a sharp mental probe, telling me to wake up. My eyes snapped open and I got up, only to see Virion and Baron having a heated argument while Sylvie put herself between them. We have to go back, our troops need us, Commander, Baron growled, struggling to stay up on his own 2 feet. And do what? It's too late, Virion snapped, leaning against the earthen tent for support. His eyes turned towards me, noticing that I was awake. Good, Arthur, we should get ready to leave. Leave where? I asked, confused. Our commander says that the war is lost, Baron retorted. Most likely the injury from fighting the scythe had rendered him incapable of leading. Virion cast a harsh look at the lance before speaking. The war is lost. With the castle in their hands, they have access to all the teleportation gates throughout the continent. It's only a matter of time before they're able to figure out how to fully control it. So what did you have in mind? I asked Virion. Virion's knees buckled, toppling forward until Sylvie caught him. Thank you, he said to my bond before turning to me. Camus, Boone, Hester, and I, along with a few other trusted friends, constructed a shelter to take refuge just in case disaster fell, although no one would have expected an outcome like this. The thought of Elder Boone sent a sharp pain through my chest, but I swallowed it. Where is it? You can't be serious, Baron interrupted. You are a lance, we have a duty to uphold for our people. Are we going to abandon them and leave them all to die by the Alacrians? We're not abandoning anyone, Virion snarled, his patience wearing thin. But going back into battle and risking the death of myself and any of you three would leave no hope for the future. The future, my bond echoed. Yes, the future. We need to recoup if we ever want a chance to take back Dicathen, Virion continued. Baron's shoulders slumped and for the first time the lance seemed fragile and vulnerable. So, there's nothing we can do right now to win this war. Our best chance is for us to stay alive and gather the lances, Virion replied, looking sincerely pained. What do you think we should do? Sylvie asked, knowing that my thoughts were still filled with Tesha and my family. I let out a sigh before staring at the two of them with a hardened gaze. Sylvie and I will take the two of you to wherever this secret shelter is, but after that we're going to look for my mom, my sister, and Tess. Arthur. There was a tangible distance in Virion's voice as he said my name, a hollow and almost pained sound. I shook my head, holding up my hand. On my middle finger was a plain silver ring that Vincent had given me and my mom. This is an artifact connected with a ring that my mother has. It's my only hope and I can't leave her knowing that there's still a chance she's alive. I had kept it off during the war, but through the connection between the two rings and the fact that she and my sister both had the Phoenix Worm pendant, it was possible. And that the ring hadn't activated because she was still alive, not because she had taken it off. I'll direct Dicathians that I meet back to the shelter during my search, but I need to do this, I finished. I understand, Virion whispered, closing his eyes. Quietly I got to work, destroying the earthen shelter and erasing all signs that we had ever stopped here to rest. So, where is this shelter, Commander Virion? Baron asked. Virion used a nearby twig to draw a rough map of Dicathen, indicating our position with a circle. The refuge that we had found is near the southern coast of the Kingdom of Darv, just along the Grand Mountains. Found, I cut in. I thought you said you and the elders had built it. Most of what seemed like a man-made cave already existed. We just built on top of it and hid it more thoroughly, he added. Well, how are we going to traverse the near 1,000 miles it'll take to reach this shelter? We can't fly, it's too dangerous, Baron noted. You're right, and it'll be just as risky to try and take a teleportation gate to a city within Darv. Should we wait until nightfall? How about this, I suggested, drawing a jagged line running through Sapin. We're about an hour hike away from the Seis River that flows all the way down through Darv and into the ocean. We'll take the river down until nightfall and travel the rest by sky. There are cities built along the Seis though, Sylvie countered. Won't we be a bit noticeable traveling on the water? Who said anything about on the water? This is fascinating, Virion marveled as we watched various aquatic animals and mana beasts pass by from the top of Sylvie's back. We surged through the water, away from discerning eyes. While I concentrated on the multiple layers of spells I had to continually manage in order to make all of this possible. I had to create 2 pockets of air, one over Sylvie's back to allow Virion, Baron, and I to breathe and stay dry, and another encompassing Sylvie's large draconic head. While we weren't submerged deep enough to have to worry too much about the water pressure, it did mean that keeping the air pockets stable was quite a bit harder. With the aid of water magic to push us faster and a fin made of mana that Sylvie had fashioned at the end of her tail, we were making great distance. Virion was able to take this new mode of transportation in stride, but the same couldn't be said for Baron. The poor Lance had latched himself so tightly onto Sylvie's back that, even through her tough scales, she complained to me about the pain. How did you even think of such an idea as traveling underwater? Virion asked, twisting left and right to see all around him. For a moment I was able to see the old Virion that I had grown up with back when I had first shown up in a Lenoir with Tesha. Did you forget that I'm pretty smart? I asked, avoiding his question. We stayed fairly deep in the water except for the times that we had to replenish our air pockets. After the initial amazement had worn off, the 4 of us traveled in silence, brooding in our own minds with little desire to converse. Sylvie and I still conversed telepathically, but even those conversations dwindled as each of us succumbed to our own thoughts of the bleak future. The water around us began to darken as the sun fell, indicating to us that we'd be able to resurface soon. Without taking a break, the 4 of us launched out of the lake and into the purple and deep blue sky. Will you be okay flying with them on your back? I asked Sylvie, jumping off of her back. Virion and Baron were both still barely able to use mana after their fight against the scythe. I'll manage, she replied, beating her powerful wings to accelerate. I followed alongside them, flying on my own to lessen her burden. I watched as the land below us began turning into the desert as we crossed the border into Darv. I took one last look back, trying not to think about the battles going on and the chaos spreading for our troops as they were left without their commander. Chapter 238, Hidden in Sand. Here. We have to land here, Virion cried out as we hovered over the vast deserts of Darv. There's nothing here though, Baron argued, his head turning left and right. Even I looked around, shielding my eyes from the sharp gusts of wind, but below were just a few odd boulders and lots of sand. Back when we had been flying above the clouds, it was easy to spot our relative location using the various peaks of the Grand Mountains as our compass. But now it was impossible to see the range of mountains because of the thick sand-carrying winds. Sylvie descended and I followed behind them until we landed on the soft ground. Flying through that was tough, Sylvie muttered after switching to her human form. She wore all black like she usually did, but her scales had turned her outfit into a thick shawl that covered most of her face and body to combat the harsh winds. You did well, Lady Sylvie, Virion said as I quickly covered his body in a thick layer of mana. Most aerial mana beasts can't last against the winds this far south. Well, I'm not a mana beast, Sylvie rebutted with a raised brow. My apologies, Virion replied. Come on, let's find this refuge of yours, I said to him, gesturing for him to take the lid. Virion pointed at a tall boulder that looked almost like an ancient column of some sort. We have to head over there. That thing, Baron pointed, his expression muddled with confusion. It's a bit conspicuous for a top-secret refuge shelter, isn't it? That thing isn't the shelter, it's the landmark Boone had to make to keep track of the shelter's location, Virion corrected, walking forward. The rest of us followed towards the giant pillar that was riddled with scars from the sand-infused winds that were so prevalent here. We start from here, Virion stated, pointing to a deep gash in the center of the pillar. With your heel against the pillar, we take 35,651 steps forward. Baron, Sylvie, and I exchanged glances before looking back to Virion. Really? This is the only way to find the shelter? For now, yes, Virion answered. The shelter itself branches off into various tunnels that haven't been explored though, so I'm hoping that more entrances can pop up. Sylvie nodded in agreement. If this is the only way to get to the shelter, it'll be almost impossible to bring normal civilians here discreetly. Virion let out a sigh with downcast eyes. For him, this shelter was most likely his last chance in having any hope at redemption against the Alacrians. If this plan only amounted to us and a few others being able to make it to the shelter, there was no point. Well, we've come all this way. Let's go to this shelter first before we come to any conclusions, I interjected, putting on the most confident expression that I could muster. And so we began our trek through the desert. Unable to fly or use any shortcuts with magic, Virion was forced to walk heel to toe while I kept count. It was a rough journey that usually would have taken days of preparation to even try. However, in a group with 2 lances, a silver core mage, and an Usura, we were able to get by. Fresh water that would have been impossible to come by was extracted from the clouds every so often to replenish ourselves, and our near-bottomless pit of mana was able to keep us safe from the cold desert air and sharp winds. "I can take over from here, Commander," Baron said on step 10,968. "No, your foot sizes are different," I cut in. "It'll throw us off." Baron shot me a quick glare in response to my curt interjection, but I ignored him and signaled Virion to continue walking. We traveled in silence, and with my concentration solely focused on Virion, even Sylvie blocked her mental link so she wouldn't have to hear me monotonously counting numbers in my head. Our journey was a long and tedious one, but the counting helped my mind from wandering and overthinking. I focused on keeping track of our steps, slowing my pace to be just behind Virion's heel-to-toe gait. We did stop every now and then so that Virion and Baron could stretch and rest. The two were still recovering, and while their bodies had healed, the trek through the sands were still taxing for the two of them. With our feet sinking almost shin-deep with every step, it took a lot more strength to walk here than it did on flat ground. Sylvie checked the state of their damaged mana cores every now and then to make sure they were okay, but it seemed like the only way they'd be able to recover would be by giving them time to rest. Virion had come to terms with his injuries, but I would hear Baron grunt in frustration every now and then after failing to use mana to the degree that he had grown used to. Virion could barely even coat his fist in mana, while Baron was only able to shroud his body. Neither of them were able to utilize elemental magic. After another 10,000 steps had gone by, I noticed that Virion had gotten slower. Looking up, I noticed that his body was shivering. "Virion," I called out, gripping his arm. I immediately sent a wave of heat, and I could see blood rushing back to his pale face. "Let me know when you're getting cold." Thank you," he replied with a weary smile. "And don't worry, I'm okay." I watched as he walked on. His once broad shoulders seemed so narrow and weak as he hunched forward. For the first time, Virion actually appeared. Old. We continued marching through the desert, illuminated softly by the pale moon and stars. Afraid to even cast a light in the off chance that a scythe or retainer was nearby, we walked in darkness for hours on end until finally I had reached the last number. "We're here," I announced skeptically. Around us was only sand as far as my mana-enhanced vision could see. Baron, Sylvie, and I all looked at Virion. Our commander was bent down, sweeping his arm that was holding a white pentagonal medallion etched with designs that I couldn't make out from this far. "What is that?" I asked, curious. "I'm not sure exactly what it is, but we found several of these inside the castle when we first discovered it. It seems to be a relic from the wise mages of the past," Virion answered, not taking his eyes off the sandy ground. Baron let out a gasp. "You mean the same ancient mages that had built both the floating city of Xyrus as well as the castle?" Virion nodded as he continued to walk in circles, waving the white medallion in his hand as if it were a magnifying glass. I raised a brow at Baron's unusual tone of admiration but said nothing. I'd heard about the ancient mages now and again. Much of the previous artifacts that helped the Dicathen civilization grow came from the ancient mages. It's safe to say that without the teleportation gates and the mana-rich atmosphere of the floating city of Xyrus, much of Dicathen's lands would have been untamed. Across my readings back when I was a child in this world, artificers and researchers all believed that the ancient mages had either discovered the technology to transport themselves to another world, or had wiped themselves off the face of the world while conducting a large-scale experiment of some sort. Based on the lack of evidence that suggested either of these two things, it seemed that the researchers of Dicathen had more or less given up on finding out what had happened to our ancestors and slapped on a reasonably logical conclusion. After a subjective hour of searching, Virion let out a frustrated grunt. "It's not here." "What do you mean it's not here?" I asked. "You said that taking 35,651 steps straight while facing away from that gash on the boulder would lead us to the shelter." "I know what I said," he snapped. "Well, maybe the wind blew the boulder back from its original position," Baron suggested, impatience laced in his voice. "Not likely," Virion shook his head. Boond exhausted almost all of his monstrous mana core to make sure the boulder was large enough and was buried deep enough so that the sand and wind wouldn't shift its position. I scratched my head in frustration. "Then what do we do? I don't think we have a choice. But to start over again," Virion muttered. Frustration turned to anger as my patience reached its limit. "No. We just wasted the better half of a day counting our footsteps because you wanted to find this refuge shelter. There has to be another way to get in." "Well, there isn't," he shot back, walking towards me with a piercing hot gaze. "You think I want to be out here after my entire family was taken from me? Huh. If it was solely up to my wants, I'd much rather march with my men, face a scythe, and die in battle Then at least I would feel like I'd done what I could to avenge them. But that's not what a leader does, Arthur. When everyone else has given up, I'm the one that has to hold onto any semblance of hope and fight for the future. He stabbed a long, fragile finger into my chest as he snarled out his last words. So don't you dare say this is what I want. I stood there, speechless, as Virion walked weakly away. Baron's expression mirrored my own while even the howling winds quieted. Wait, Sylvie said, breaking the silence. My bond turned to me. I noticed this earlier, but I couldn't quite figure out what I was feeling. I think the artifact that Virion is holding influences Etha. Arthur, can you activate Realmheart? I did as she asked, thrilled at the prospect of not having to take this arduous hike again. Igniting Sylvia's dragon will, I felt a sharp pain spread out of my core and through my body and limbs from the backlash of overusing my mana, and even using Etha arts during my battle with the scythe. However, as my vision shifted to monochrome and specks of color began lighting up the world around me, my heart thumped in excitement. Amidst the tiny motes of yellow, green, blue, red, and purple, I found something in the distance. We must have shifted off course during our hike here because just less than a mile to my left was a clump of purple that shone like a beacon. I felt my lips curl up into a crazed grin. I found it. I found it, Sylvie's eyes brightened at my words and thoughts. She immediately transformed into her draconic form and plucked both Virion and Baron from the ground with her front claws. I flew ahead just above the ground, blasting a trail of sand behind me as Sylvie followed close behind. With our destination locked in sight, it only took a matter of minutes to reach the circular array of purple motes that represented Etha. It's here, I said, pointing directly to the center of the array. Virion hurriedly scrambled to me, holding the artifact tightly in his hands. He arrived and immediately knelt down, placing the white artifact over the sand with an expression of relief. You're right, this is the place, he said, looking at the white medallion on top of the sand. Baron arrived too, his brow raised in doubt. Nothing has happened. Cutting the lance off mid-sentence, the medallion began to vibrate. Even more amazingly, its vibrations caused pulsating waves in the sand around it, spreading several yards out in all directions. The pulses got stronger until the rolling sand soon formed small waves. Sylvie and I exchanged wary glances, but before we could do any more, the ground below us sank until we fell through the sand. Chapter 239, Passage of Time. Instinctively, I shrouded myself in a sphere of wind, keeping the sand away as I gently floated down to the ground. Sylvie did something similar as I saw a black sphere slowly melt to reveal a petite girl with two large horns. Virion and Baron, with their cores damaged and their magic widely unusable, didn't fare as well. Fortunately, Virion was at the epicenter of our descent, so he slid down the large mountain of sand that had accumulated below him. Baron, a figure whose lightning magic was so powerful that it heightened his reflexes, rolled down the sand dune in a fit of desperate screaming and coughing. He flailed his arms like a drowning puppy before he realized he was on solid ground. Virion shook his head while Sylvie turned away to hide her laughter. Baron spat out a mouthful of sand while glaring at me with dagger-like eyes. Should a lance be so selfish as to leave his commander to plunge down into unknown dangers like that? The only one that thought they were in danger was you, Virion countered, dusting the sand off of his robe. It was the first time I saw Baron's cheeks flushed in embarrassment. He quickly bolted up to his feet, wiping his sandy mouth and tongue on his sleeve as he coughed. His spiteful glare never ceased as he did this, but Baron and I both knew that he couldn't do anything about it. With the state he was in right now, I could kill him with a slap, not that I'd want to, of course. Everyone, Sylvie said, her voice echoing slightly, look around. Her words brought our attention to the mysterious underground tunnel we were in. I looked around and I finally realized that for a place without any sources of light, it was surprisingly easy to see. Are those glowing symbols runes? I've never seen anything like them, Baron muttered in wonder as he hovered his hand over a rune that pulsed with faint light on the wall. It must be runes, but I don't sense any fire or lightning affinity mana around them. Sylvie brushed her hand over the runes that seemed too perfect to be engraved by hand. That's because it isn't powered by mana. Baron furrowed his brows. What? That's impossible. No, she's right, I said, cycling Realmheart physique through my body once more. Sylvie's thoughts had leaked onto me and I just had to verify it for myself. And to my utter amazement, the entire cave lit up like a starry night, basking the area in purple. It's powered by Etha. My mind spun as I tried to make sense out of this revelation. I ran the conversation I had with Sylvie's grandmother, Lady Meyer, in my head again. Everything she had told me about Etha being an entity that couldn't be manipulated like mana, but rather influenced or coaxed into action, went against what was going on in front of me. Etha wasn't something that could be confined and used so permanently like this, yet it was clear as day that someone or something had figured out how to do so. Let's continue walking, Virion announced, taking the lid. There's more of this down here. Prying my eyes away from the runes that filled these walls, we continued to walk. Much like in the desert above us, the air here was dry and stale. The only sounds came from our footsteps echoing through the tunnel that led out of the cave we had arrived through. It couldn't really be called a tunnel, though, as the smooth, polished floors and light coming from the runes made it seem more like a narrow hallway. The ceiling above us continued to rise as we made our way down the hallway, soon reaching so high that it became lost in darkness. Despite Virion's familiarity with this place, I couldn't help but be cautious. My eyes darted left and right, looking for anything odd, but except for the unusually high concentration of ether gathered here, there was nothing off about this place. "You're feeling uneasy here as well," Sylvie noted, sticking close to me. "I think it's just because of all the ether here and the runes that are practically trapping them to use as light. I thought ether only influenced time, space, and life. I suspect that the walls aren't just made of stone but some sort of living thing," she responded. I carefully touched the walls for the first time and realized that Sylvie was right. It wasn't stone like I had assumed, it felt more like a smooth tree trunk, so ether is giving this tree life, I guessed. "Your guess is as good as mine at this point. I may be able to utilize ether, but you can at least see the ambient mana. I have to go by my gut feeling." We continued walking in silence. The straight passage seemed to go on forever, with no end in sight. Despite the scores of runes on the walls, the lack of variation amongst them made it impossible to tell how long we'd been walking. "How far away are we from reaching the actual shelter?" Baron asked, unable to hold in his impatience any longer. "I'm not sure, it hasn't been long since we arrived, so be patient," Virion replied. Baron's eyes widened. "Not long, Commander, it feels like I've been walking for nearly the entire day. I think the journey to find this underground tunnel was shorter." "Baron, aren't you exaggerating too much?" "I'd hardly be this fine if we had to walk that long without using mana," Virion argued. I tilted my head in confusion. He was right. Baron might have been exaggerating, but it did feel like I had been walking for quite some time. Yet Virion, the one that was the weakest amongst us, was doing just fine. "Sylvie, how long have you been walking for?" I asked, turning on Realmheart once more. "Not more than an hour." "Wait, a few hours has passed for you," she asked, surprised. I nodded. "Sylvie, can you try utilizing ether?" Reading my thoughts, she replied, "But I can't use it to control time." "I know, I don't think you have to, though." Taking a deep breath, Sylvie began calling upon the ambient ether. Her body began glowing in the faint purple light she gave off while using Vivim to heal herself and her allies. Immediately, the surreal sensation akin to falling in your dream tugged at my body, and then, as if I had really woken up, an indescribable clarity spread through my vision. "Arthur, look behind you," Sylvie said, shaken. I looked back to see that our hike of varying length down this hallway had only taken us 30 steps forward from the cavern we had arrived in. Noticing the change in my expression, Baron turned around. I couldn't see his face, but judging by how his shoulders tensed and he took a step back, I knew that he was even more shaken up than Sylvie and me. That's impossible. I've been walking for hours." What is going on?" Baron demanded, turning back around and shifting gazes between me and Sylvie. "My best guess is that these runes carry in them the power of Evum and Spatium," I explained, my eyes turning to the mysterious and intricate runes carved into the walls. "Evum and Spatium?" Virion asked. "Time and space ether arts," Sylvie answered, her brows knitted in confusion. Baron shook his head. "No, that makes no sense. Shouldn't these time and space ether arts affect us all the same way? How is it that Commander Virion only felt like he'd walked for an hour while it feels like I've been journeying for more than a day?" I thought for a moment, looking around until my eyes landed on the white medallion. "Because of that," I pointed to the ancient artifact in Virion's hand. "This trap seems more like a precaution used to give whoever built this place enough time to react to intruders, rather than a full-on measure to stop them. And I'm guessing that having the artifact is enough to make passage a little easier." "That doesn't explain why you two weren't affected," Baron retorted, obviously upset. I looked at my bond. "Most likely, it's because Sylvie is naturally inclined to ether that she experienced only minor effects. For me, I can only guess it's because I'm sensitive to ether that I was still affected, but not nearly as much as you." After a long moment of silence, Baron accepted the answer with a click of his tongue. "Come on, let's continue," Virion urged. "With Lady Sylvie using ether, the effects of the time and space ether doesn't seem to affect us." We continued walking cautiously with Sylvie in the lead as she continued utilizing ether. My brain pounded against my skull as I tried to wrap my head around what exactly had happened. It was easy to deduce all of the things that I had said, but so many more questions popped up in my head. How had the ancient mages succeeded in harnessing ether arts to such an extent that they could devise traps like this? Was the time and space manipulation isolated to each person individually, or were we in some contained area? Were the Indrath clan's teachings about ether wrong? Did these ancient mages originate from the Indrath clan and, like the Vritra clan, flee from Ephialtes due to a difference in beliefs? Or were these ancient mages actually lessers that had learned how to harness ether? As my mind swam in these questions, I continued to look behind us to make sure we were actually making progress. Baron did so as well, even more on edge than everybody else. After a while, something luminescent appeared in the distance. A bright glow that didn't pulsate like the glowing runes around us grew larger as we approached it. Finally, Baron muttered from the back. He wasn't the only one relieved. With the hope of an end finally within sight, our strides became longer and our steps more confident until we finally reached the end of the corridor. The hallway opened into a massive cavern with an elegant coved ceiling carved from the natural stone and sanded down to perfection. Pillars, the width of at least 3 grown men linking arms, supported the huge underground structure. Bright orbs of warm light lining the walls exposed the awe-inspiring expanse in front of us. On the one hand, it reminded me of the cavern systems that the dwarves had made for their underground cities, but at the same time, those crude structures couldn't even begin to describe the splendor and architectural meticulousness of this place. My eyes immediately took in the cavern large enough to hold a small town and the various tunnels that led out of the cavern. Running through the entire expanse was a large stream that glimmered, reflecting the lights of the cavern. There were several multi-leveled structures on either side of the stream and bridges that crossed the width of the stream at various points along the cavern. What caught my attention, however, was the flickering light that I spotted in the second level of one of the buildings just by the stream. Sylvie and I exchanged glances, understanding each other with just a thought. I turned back to Baron, who was still taking in the sight in front of us, and Virion, who was catching his breath. Without saying a word, I got their attention and pointed to the only building with a light. Virion and Baron's expression both grew fierce, all signs of fatigue replaced by a guarded grimace. Being the strongest of the group, I took the lead as we descended the set of stairs leading to the ground. We weaved silently through the empty stone structures that seemed like a home. I took a mental note for myself to explore these buildings later on if I had the chance to see if I could find any sort of clue on these ancient mages. However, our goal was to find out who had lit a fire this far below the ground in a secret location. Arriving at the building, I could hear the quiet mutters of several voices, but the windows were covered by glass, and even with enhanced hearing, I could barely make out how many voices there were. Gesturing everyone to lean in close, I whispered to them. I hear at least 3 different voices, but assume there are more than that. After receiving a nod from Sylvie, Baron, and Virion, we circled the perimeter until we found the entrance to the building. There wasn't a door, so we inched closer, keeping our backs against the wall until we were just beside the opening that led into the building. I held up 5 fingers and slowly counted down. Once my last finger fell, I pivoted to face the entrance with mana coiled around my body. I had expected to meet a guard keeping watch, and I was right, mostly. My eyes widened and my jaw fell. Boo, Chapter 240, Reconciliation. The towering dark brown bear fur, the tuft of white on the chest, along with 2 spots of white just above 2 intelligent eyes, it was unmistakable. This was Boo. Boo must have been thinking the same thing I was, because the 1,000-pound bear charged at me on all 4s, letting out a happy grunt. With unabated force, the gigantic mana beast tackled me, lifting me off my feet and tossing me to the ground. Looming over me, Boo revealed a toothy grin before slobbering me with his tongue that was actually larger than my face. I struggled under the mana beast's weight as he pinned me down to the ground and continued to show his affection. Booak, stop, okay, enough. I think he's had enough, Boo, my bond said, her voice calming the excited beast enough for me to escape. I feel violated, I groaned, wiping off the thick and slimy mask of saliva that had accumulated over my face. It wasn't until halfway through that my brain clicked. If Boo was here, I grabbed Boo's large, furry head and turned him to face me. Boo, is Ellie here? What about my mom? How did you get here? I asked, as if he could speak to me. Fortunately, he didn't have to. My questions were answered when I saw Virion rush past us in a blur. Tesha, he called out, his voice brimming with emotion. My grip around Boo loosened at the mention of that name, and I immediately followed after Virion. I didn't have to go far before I was able to see 4 figures at the base of the stairs near the far wall of the building. It was my mom, sister, Tesha, and elder Rinia. My long and hurried strides slowed as my vision blurred. Tears struggled to break loose as I saw Tesha fall into Virion's arms. The sight of Ellie running towards me was enough to break me, and I found myself arm in arm with my baby sister, my face buried in her short brown hair. My sister's entire body shook as she bawled into my chest. Hitting me weakly with her tiny, trembling fists, she blubbered in between sobs about how scared she was and how I wasn't there. It felt like a cold hand was gripping down on my chest as I watched my sister in this state. I felt guilty for making my sister, who had grown up so bright and strong, cry this much. I'm so sorry, Ellie, I'm so sorry. I'm here now, everything is going to be okay, I said, tightening my grip around her frail body and kissing her on the crown of her trembling head. We almost died and you weren't there. Why you're never there. Not at the castle, not at the wall, not even when Dad died, she wailed, her fist still pounding my body. You're my brother, you're supposed to be there. You were supposed to comfort me when Dad died. I needed you. Mom needed you. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, Ellie, I repeated, doing all I could to stay strong. I'm so sorry. Ellie slowly calmed down as her head remained buried in my chest. Her trembling shoulders now only occasionally shook when she hiccuped. During this time, I didn't look up. I kept my focus entirely on my sister until she pushed herself away. Staring at me with swollen red eyes, she jutted a finger behind her. Jigo apologized to Mom now. I looked up to find our mother only a few steps away from us, her expression hollow and empty of any emotion. Her warm and tender smile that I found even in the hardest of times was nowhere to be found. I walked up to her, unsure of what to do or where to begin. Mom, my mother's cold eyes cut me off as she took a step forward. Arthur, your sister, and I almost died. If it wasn't for Eldarinia saving us, we wouldn't be here right now. My gaze turned to Eldarinia, who was talking with Tesha and Virion, before landing back on my mother. But throughout that entire situation, when I thought that surely we would die soon, if not now, do you know what I was thinking? I shook my head. I was thinking. My mother paused a moment, her mask of stone wavering. Tears welled in her eyes while she bit her lower lip in an effort to keep it from trembling. She turned away from me, quickly wiping away her tears, trying to compose herself before turning back. I was thinking the entire time how sad and guilt-ridden your father must have been to leave this world without even getting the chance to make up with his only son. Her words weighed down on me like 1,000 tons, making my knees buckle and my entire body falter. Just as I lost strength in my legs, my mother wrapped her arms around me and supported me against her chest. Her trembling hands gripped me as she whispered, "It doesn't matter who you were before. I raised you when you were little, I nursed you when you were sick, and I watched as you grew into the man you are today. Your father and I talked for a long time, and we can say with certainty that the Arthur now is so different from who he was when he was born, and that's when we realized that you are our son." The strength left my feet, crumpling me to my knees. I gripped my chest as my breathing came out in strained gasps. I couldn't breathe. I could only gag out the never-ending sobs as my mother kept her arms around me. "I'm so sorry that it took us so long to realize that. I'm so sorry that you couldn't come to your own father's funeral because of me. I'm so sorry, Arthur." It took a while for us to gather ourselves and get settled up on the second floor of the building. During this time, I noticed that the atmosphere was a bit tense between Tess and Eldarinia. The rest of us newcomers had picked up on this as well, exchanging wary glances at each other, while Tess ignored any efforts by Eldarinia to start a conversation. Once we got upstairs, Eldarinia pulled aside Virion with a grave expression and disappeared into another room. After some time spent talking with my mother and sister, I properly greeted Tess, and the two of us embraced silently for a brief moment. Tess, however, seemed to have something else on her mind, and I didn't blame her. While I didn't have the courage to ask directly, just based on the hollow expression that Tess had, I suspected something had happened to her parents. As for why she was so angry at Eldarinia, I could only speculate. Tess, not long after we sat down, excused herself, telling us she was a bit tired. Baron was next, telling us he wanted to spend some time meditating to recover. I told him that because of the lack of the ambient mana here, it would be almost impossible to go further than trying to recoup the mana he would naturally gain from his mana core. But I suspected that he left more to give me and my family some space. While my impression of Baron had never been good, and I think he could say the same for me, the Lance had come a long way from the prideful, hot-headed noble he was before the war. Finding myself with just my family, I couldn't help but crack a smile. Before today, I would have sworn that being in a situation like this would have rendered me catatonic, but it was peaceful. "You're so pretty, Sylvie," Ellie commented, combing my Bond's long wheat hair with her fingers. "I think you're very attractive yourself, Alina," Sylvie responded in kind, her eyes closing softly at my sister's soft touch. "Another thing I regret was not spending much time getting to know your Bond," my mother said to me, watching Ellie and my Bond by the fire. "But I've always been glad that Sylvie is by your side." "I'm glad as well. I'm not sure where I would be if it hadn't been for her," I replied. My mother's expression was a mixture of emotions as she looked at me and nodded. A sharp pop crackled from the firewood, interrupting the brief moment of silence. Unable to hold in my question any longer, I asked my mother, "How did you, Ellie, and Boo get here?" She looked at me, and then at the exit that Tesha and Baron had left through, and shook her head. "I'll let Eldarinia tell you. It's better that way." "Okay," I responded. The four of us talked for a while, catching up, making light jokes and laughing, until my sister and even my mother began nodding off to sleep. "Sorry we hadn't been able to sleep well these past few days," my mother said, rubbing her eyes. Don't worry, get some sleep both of you, I said, turning to my sister. The two of them retreated to a bed of blankets that had been laid out in a corner of the room. Good night, Sylvie and I said to the both of them. They responded in kind before laying down. I caught my sister lifting her head every now and then, checking to see if the two of us were still here, until the soft rhythmic breathing eventually melded together with the cackling fire. I smiled, my eyes unable to pry themselves away from the sight of my mother and sister sleeping peacefully. A lot of unexpected events had occurred in the last few days alone, but one of the moments I had dreaded the most was confronting my family after everything that had happened to them. I was so caught up in blaming myself for my father's death that I avoided Ellie and my mother out of guilt. When I saw the two of them today, my mind immediately expected anger and blame from the two of them. Instead, I learned that my mother had blamed herself all this time. She said that her inability to properly deal with the secret of my past life had caused me to miss my own father's funeral, and she apologized for that. The more I thought about it, the more I realized how mature that was. Surely I was in the wrong as well. I was the one that avoided confrontation, and I had been the one to keep it a secret from them for so long, yet she ignored my mistakes and pointed out her own shortcomings instead and asked me for forgiveness, which was something I wasn't quite sure I deserved. Even with the experience of two separate lives, I learned something today. I was once again humbled by the fact that while my past life had given me a lot of advantages, it was foolish of me to equate years lived to maturity. It's not like I didn't tell you this a few times already. I guess you needed to arrive at that conclusion yourself, Sylvie sent to me, also conveying a mental eye roll along with it. Mark today on the calendar as the day Arthur Leywin realized he wasn't the mature man he thought he was. Shut up, I sent back, smirking at my bond seated next to me. You're just trying to use this fact to say that you're more mature than I am. I am more mature than you are, but a true mature person wouldn't say it out loud, she replied, her lips curling into a smile as well. You just said it out loud, I pointed out. Sylvie looked at me with a raised brow. Well, technically, I playfully nudged my bond with a shoulder, feeling good for the first time in a long while. My sister and mother were alive, and while we had a lot to work on if we wanted to be how we were in the past, the important thing was that they were safe. Sylvie was the next to fall asleep, her head resting on my lap. The two horns jutting forward from her head dug into my legs, but I sucked it up and let my bond get the sleep she deserved. Staring at the fire in front of me, I became lost in thought. The thoughts that I had held off resurfaced. I had originally wanted to leave a bit after bringing Virion and Baron here in order to look for Tess and my family. Seeing that they were here already, I immediately thought about the possibility of staying here for some time. There weren't many supplies available here, but there was a stream of fresh water, and I noticed a pile of large fish where Boo had made his nest on the lower floor of this building, which I could guess came from the stream. We might need to make a few trips to civilization eventually, maybe the wall, but for now I pondered at the thought of just resting for a while. I was tired, Virion was tired, and Baron was tired whether he admitted it or not. During our trip here, we had all come to a silent agreement that we had lost this war. Coming to this realization didn't warrant any mind-numbing revelation. Maybe I was growing used to winning our battles but losing the war. Agrona utilized his limited resources to their utmost potential and didn't hesitate to sacrifice his troops for a bigger plot. Dicathen had been only reacting, and Agrona knew that all too well. Like Virion said, maybe the best thing to do was buckle under and wait for a new chance to fight back. My thoughts were interrupted by the soft footsteps approaching me. I turned around, greeting Elder Rinia with a nod. The old diviner smiled back, wrinkles tugging at the edges of her eyes. Taking a seat next to me with a weary groan, she lifted her hands to warm them in front of the fire. You've grown older since the last time I saw you, she mentioned, her eyes staring blankly at the dancing embers. I chuckled quietly. Well, I am a growing teen. No teen would be wearing the expression you have, Elder Rinia scoffed. But I guess that's what comes with war and having so many responsibilities. My hands unconsciously stroked down my face as I wondered what sort of expression I wore and what Rinia meant. Too tired to think deeply of it, I looked back, wondering why she had come back alone. Where's Virion? He said he'll check up on Tesha to see how she's doing. There was a beat of silence as I gathered the courage to ask the question I knew she was dreading to answer by the look on her face. Can you tell me everything that happened? Chapter 241, Hope and Trust. There was a long silence that followed after I asked my question, and when she did speak, I expected a long and convoluted story of how she managed to get into the castle and save Tesha and my family. Instead, she started off by saying something I didn't expect. Arthur, I knew of your identity the first time we had met, back when you came to me to get in contact with your parents. My eyes widened. What? How? Rinia held up a finger. These old eyes see much more than you can imagine. However, much like how I had feigned ignorance of your past life and kept it a secret, there are also parts of this story that I can't quite reveal yet. I didn't respond, letting her continue talking. I had known for a while now that an attack would occur at the castle following the betrayal of Virion's son. Virions, you're telling me right now that it was Alduin who was responsible for letting the scythe in. That's not possible. You can't seriously be saying that he was trying to get his own father killed, right? My knowledge doesn't extend to his intentions, but yes, he was the one that connected the scythe, as well as the rest of his forces, directly to the castle teleportation gate, she answered. My hand came up to my gaping mouth. I couldn't believe it. Despite any disagreements the two of them had, Alduin had always looked up to Virion. After a moment, I spoke again. Was Alduin guaranteed the safety of Muriel and Tesha? Was that why he betrayed everyone? But then, I dropped my voice to a whisper so my sleeping family wouldn't hear. Why did they take my mother and sister? That's what Alduin believed, yes, she said. As for your family, it's easy to surmise that they wanted your mother and sister as hostages. Rubbing my temples, I thought about what she said until it clicked. Wait, you said that's what Alduin believed. What do you mean by that? Rhenia smiled wearily at me. We're venturing into the area where I can't give you an answer. All I can tell you is that if we want to keep any chance of taking back our country, we have to keep Tesha safe and far away from Agrona and the Alacrians. My head whipped toward the elven diviner. Wait, so we do have a chance at taking back Dicathen? She nodded. It's slim, but it does exist. The two of us fell in silence until I spoke again. If you knew about the attack on the castle, did you also know that Boond was going to die? The fire in front of us popped, spraying a small shower of glowing red ashes at the ground. Yes, she finally said, but had I tried and diverted the entire attack, there was a much larger chance that Tesha would have been captured. I opened my mouth to say something, but I couldn't quite get the right words. I know what you're thinking, but I couldn't risk the chance of Dicathen losing everything on the slim chance that I could save everyone. But if you knew everything beforehand, you could have made countermeasures. You could have told Virion or told me, I argued. Time doesn't work that way. Changing things like that alters the course of the future, a future that I wouldn't be able to see, she said, her voice barely a whisper. Gritting my teeth, I dug my fingers into the cement floor to try and calm down. I knew I was being selfish. If it wasn't for Elder Rhenia, Tesha and my family would have been in the hands of Agrona by now, but still. How were you able to save Tesha and my family, though? I asked. I was able to intercept them while they were on their way back to Elenoir, she said nonchalantly. I nodded at her answer, but my mind spun trying to imagine a scenario where Rhenia succeeded in doing this. How did she manage to pry Tesha and my family away from Alduin and Muriel? Was it just Alduin and Muriel there? Rhenia specifically said that while Alduin believed that they were safe, they really weren't. Most likely, after Alduin, Muriel, Tesha, and my family stepped through the portal, they would have been met with a trap. Did Elder Rhenia know everything that was going to happen? Were her diviner abilities able to influence time that well? Time. Without any warning, I directed a surge of killing intent over Elder Rhenia, and just as I saw her react with an expression of surprise, I ignited Realm Heart and immediately used Static Void. The world around me turned monochrome except for the motes of purple trembling in place. But my eyes weren't focused on the particles of ether around me, they were focused on Elder Rhenia. Her eyes regarded me in shock as she watched my eyes narrow in realization. She shifted her gaze to look around her before her eyes fell back on me. Clever, she sighed. So you can utilize ether, I muttered, seeing the specks of purple hovering around her as if protecting her. You're not an Usura, I know that for sure, I started. Are you? One of the ancient mages. Despite the apparent strain that Elder Rhenia endured trying to keep her ether arts active, she let out a chuckle before answering. No, I can tell you with absolute confidence that I am not an ancient mage. Then who? What are you? Even I can't control ether without relying on the dragons an Usura had given me. While I'm not entirely sure, I believe that my diviner abilities stem partly from ether. As for how I learned, I'm sorry but I can't tell you that. I don't think that's a good enough answer anymore, I challenged, staring intently at the elf shrouded in so much mystery. I can tell you everything. But Tesha and your family might die because of it, she answered, her face turning more ghastly. Please have a little patience and I can assure you that you'll find out for yourself. She wasn't threatening me with my loved ones. No, she truly believed that her telling me all of this could lead to their deaths. Gnashing my teeth in frustration, I released Static Void, allowing Elder Rhenia to release the ether arts she had used to keep her from being frozen in time. She let out a ragged breath. Thank you. For believing in me. You saved Tesha and my family, I said, taking a glance over to where my mother and Ellie were sleeping. The least I can do is trust you at least until you give me a reason not to. The two of us continued talking, albeit a bit more calmly this time. I asked every question I had. Some she answered and some she didn't, but I didn't press her for details. What I did find out was that there were teleportation gates here, several in fact, that could only be utilized with control over ether. That's how Elder Rhenia was able to get here so quickly, and without having to physically make a cross-continental journey with Tesha, my mother, and my sister in tow. You learned ether arts while I was more or less given the ability to borrow it at times. Tell me, is it something that I can learn as well? I asked, trying to hold on to the sensation I had when I utilized ether on my own to injure the scythe. Yes and no. Your ability to experience a taste of ether arts through your dragon will, as well as the fact that you can see ether, gives you a great advantage. However, my advantage compared to yours is much greater. I had even discovered a location to train in ether arts with ether much more abundant than here, but even then, it took me 80 years to learn something you can do with a simple thought, she explained. My gaze dropped as I thought about spending 80 years, perhaps more, trying to grasp ether arts. 80 years was a long time, and while my white core extended my lifetime, I couldn't hope for the same thing for my mother or my sister. I see, it's too early to lose hope. We'll continue to gather forces slowly, and with you and Lady Sylvie here, we'll have 3 people able to access the teleportation. Elder Rhynia stopped abruptly, and I knew why. I turned my head back, brows furrowed at the erratic sound of footsteps drawing closer. My sudden shift in emotions caused Sylvie to stir awake as well. "What's going on?" she sent, lifting her head off of my lap. "Virion is coming and—" "Something's wrong," I replied, standing up. I sent out a pulse of wind mana, trying to sense whether anyone was chasing after Virion, but it was just him. It only took a few seconds for him to appear through the small hallway leading to the room we were in. The old commander was disheveled, tired, and had a look of panic. "Tesha ran away," he huffed, catching his breath. "What?" I blurted. "How did this happen? Where did she go?" Elder Rhynia cursed under her breath and grabbed my arm. "Tesha can't leave this place, Arthur. There's something wrong with her core, and if she leaves, the protection this place provides, the Alacrians can track her." My eyes widened in horror. I turned to Virion. "What direction did she go?" As soon as Virion lifted his finger, I shot off in that direction while immediately activating static void once more. The color drained from the world as I bolted out the window. Igniting Realm Heart to better search for mana fluctuations from Tess, I rushed forth. My mana usage was limited while in static void because I couldn't manipulate ambient mana, but seeing as there wasn't much ambient mana in this underground town anyway, I figured Tesha couldn't have gotten too far anyway. With the limits of my spell slowly gripping down on my core, I endured until I eventually found traces of mana that had been used. I was right. Tess had used magic to forcefully run away from Virion, who was still injured and unable to utilize most of his mana. Following the trail into a different tunnel than I had come from, I spotted Tess. She was frozen in place, her eyes determined, her hair billowing, and drops of tears suspended in the air behind her. I rushed past her a few feet to give her time to stop before withdrawing static void and Realm Heart. The motes of purple and green faded while color rushed back into the world. Tesha resumed running until she spotted me. After immediately skidding to a stop, she stared at me, eyes and mouth both frozen wide. "How did you—" she started before she shook her head and her eyes narrowed. "I have to go, Art. I have to save my parents." I hadn't thought about what to say to reason with Tess once I caught up. I didn't even know what she was going to say, but I sure didn't expect this. "Tess, your parents betrayed us." "Don't say that, don't you dare say that," she snapped, eyes glaring. "You don't know anything. What I know is that your parents colluded with Agrona, let in a scythe into the castle and got almost everyone killed," I said calmly. "It's not that simple," she argued, hurriedly wiping away a tear. "They had no choice. Tess, your father and mother basically sacrificed Virion, your own grandpa, for the hope that Agrona would leave Elenoir alone. Now please come back with us. Let's talk about our next steps and stop. I know that you've disagreed with my parents while you participated in meetings with the council, but don't make them out to be so selfish like that. They had no choice. You keep saying that, Tess, but they had plenty of choices," I quipped. "They could have ignored Agrona's offer and trusted in Virion to win this war. Then I would be dead, Art," she screamed. "Is that what you wanted?" My brows furrowed in confusion. "Dead? What are you talking about?" Tess marched forward until she was just inches away from me. "I would be dead. My parents had no choice but to accept the deal with Agrona because of the beast will that you gave me years back. Do you remember?" My thoughts veered back to the Elderwood Guardian I had defeated. "No, that's impossible. You only had problems assimilating with it once you managed to control it." "The beast will you gave me was from a corrupted beast," Tesha interrupted, shedding tears. "A beast corrupted by Agrona. With that thing inside me, I was basically a living bomb that Agrona could detonate on a whim." My knees buckled and I faltered back, barely managing to keep my balance. "And no, so don't you dare say that my parents betrayed all of us," Tesha seethed. "They did it to save me, and even if everyone here won't give them a chance, I will." "Art, what happened? Are you okay?" "I'm coming to you now," Sylvie transmitted, her worry leaking onto me. "No, it's okay. Stay there while I try to convince Tess," I replied. "Tess, I had no idea that this happened because of the beast will I gave you," I muttered. "If I knew," she shook her head. "I know it's not your fault, but I have to do something, Art. I understand, Tess, but once you step out from this shelter, the Alacrians will be able to trace you. You'll die, Tess gripped my shirt with trembling hands. They're my parents, Art, they did everything they could to save me. A flurry of emotions stirred inside me as I looked down at Tess, frustration, sadness, fear, and guilt. It was easy to feel responsible for what had happened, especially when I knew that something was wrong with the Elderwood Guardian. But because of the excitement of reaping the rewards from such a strong monster, rather than being cautious, I fed it to one of the people I cared most about in an attempt to keep her safe. Mad at myself and the sick irony of it all, I pulled Tess away. Is there nothing I can do to convince you to stay? I'm sorry. Tess bit her lip and steeled herself, looking at me with determined eyes. I let out a sigh. Then I'm coming with you. Chapter 242, Two Loves. Tess's eyes lit up. Really, you're coming with me, but you have to reconcile with Virion first, I said sternly. Whatever you argued about with him, remember that he didn't just lose you back at the castle, he lost his son. I know what they did was wrong, but they only did it to save you. Yeah, I know, I finished. Which is why if we're going to save them and bring them back here, you're going to want to be the bridge that'll mend things between your grandfather and parents. You won't be able to do that if you just leave like this. Tess opened her mouth, as if to argue, but simply let out a sigh. You know, most girls don't like guys who are always right like this. A smile tugged at the corner of my lips. Do you want most girls to like me? Narrowing her eyes, Tess punched me in the arm before turning back towards our camp. Come on, let's go back. I'm sorry, I really am, but we can't risk it, Elder Rhynia said resolutely. Your mana core has been corrupted by the beast will inside you if you leave, but the potion cured me. That's why my parents did all of that, so they could give it to me, Tess argued. The potion that Agrona gave you, Tesha, you may be fine now, but we don't know if that was a permanent solution or if it'll only give you a period of respite. It's too soon to tell, and if something does happen to you on that journey and you're taken by the Alacrians, why does it matter whether I'm taken by the Alacrians? How does my death affect the future of an entire continent? Tess demanded. Tesha, Virion snapped, don't talk like that. It's true though, she continued. I'm not anywhere near as strong as the Lances, nor am I influential enough to rally people together like either of you. Why does my death matter? I took a step forward when Sylvie put her hand in front of me. Don't, Arthur, it's not our place to interfere, not now, she sent, a wave of solemnness leaking from her. As Tesha, Virion, and Elder Rhynia continued to argue, I shifted my gaze to the others around us. Baron was leaning against the far wall of the room by the door with his arms crossed. My sister had left the room some time ago with Boo while Mother quietly listened. So are you saying that I can't even go find my own mother and father? Tess asked quietly, her eyes brimming with tears. Virion's gaze softened as he grabbed his granddaughter's hand. We'll bring them back, just give me and Baron some time to recover. After a long silence, Tess finally nodded in acceptance. I'm sorry, Grandpa. Virion pulled his granddaughter into his arms. It's okay, little one, it's okay. My mother walked over to us, gently patting Sylvie on her shoulder. My bond and my mother exchanged a warm smile before my mother's gaze shifted to me. Your sister is outside, you should go talk to her. After taking a quick glance at Tess to see how she was, I turned back to my mother. Okay, as I turned to leave, I was grabbed by the wrist. I saw my mother's eyes red and glistening. Mom, is something wrong? She smiled at me and shook her head. It's nothing. I'm just glad you're staying, she said quietly, just barely enough for me to hear. My mother let go of my wrist and waved me away with a smile, but my chest still tightened from guilt. Go, I'll watch over your mother, Sylvie comforted. I passed by Baron, who shot me a quick glance and nodded before heading down the stairs to the ground floor. Damn it, I berated myself as I walked out of the building. It made sense in my head to go with Tess since my mother and sister were safe here, but I didn't think about how they'd feel about me leaving. Spotting my sister and her giant bond by the stream, I walked over. Boo was curled up into a furry ball sleeping while Ellie was throwing rocks into the stream. Mind if I join you? I asked. Why, aren't you going to leave soon anyway? She asked bitterly. I picked up a flat rock. We decided not to go until Baron and Virion are both fully healed. Ellie chucked another rock, making it splash into the calm water. That's too bad. You were probably looking forward to going off on your little romantic adventure with Tesha. You know it's not like that, I said calmly, snapping my wrist as I tossed the flat rock. The two of us watched as the smooth stone skipped 4, 7, 10 times before it finally sank. Bringing back Tessa's parents is something that has to be done. Why? My sister retorted. Because your girlfriend wants you to? Ellie, I replied. Don't Ellie me, my sister snapped, throwing the rock in her hand before turning to me. I overheard Commander Virion talking to Tesha earlier. I know that the 4 of you almost died fighting that one scythe, and now you're telling me that you're going to go back there to bring back the elves who basically sold us all out. It's not that simple, you know that. It sounds pretty simple to me, she said sharply, looking down to search for another rock. Our family, what's left of it, barely got back together, but you're already eager to leave us. My insides nodded as I saw the drops of tears stain the rocks on the ground below her lowered head. I'm never eager to leave you guys. I let out a sigh. I'm one of the few mages powerful enough to turn the tide in this war, and one way to do that is by bringing back Tess' parents. Only then will we be able to muster up the forces necessary to eventually take back Dicathen. My sister paused as she held onto a fist-sized rock on the ground, her face still covered by her hair. I continued. I love Tess. But you, Mom, and Sylvie are my family. Boo let out a deep groan from the side. And you too, Boo, your family too, I added, smiling as Ellie stifled a laugh. I'd do anything to keep you all safe, and if that means I have to be away from you all to do it, that's the price I have to pay. Ellie quickly wiped her tears before getting back up. She turned around and threw the stone in her hand. I know, it's just, I wish you were around more. I picked up another flat rock and threw it. I wish I was too, more than anything. But I don't want you and Mom living in an underground town below a desert for the rest of your lives, and to do that, I need to get off my butt. I don't mind it. I know Mom wouldn't mind it too, she said, watching my rock skip on the water. I know you're doing this to keep us all safe, but it works both ways, you know. Ellie turned around, pouting with red eyes and flushed cheeks. We just want you safe, I smiled. Do you know what my dream is after this is all over? What? For us to live together in a huge house by the ocean, me, you, Mom, Sylvie, Boo, and Tess. Wait, why do you get to live with your girlfriend? What about my future boyfriend? She protested. I looked at her blankly. You won't have a boyfriend. What, why not? Because if you do, I'll get rid of him, I said matter-of-factly. That's not fair, she huffed. I shrugged. Big brothers are never fair. Ellie puffed her cheeks for a moment before she broke out into laughter, causing me to laugh as well. Fine, she relented. But in exchange, you have to teach me how you do that. I raised a brow. Do what? That thing where the rock bounces on top of the water. Are you using magic? I'm not using magic at all, I said, skipping another rock. Ellie tried as well, mimicking my motions and failing. Lies. You're totally using magic. No, I'm not, just watch. 3 days passed by in the blink of an eye. During this time, Tess came to terms with Virion and the two had made up. It was good to see everyone, except for Baron, smiling and laughing in this dreary underground town. When Virion and Baron weren't resting, they were meditating and trying to cycle mana throughout their body to hasten their recovery. It was a slow and arduous process for all of us to meditate in this place due to the absence of ambient mana. Despite the disadvantages of having little to no ambient mana, this underground village built by the ancient mages had a large benefit for me and Sylvie. Happy training, I teased, sitting cross-legged on the hard ground. It's amazing how you haven't gotten sick of this, Sylvie said, sitting down across from me in the same hallway we had arrived from. I'm making progress, but you've yet to even take a step forward. How are you not discouraged at all? I shrugged. I've had things too easy up until now. Besides, if these damn ancient mages were able to learn it to this extent, I'm sure I'll eventually get the hang of it. Your optimism is leaking over to me, Sylvie said, shuddering as she closed her eyes to concentrate. Still seated, I ignited Realmheart. Color flushed away from the world, leaving only motes of purple either swaying rhythmically in the air or cluttered together on the walls to produce the soft light around us. At the same time, my bond opened up her consciousness completely to me so I could sense every little thing she was doing. This was the training system that I had devised. Both Elder Rhynia and Sylvie had agreed that it was impossible for them to teach me how to use Etha. While Elder Rhynia was limited in what she could tell me, for my bond, it was more so that the act of using Etha was too natural for her. Just like how a bird didn't need to be taught how to fly, Sylvie teaching me how to use Etha was akin to a bird teaching a fish how to fly, me being that fish. So for these past few days, I had endured hours of watching and listening to my bond's thoughts as she meditated and slowly grew her control over the Etha arts as well. But from what little I'd learned through this process, it felt like the Etha was more or less teaching Sylvie. It was nothing like mana at all. Shaping and controlling the power within my body had been ingrained in me since my previous life, while learning to utilize Etha seemed as if it would be going against everything I had worked for. What didn't add up, however, was the fact that the ancient mages had managed to trap Etha into these artifacts in order to light them up. The very nature of this was paradoxical to what my bond was doing. Hours passed with no sign of progress to show for it. Frustrated and impatient, I once again walked back to our camp alone while my bond continued to strengthen herself. On my way back, I stopped by one of the adjacent hallways where Elder Rhynia was working. How's the teleportation gate coming along? I asked as I walked in on the old elf with glowing purple hands drawing what looked like runes on the inner mechanisms of the old portal she had used to bring Tess and my family here. Maybe you should take a break. I'm nearly finished. I think I should be done. In a few hours, she said in between heavy breaths. It was obvious that utilizing Etha was taking a large toll on her body. We need you to take care of your health, Elder Rhynia. You look like you've aged another century since you got here. If I wasn't so tired, I'd take the effort to walk over to you and slap you, but Meh, she said, not bothering to look at me. Besides, Lady Sylvie has been helping me out a lot by providing me with the raw power to power this old thing up. It was still jarring to hear anyone, especially someone as old and distinguished as Elder Rinia, refer to my bond as Lady Sylvie. Should I call her over? I asked. No, no, just a last bit of tinkering with the runes to set the return point, she replied, waving me away. My curiosity getting the better of me, I stuck around for a bit, watching her draw runes in the empty center of the teleportation gate. The rune was a complicated shape stemming from a center pentagon that branched out into sharp angles, creating a rigid vortex-like pattern. I found myself following her hand movements as she carefully traced over the rune until the faint purple shape faded and spread out to the outer structure of the gate. You should get going. Tesha came by earlier. She was asking for you, said Elder Rinia. Oh, I scratched my head. I wonder what she wants. After reminding the old elf not to overdo it one more time, I walked back, reaching the main base. Near the flowing stream that cut through the abandoned town with rows of empty buildings, I saw Ellie and Tess playing with each other. Tess was conjuring tiny orbs of water above the stream, while Ellie shot them down by firing mana arrows from her bow. I was about to call out to them when I had a better idea. Just as Tess raised another sphere of water, I flicked my wrist, willing the orb to dash left. The glowing arrow of pure mana whizzed by, missing its mark entirely. Hearing Tess exclaim in confusion made me snicker, but I continued to mess with my sister. I dodged Ellie's arrows, maneuvering the orb of water with ease and even squirting a stream of water at her face, until finally my sister screamed out in frustration. We know it's you, brother, my sister yelled, stressing our relationship as if it were a curse. How were you not even able to land a single hit on it? I laughed aloud, unable to hold it in. Ellie fired a mana arrow directly at my face, but I continued laughing as I easily caught it in my hand. Ellie, don't fire arrows at your brother. My mother's voice echoed from the second floor of the building just behind Tess and my sister. Arthur started it, Ellie retorted, pointing her finger at me. Tess let out a chortle, covering her mouth while trying to stifle her laughter as my sister turned more red. The three of us eventually headed inside. I continued to make fun of my sister as she, in turn, continued to throw fists and conjurations of pure mana at my face. Oh yeah, Elder Rinia mentioned that you were looking for me earlier, I asked Tess while dodging and deflecting my baby sister's attacks. It was nothing. I just wanted to check in on how everyone was doing, she said, quickening her pace to beat us up the stairs. When we arrived upstairs, I could see a row of flame-grilled fish skewered on branches. Wow, I said, my mouth already beginning to salivate. I managed to catch quite a few fish today, my mother grinned proudly, tapping her flexed arm. Eat up while I go bring Commander Virion and General Baron back from their meditation. I immediately grabbed a skewer and took a bite, only to have a richly seasoned flavor burst into my mouth. How is this fish salted? I asked amidst my chewing. My mother turned back as she was leaving through the door. Elder Rinia packed it in one of her dimension rings. One of, Tess repeated, handing a skewer to Ellie before taking one for herself. Elder Rinia has at least 8 dimension rings full of things necessary to live here. She's even brought various seeds so that we can start growing our own fruits and vegetables down here, my mother answered, smiling. All of you will have to help out so we can start accommodating a lot more people here. Tess and I exchanged glances as both of us were no doubt wondering the same thing. How far back had Elder Rinia prepared for all of this? It was almost impossible to tell how much time had passed without a sun above us, but eventually everyone had gathered back together. Baron and Virion, while still incapacitated, were looking better every day. Sylvie joined us for food as well while talking and smiling with Tess and Ellie. Elder Rinia had come back and after a quick bite to eat, immediately fell asleep in her bed. My mother had done a fantastic job of making the desolate building seem more homey. Most of us only got a blanket in order to save resources, but with the curtains set up in front of the doorways of each room and small decorative touches in each of them, this place didn't seem as much of a refuge shelter anymore. I found myself comfortable and happy as I drifted off to sleep. In a way, being here with the ones that I cared about the most, this was what I had hoped for. I wanted to quickly bring the twin horns down here as well. I knew my mother and sister would be happy at that. I was eager to start the new day, if only I knew what I would be waking up to. Chapter 243 On the Surface. Tessiaeralith. I looked back at the softly lit corridor stretching back into the darkness before my gaze lowered to the white medallion in my hand. Sorry, Grandpa, I muttered under my breath, clutching tightly onto the artifact. I swear I'll return this. I turned my back to the path I had come from and faced the ancient gate in front of me. Letting out a deep sigh, I prepared for whatever would happen once I crossed. I was being rash and emotional, I knew that. Even after what happened at my last battle in Elshire Forest, where General Aya had to rescue me, I still chose to do this. Even after how much I had berated myself, hated myself, I couldn't sit still like this. Grandpa had already killed off mother and father in his mind. No matter what he said, I knew that look he always had when I mentioned them. I knew what that look meant. To him, my parents were no longer family but traitors. Grandma Rinia wasn't as bad, but I knew that she had given up on trying to save my parents. Just from overhearing the plans she and Virion made together with General Baron on who to save, I knew that my parents were nowhere on that list. But they didn't know, they weren't there like I was. They didn't know how hard Mother's hands trembled as she held onto my hand and pulled me away. They weren't there to see Father with tears rolling down his face as we stepped through the portal. Pulling the hood over my head, I steeled myself. Whatever anyone thought of my actions now, it didn't matter. My parents deserved a chance, and if their own daughter won't give that to them, who would? My mind wandered and I thought of Arthur. I had been tempted to ask him to help me, but that was too selfish. I knew the dangers that this mission entailed, and if anything happened to him because of me, I'm dispensable, he isn't. Holding the medallion out in front of me, I walked through the glowing gate in front of me. The soft purple light undulated at the medallion's touch, and I felt a slight pull. Rather than resist the foreign sensation, I accepted it and stepped further into the gate until my entire body became immersed in soft purple. Immediately, my body was pulled across a whirling funnel of light. It felt different from the normal teleportation gates, more nauseating. I stumbled out the other side on a paved ground, still a bit disoriented from the trip. It wasn't long before someone yelled out, "Hey!" Someone used the gate. Peeking up, I saw 4 Alacrians standing guard around the teleportation gate that I had crossed through. "Get on your knees and take off your hood," the guard to my right ordered, aiming a condensed sphere of wind in my direction. Now I dropped low and slammed my palm on the ground. Before the spells from the Alacrians could reach me, however, a thick gale of wind surged around me. Keeping one hand on my head to keep the hood in place, I muttered another spell. I willed the protective barrier of wind to expand, pushing away the enemy mages caught off guard. Using this brief window of opportunity, I dashed forward to the nearest alleyway 100 feet north. Orders were barked out to their allies further out, and soon another pair of Alacrians were coming at me from either side. Keeping my hood down, I rushed towards the Alacrian to my left, shooting a blade of wind at him. Almost immediately, an armor of ice enveloped his body, protecting his neck from the sharp crescent of wind that I had sent his way. My initial instinct was to be surprised and intimidated by the deviant mage before I reminded myself that the Alacrians used magic differently than we did. But a higher form of magic didn't necessarily equate to a stronger mage in their case. I focused on the opponent at hand. The ice-clad Alacrian had managed to defend my attack, but the force of my wind blade managed to knock him off his feet. Before his companion could come to his aid while he stood back up, I sped up. The temptation to use my plant magic or beast will quickly grew. It would be so much easier to get away, but I resisted. Using deviant magic like that would be telling everyone that the former princess of Elenoir was here. Conjuring a condensed surge of wind below my back foot, I propelled myself within arm's length of the enemy. He brought up his longsword to block whatever attack he thought I would hit him with, but instead, I grabbed his arm and used a classic overhead toss that my grandpa had taught me. With the aid of wind magic, I tossed the Alacrian a few dozen feet in the air, which opened up the path to the nearest alleyway. "Don't let him get away," a voice screamed from afar. Comforted by the fact that they thought I was a man, I sped forth and got away with another gust of wind aiding me. I sped through the narrow passage. Buildings towered over me on either side, the road barely wide enough to allow 2 men to walk shoulder to shoulder. Despite how old the buildings and paved road were, not a single piece of trash sullied the alleyway. Most of the human cities looked so similar to one another that it was hard to tell exactly where I was until I had a better view of the city as a whole, but I knew that I had at least arrived in one of the major cities of Sapin. My eyes constantly scanned the road and even nearby rooftops in case an Alacrian was keeping track of my whereabouts from above. Taking a quick look at the sky confirmed that I hadn't landed in Zyra City. The clouds were well overhead, and there was no translucent barrier that could be seen protecting the floating city. After some time had passed, and I carefully made my way towards one of the larger roads. I peeked out from the narrow passage I had wedged myself through to see that there were quite a lot of people still walking the streets. Still, I kept out of sight and studied the pedestrians passing by just to make sure. While there were mostly adventurers and soldiers dressed in armor or protective leather, I spotted quite a bit of children and housewives that wore dirty aprons. Strangely, though, everyone seemed to be moving in the same direction. They all have such lifeless expressions, I thought to myself, my chest knotting in guilt. It was stupid to feel responsible for everything happening, but a part of me still thought that maybe it was largely my fault for how the war turned out. I shook my head, snapping myself out of the hole that I would dig myself into if I started this train of thought. After wrapping the cloak tightly around me and making sure that most of my conspicuous hair color couldn't be seen, I jumped out of the alleyway. Blending in with a horse-drawn carriage that passed close by, I walked in sync until a rather clustered group of pedestrians offered me a more natural veil to hide amongst. A few gave me passing glances, but because of my smaller physique, no one seemed to take too much notice. "Do we really have to go?" A middle-aged woman a few feet ahead of me whispered to what looked like her husband. The plump man answered in a hushed tone, "Those damn Alacrians are already beginning to chase people out of their homes. If we don't go now, it'll only make things worse." The woman looked at her husband as if she was about to say something but looked down. I could see her shoulders droop while she held tightly onto the hand of her daughter. Confused, I continued following everyone until I spotted a few stands on the side of the street. Most were almost finished wrapping up their goods and putting down the tarps that hung over their stands, but I managed to find a clothing stand that had yet to be completely packed up. In one quick motion, I swiped a long leather cap and a matching mantle and pants set hanging on a rack. "Hey, that's—" the shopkeeper's voice trailed off. Taking a quick peek back, I could see her looking wide-eyed at the few silver coins I had left on the table. Sliding into another nearby side alley between an abandoned bakery and butcher shop with broken windows, I hurriedly changed my clothes with the ones I had just bought. I tied up my hair and tucked it into the leather cap that ran down past my neck, making sure most of my silver hair couldn't be seen. After putting on the mantle and pair of pants, I ran my fingers on the dirt ground and slid it messily across my face. "This should be enough," I muttered under my breath. I thought about maybe taking out the practice bow I had borrowed from Ellie to complete the adventurer's ensemble, but I decided otherwise after noticing that no one was carrying their weapon. I blended in with the tides of people all walking solemnly in the same direction. Despite how much more crowded it had become, there was still an eerie silence lingering. "Excuse me. What is going on?" I deepened my voice and avoided eye contact with the man I had just asked. The man ignored me and sped up. I tried again, this time to an elderly woman, but was met with the same response until finally, a younger lady, just a bit older than me, finally responded. "It's over," she choked back a sob. "Those invaders told us to move to Eddiston Center if we didn't want to be hunted down." "Hunted down?" I said quietly. "What about the Dicathen army stationed in Eddiston?" The woman's pace quickened as she looked back nervously. I followed after her, matching her pace, and asked again before answering in an even quieter voice. "They left." "Left," I said a bit louder than I had intended. The woman's eyes bulged like a startled stray and she zipped off, clutching tightly onto the drawstring bag in her arms. I let out a deep breath as I tried to repress the frustration and anxiety building up inside me. Talking to that woman left me with more questions than answers, and it seemed like everyone was too scared to talk. Adjusting my leather cap, I walked on. The only way I'd get some answers was by going to Eddiston. Judging by the fact that we were moving away from the Grand Mountains, we were going west. I must have crossed through the eastern gate of Eddiston, which makes sense seeing that it's the least used teleportation gate and the furthest one from the castle. Elder Rhynia must have set it to come to this one in order to smuggle some of the key figures she had written down on that list. The more I continued walking, the denser the crowd around me became. It got to the point where we all had to shuffle forward, our shoulders pressed against each other. The cries of children could be heard over the nervous shushing made from their parents. The tall, ornate buildings making up the inner portions of the capital city of Eddiston blocked the view of the city center, but it was just before then that I spotted Alassians. They weren't any different from the humans of Sapin, but they all wore the same gray and black uniforms streaked with blood red. They were also the only ones with weapons, and they used them to herd the people up ahead into the pathway leading into the city center. That's when I heard it, the first scream. That was only the beginning. That first scream triggered more as the crowd in front reached the open area of the city's square. I pushed ahead through the crowd, trying to squeeze my way toward the front. I was in the middle of the dense line of people squeezing into the open area that was once the hub of commerce and trade. As I got closer, I noticed the change in the air, from fear and worry to despair. I could make out the more subtle reactions now alongside the screams that resounded. I could make out the gasps and groans and even the quiet sobs from the people up ahead. As I got even closer, I could see the people. A broad man pointing a trembling finger to my right. A woman with both hands covering her mouth, eyes wide and tears flowing freely. Another man with a hardened, fixed expression looking the other way. That's when I reached the front. I turned my head to face the sight that everyone was reacting so strongly towards, not caring about the Alacrians nearby, and I finally saw it. My gut clenched and a lump in my throat threatened to suffocate me as I saw the four figures. 2 men, 2 women with black spikes pierced through their bodies high up in the air for all to see. 2 were the leaders of this kingdom and the other 2 were my parents. Chapter 244, Day of Rebirth. I stumbled back, barely able to stay on my feet. My breathing quickened to the point that my head spun. Everything was blurred out of focus except for my parents, the one sight that I couldn't bear to watch. But my eyes remained glued to their corpses hanging in the air with a black spike jutting through their backs. Their arms and legs hung limply high up in the sky as blood trailed down the spikes that scaled over 3 stories high, dyeing them in crimson. The worst part, though, was the fact that I could see their expressions. Their eyes were wide and bulging while their mouths hung open. It wasn't just my parents, it was the king and queen of Sapin as well. They had all been positioned for everyone arriving to clearly see the pain that they had been in before their deaths. Blood rushed to my head, pounding against my ears, and I felt power leak from my mana core. The primal strength that I knew all too well as the Elderwood Guardian's beast will threaten to break free and wreak havoc on the Alacrians here. Control yourself, Tesha, I begged to myself. It took every ounce of strength left in my body to resist the beast's tantalizing power. Despite how everything turned out, my parents took me away believing that they were keeping me safe, and for that very fact alone, I needed to make sure that I didn't throw their efforts and lives away in vain. A sob reached my throat and I couldn't bear it any longer. Falling to my knees, I wept quietly amidst the crowd, mourning for different reasons. To most of the people here, they cried because their deaths meant that Dicathen had lost. They cried because their deaths meant grim futures filled with hardships and uncertainties. For me, I cried for my parents. I cried for all of the things I couldn't do with them, for all of the things I said to them, and all of the things I couldn't say to them. Citizens of Dicathen, a soft, honeyed voice rang. Despite how loud it had been, the crowd quieted. On the top of a stone pillar that had just been conjured stood a woman donning the gray and red military uniform of Alacria. Her red hair billowed like a dancing flame as she looked down at us with her hands clasped in front of her. I found myself waiting for the next words of the female Alacrian, curious as to what she'd say. The Alacrian spoke again with her alluring voice. Your kings have passed, your armies are fleeing, and your most powerful warriors are in hiding. The castle is ours, Zyra City and Elenwar City are ours, and now Ediston City is ours. But do not fret, for we did not come here as pillagers. There was a still silence as everyone waited for her next words. Finally she spoke, making a subtle but welcoming gesture with her arms slightly raised. We came here as agents of something greater, of someone greater. Mighty Usuras, the deities that you have worshipped all this time, believing that they are watching over you, those days are no longer. The Alacrians have won this war not by our own power. We won because our sovereign is no lowly human or elf like the ones you see here. Her voice quieted, but somehow her words could be heard even more clearly than before. We won because our sovereign is an Usura. Our victory was the will of a deity himself. Murmurs could be heard throughout the large crowd, but the Alacrians didn't stop it. They let the chatter and hesitance amongst the crowd grow until finally the woman on the pedestal let out a sigh. She only let out a sigh, but I could hear it as if she were next to me in a quiet room. She used earth magic to raise that stone pillar, and she's been manipulating sound to spread her voice. How powerful is she? I couldn't help but doubt what I had learned. In the face of someone capable of not only manipulating multiple elements, but also being a deviant like myself, I began to wonder how many mages as powerful as this person, or even more, existed amongst the Alacrians. Your disbelief is reasonable, and what I say or do here will only fan the flames of doubt growing within you. This is nature, and this is why we had to do what we did. Because of stubbornness, because of pride, because of greed, and because of doubt, peace can only be achieved through war, she said solemnly. You may feel like prisoners of a defeated country now, but I assure you that as time passes you all will feel like a part of something bigger, a citizen of a godly kingdom. My name is Lyra Drade. Today I have stood above you as victor of this war, but I pray that the next time we meet it will be as equals and as friends. The Alacrian's words lingered like a sweet candy after medicine. She didn't just stop there. She then raised the stone pillar even higher and gently pulled the bodies of my parents and the king and queen of Sapin from the black spikes. After setting them down one by one on the ground, she created a pit around their bodies before conjuring a flame in her hand. Our sovereign has decreed today, the 25th sundown of spring, as the day of rebirth. In a single motion, she lit the pit on fire. I pressed my hands over my mouth, physically restraining myself from screaming as I watched the flames burn higher. The thought of not even being able to properly send off my parents clawed at my insides, making it harder to control my raging beast will. This is not a time for mourning and reflection of the past. Today is the start of the Alacrian's speech was cut short. It was then that I felt the subtle shift in the air. My hair stood on its end, and I could feel the primal instincts of the Elderwood Guardian inside me tremble. Every fiber of my body told me I should get out of here. I watched the bright flames dance in the pit as if mocking me. Rage and indignation bubbled in the pit of my stomach, but I knew it was too late. Biting my lower lip, I took one last look at the Alacrian named Lyra Drade. I knew she wasn't the one responsible for those black spikes that had killed Cathlins and my parents, but I wouldn't forget her. I found the Alacrian talking to a figure that wasn't there before. With short black hair and a rather thin body frame, I swore I recognized him, but he had his back turned toward me. Regardless, my body screamed at me to run away the moment my gaze turned toward the familiar man, and with how much was at stake, I followed my instincts. Staying low, I weaved through the forlorn crowd, burying my own feelings from getting in my way. Wiping the tears from my face, I headed towards the buildings in the hopes that I'd be able to squeeze through the alleyway to escape. There were 2 Alacrian soldiers guarding the path that I had come from. It would have been smarter to wait for at least one of them to leave, but behind me I could feel the threatening presence growing closer. Barely able to think over the sound of my own heart trying to break out of my ribcage, I ran past the Alacrian guards, blasting both with a gale of wind. However, unlike the guards I had first met upon arriving through the gate, these Alacrians seemed ready. The female guard to my right repelled my attack with her own blast of wind, while the male guard to my left had managed to anchor himself to the ground, his entire body covered in reptilian scales made of stone. The Earth Mage swung his arms, launching a barrage of the stone scales covering his body, while the female guard sent a gale of wind from above, pushing me down to my knees. With no choice in little time, I ignited my beast will and shrouded myself in the protective green aura of the Elderwood Guardian. The stone scales were repelled, and the wind had become manageable. Conjuring a translucent vine of mana in either direction, I killed the Wind Mage and injured the Earth Mage before running off. Despite my victory, the dread in my heart grew. The threatening presence that made me fear for my life followed behind me like a shadow even as I reached the outskirts of the city. My first plan had been to try and make it back to the gate that I had crossed from, but even from a distance, I could already see Alacrians heavily guarding all 3 gates of Ediston. Damn it, I cursed under my breath. I leaped off from the building I was on top of and made my way towards the southwestern border of Ediston. The closest city with a teleportation gate was Telmore City, which was just off the western coast. If I could make it there and use the medallion, I could still make it back to the refuge shelter. What worried me, however, was that the Alacrians would expect this. With that in mind, I didn't go directly to Telmore, but made my way toward the shore that the last major battle had occurred in. From what I've heard, General Vere had managed to build a massive field of ice off of the Ediston Bay shore. This was the battle that both General Vere and Arthur had participated in. I wanted to see the spectacle for myself and hopefully find some help. After hours of non-stop running with wind magic through hills and dense arrays of trees, the sky had turned a deep orange from the setting sun. I knew I wasn't too far from the coast, but I needed to rest. I'll head to the coast in a few hours and see if there are still any Dicathen soldiers still in the area. I didn't believe the Alacrian named Lyra. There had to be soldiers on our side still fighting out there. My mana-enhanced senses picked up on the slightest movement, making me stop mid-step. I knew as soon as I did that I had made a mistake. I shouldn't have made it known that I could sense someone. Get on your knees and show your back. A clear and authoritative voice rang from my right. I immediately got on my knees and lifted up the bottom of my tunic to reveal my lower and mid-back. Clear, a deep voice grunted from behind me. Suddenly, a figure walked slowly into my line of sight, her hands held over her head in a sign of peace. She was thin and a head shorter than me, but her weathered face and toned body told me not to judge too quickly. Her expression was knitted into a suspicious scowl as she studied me. After taking another few steps, she turned around slowly and removed her leather vest and lifted her shirt, revealing a tanned but otherwise clear back without the markings that Alacrian mages had. She turned back around but kept her distance. Nod for yes, shake for no. Are you alone? She asked quietly, her gaze constantly flitting left and right. I nodded. Okay, she replied, walking closer and stretching out her hand. I was the head of the 3rd Vanguard Unit. You can call me Madame Astera. What is your name? Looking around uncomfortably, I leaned in close and whispered. Tesha Iralith. Madame Astera, who looked a few years older than my mother, flinched and she looked at me carefully before her eyes widened. It only took a second for her to regain her composure and send me a nod. We'll talk later. With a quick gesture of her hand, I could hear several pairs of feet shuffling closer until her entire group joined us. We're going back to our base, she said, her voice barely above a whisper. The rest nodded and I found myself trailing right behind Madame Astera. Are you all Dicathen soldiers? I asked, catching up to her. She nodded in reply, her head constantly moving, watching out for something amiss. How many of you are there? I continued, making sure to keep my voice low. Madame Astera shot me a cold glance. You'll see soon enough, princess. For now, we need to keep moving. I bit my lip, frustrated at her lack of proper response. I'm on my way down to Telmore City. If we can rally up more soldiers from the Battle of Ediston Bay shore, then I can take. Rally, Madame Astera cut off, her gaze sharper than a dagger. She let out a sigh and held up a hand above her head. The other Dicathians around us stopped in their position, most hidden behind trees, some crouched in shrubs and hollow logs. Follow me, she muttered, climbing the steep hill that we had been at the base of. I followed after her, using the jutting roots and rocks as footholds. Madame Astra got to the top first and I saw her looking out, her expression solemn. Finally reaching the top, my eyes looked up, taking in the sight of the setting sun. It was when my gaze dropped further down that I felt the blood drain from my face. From the twisting knot in my stomach to my trembling knees on the verge of collapsing, my entire body reacted to the sight as a sharp gasp escaped my throat. Out on the Eddystone Bay shore, where one of the last large-scale battles had occurred, the ice field that I could only assume had once been white had been turned into a traumatic scene. Blood, so much blood, dyed the ice varying shades of red, from light pink all the way to a deep maroon where I could see scores of corpses. Scattered amidst the field of red were eerily dark flames that looked more like smoke, and the same obsidian spikes that had killed my parents. "Princess, you asked if we could rally more soldiers," Madame Astra breathed. "I don't think there are any more soldiers to rally, at least not here." Chapter 245, Walking Catastrophe. "She really is a princess," the balding bear of a man named Herrick muttered in a deep voice as he studied me intently. "You're making her uncomfortable, you big oaf," the girl called Nyphia berated. "Sorry. I've just never seen a real princess before," Herrick mumbled. I held back a smile as I watched the two bicker before my eyes shifted to Madame Astra. She was talking to a thinner man, not much older than me, huddled over, hugging his knees as his entire body trembled. Jast had been here since we arrived, and judging by the condition he was in, I knew why. The guy was a mess. Jast hadn't said a word since we arrived, only muttering a string of incoherent words as he rocked back and forth. "He had it the worst," Nyphia commented, her steeled expression softening as she watched him. "He watched his entire unit slaughter each other in front of him." "Slaughter each other?" I echoed, horrified. Nyphia leaned close and whispered, "Yup, even the girl we all knew he was secretly dating." "Nyphia," Madame Astra said, her voice sharp. At the mention of her name, Nyphia's body stiffened. "My apologies, Madame Astra." I watched as Nyphia scooted back over to where she was normally sitting. I found myself staring at her and Herrick, their bodies barely visible over the dim light artifact between us. While not as blatantly obvious as Jast's state of mind, both Herrick and Nyphia were riddled with injuries. Most notably, Herrick was missing his left hand, and by the blood spreading even over the thick bandages wrapped around his wrist, I could tell that the wound was fairly recent. Nyphia didn't seem to have any injuries aside from the bloody gash running down the side of her face, but every time she moved her body, she would wince ever so slightly. I felt a knot in my chest looking at them. On one hand, I pitied the state they were in, but on the other hand, I admired the fact that they were still able to smile despite their situation. After Jast had fallen asleep with his head buried in his knees, Madame Astra walked over to the back of the cave where we were sitting around a dim light artifact. She sat across from me, her gaze boring holes into my very soul. Both Nyphia and Herrick had stopped talking, and it seemed like minutes until Madame Astra spoke again, and when she did, it wasn't what I had expected her to say. "FCK," she cursed, pounding the hard ground with her fist. Nyphia, Herrick, and I were all taken aback by her sudden outburst. Combing back her bangs with her fingers, she stared at me and let out a sigh. "It doesn't bode well to see you out here, princess." That's when I realized the reason for her outburst. I wasn't hurt, but I was running away in disguise. My very presence all the way out here meant that something was very wrong, and she couldn't have been more right. I nodded. "You're right, it doesn't. But before I explain the situation out there, can you tell me what happened? To my knowledge, we were winning the battle at the Eddystone Bay shore." "We were and we weren't," she said cryptically. "My knowledge is filled with gaps since my unit was positioned towards the outskirts of the battle, but I'll explain to the best of my abilities." And so, she told me what had happened while the rest of us silently listened. The Bloodfrost battle is what the soldiers had dubbed the massacre that occurred at the Eddystone Bay shore. During the time General Vere and Arthur were there, the battle was one-sided. Alacria didn't seem to have a chance. But as the battle progressed, it became more and more obvious that something was off. The enemy soldiers threw themselves into battle without formation, fled, or even begged for their lives, and sometimes they'd even see soldiers sacrifice their comrades to save themselves. Despite all of this, the higher-ups continued the order to push forward. They wanted to take over the Alacrian ships docked at the other end of the ice field. It was on the third day that the situation flipped. Madame Astra couldn't tell me exactly how it had started, but it was when the new vanguard line that was supposed to relieve the current frontline's position didn't arrive that the soldiers knew something was wrong. Then Alacrian soldiers, actual soldiers in formation and tight teams that clearly knew what they were doing, came from behind. The majority of the Dicathen forces that were on the field were now suddenly pincered, and everyone could see the battle occurring above us in the sky. General Vere was fighting an enemy capable of holding his own against the strongest lance. The Dicathen forces held strong though, and the reserves that had been fighting against the real Alacrian soldiers were slowly regaining their footing after their initial surprise. Despite the major setback, once Lance Micah joined the battle, the Dicathians were hopeful to come out of this battle victorious. That was, until that man arrived. Madame Astra's expression darkened as she continued speaking, both Nyphia and Herrick trembling just at the mention of that person. With the arrival of this new figure, the already bloody battle had turned into a scene of hell. Scores of obsidian spikes shot out from the ground, skewering allies and enemies alike. Clouds of murky gray mist slowly spread, rendering affected troops into deranged monsters that attacked our own. But the worst were the black flames enveloping entire units of soldiers and growing larger despite the entire ground made of ice. In its wake laid only blood and soot. It was just one man, but it was more accurate to call him a walking catastrophe. It only took several hours for the battle to be rendered into a graveyard. How did you guys survive that? I asked, my voice coming out hoarse and shaken. Because the black fires, spikes, and smoke weren't aimed but just spread randomly, Dicathians and Alacrians alike were affected. Those that hadn't died from that deadly magic were able to escape since even the Alacrians were in a state of chaos. Madame Astra explained, her gaze falling on where Herrick and Nyphia were. There are definitely other survivors hiding out here if they hadn't already gotten caught and captured, which is why we've been going on these runs. We've been trying to find more allies. We found Jast as he was getting attacked and saved him yesterday, she continued, taking a quick glance back at the sleeping teen curled into a ball before turning to us. These two are what's left of my unit, but there are a few more out there who were there when we first found you. We've worked out a system where one group comes back while the other circles around just in case we're followed. I nodded, unable to come up with any sort of reply appropriate for this situation. How are your supplies looking? I asked after a long pause. We can split the rations for 4 more days at the maximum between us 5 and the other 3 that'll be here soon, she said. Besides sustenance, however, we have nothing. The emergency medical kit I was carrying in my dimension ring was used to patch up Herrick's injury. At the reminder of his wound, the large soldier dipped his head, looking at the stump where his left hand used to be. Now, princess, tell us the situation out there. Is the war over? Have we lost? Madame Astra asked, her large piercing eyes focused on me. I shifted my gaze to Herrick and Nyphia. The two of them were staring back intently, hopeful, desperate. I sat up and kept my expression stern and confident. We lost this war, but it isn't over. Please elaborate, Madame Astra insisted, leaning in closer. And so I showed them the medallion and told them about the refuge shelter that not even the Alacrians would be able to find, let alone break into. I told them that Commander Virion and General Baron were both there, along with General Arthur, a powerful diviner, and even an emitter. I told them about how the diviner had prepared supplies in advance, and that all the necessary components are there to sustain hundreds, if not thousands of people. But by the end of my hope-filled message, the 3 of them stared back at me with looks of indignation. So the outcome of this entire war had been predicted. We were doomed to lose from the start, Nyphia muttered, horrified. My heartbeat quickened. What? And no, I mean, did the commander, General Arthur and General Baron, run away from this battle to save themselves? Madame Astra asked, her voice seething with controlled rage. Of course not. They had been attacked by a scythe at the castle. They barely made it out of there alive, I reasoned, not expecting this sort of reaction. Madame Astra's head sunk as she buried her face in her hands. Her shoulders bobbed up and down as she took deep breaths, until finally she looked back up with a hardened gaze. Last question, and please answer honestly, she said, sending a chill down my spine. Did they know? My brows furrowed. Excuse me, Commander Virion, General Arthur, General Baron, did these 3 people know what was going to happen here? No, I snapped. No one but Elder Rhynia, the diviner, knew. No one was more angry than those 3 for not being told about all of this. They blame themselves more than anyone for how this war ended, but they're still there because they know it's the only chance we have in taking back Dicathen. After long minutes of tortured silence, Madame Astra let out a breath. I understand, so what's the plan? Did you travel here because the diviner knew our location? I bit my lip, unable to answer. It was the opposite. I had snuck out here alone on this selfish quest to bring back my parents, only to fail and be chased away and found by Madame Astra's group. I've come to find Dicathians and bring as many as I can back with me to the refuge shelter, I lied. The only consolation was seeing Herrick and Nyphia smile at each other, excited at the fact that they'd be safe once they were there. Even Jast raised his head, his gaze sober and hopeful. Madame Astra nodded, but I couldn't read her expression. Regardless, they had agreed to go with me to Telmore City, where we'd either sneak in or fight our way to the teleportation gate there. All we had to do was wait for the rest of Madame Astra's group to arrive. An hour trickled by as we waited impatiently for more people to come, but no one did. They shouldn't be out there for this long, Madame Astra growled as she paced back and forth inside the cave. I'll go take a look alone, stay here. Wait, I called out. It'll take too long if you go out and search for them by yourself, then come back. We traveled north to get here from where we were all at. If we go together and meet up with the rest of the group further down, it'll be en route to Telmore City. It will shave off at least half a day depending on how fast we're able to locate them, Nifia chimed in. I don't like it, but you're right. Princess, do you have any experience in tracking or scouting? Madame Astra asked. I've had some training from my previous teacher on using wind magic for scouting, but my actual experience is minimal, I responded, tightening my leather boots. So you specialize in wind? Good, that'll be useful out there, she replied, turning to Jast. How do you feel you had another one of your episodes again? The boy named Jast stood up slowly, slinging a sack over his shoulder. I'm a bit better now, thank you, Madame Astra. Then let's get moving, the leader said curtly. We left the cave through the small entrance we had covered in foliage. From the outside, the little hideout was nothing more than a slope at the base of a hill. Staying low and several yards apart from each other, we made our way south through the forest. The forest here weren't nearly as dense or lush as the Elshire forest. Even the wildlife was scarce and timid. I missed home more than I ever did in the past. I had spent years in Sapin while I was at school, but the fact that I might not even have a home to go back to now really hit me. Even if the castle that I grew up in was still there, what was the point? My parents were gone. No, not now, Tess. I swallowed and took a deep breath. I didn't have the chance to properly mourn for my parents despite seeing their corpses put on display to send a message. Now even their bodies were gone. I took another breath, trying to calm myself. There would be a time to grieve once we're all safe. For now, I needed to focus on getting everyone back to the shelter. Distracting myself from my own thoughts by searching for the missing members of Madame Astra's group, we continued backtracking our route. I wasn't sure how much time had passed, but suddenly Madame Astra let out a trilling whistle like a bird. This was her signal for all of us to stop and lay low. It only took me a few seconds to catch on to what the leader had seen and heard. Just a few yards southeast from our position was the shuffling of shrubs and snapping of twigs. It was too large to be a rodent or hare, and it seemed too clumsy to be a deer. We waited for Madame Astra to slowly stalk whatever was there, barely catching the reflection of her thin sword. She moved with ease, as if gliding through the trees and foliage, as her presence was barely detectable even as I was watching her. Despite the situation we were in, I couldn't help but admire her prowess. She would be a powerful ally that could help smuggle away more people away from the Alacrians once she got settled. I continued waiting, observing, my entire body tensed, as Madame Astra was almost upon the thing when she jolted to a stop and gestured for us to come. With a sigh of relief, we all hurried over to where she was, only to see her crouched over a figure I couldn't quite make out. Getting closer, my eyes widened at the sight of the injured soldier. He was a mess with his armor and clothes basically dyed with his own blood. Beside me, Nifia let out a gasp. That's a bath. She ran towards the injured man, and I followed until I got close enough to hear the last part of what he was saying. Was killed, a boy. Before I could even get the chance to interpret what he had said, my beast will suddenly ignited and every fiber in my body stiffened. It was as if a heavy blanket of this carnal and unabated bloodlust had fallen over me. I was barely able to remain on my feet. Both Herrick and Nifia fell on their knees, trembling while Jast had curled up into a fetal position, shaking violently. Desperate, I turned to Madame Astra, only to see her staring behind me, wide-eyed and lips trembling as she muttered, "Why dash you ... in the battle?" I knew, my entire body knew, that unlike at the city center, it was too late to run away this time. Willing myself to turn around, I saw a person that I hadn't seen in years. A person that I thought had died and had almost forgotten, but a person that couldn't be more familiar. His name escaped my lips as I stared at him. Elijah, chapter 246, dear old friend. Even as I said his name and knew who he was, Elijah had changed tremendously. Aside from the fact that he was now a head taller than me with skin as pale as alabaster, his short jet black hair and sharp eyes made him look almost completely different. Elijah let out a chuckle, his gaze fixed on me. Long time no see, Tess. How's Arthur doing? I shuddered as a sharp chill ran down my spine. Elijah and I had gone to school together. He was Art's best friend. So why were his words so threatening? He's doing fine, I mustered, trying to stand taller as the pressure Elijah gave off continued to weigh down on me. Of course he's doing fine. That fool has been as resilient as a cockroach for as long as I've known him. My brows furrowed at the unfamiliar word. Cockroach, guess you wouldn't know yet, he smiled, taking a step closer to me. Come, let's go. Where? I asked, my heartbeat quickening. Elijah, what happened? Elijah flinched slightly at the mention of his name. I'll explain on the way. For now, it'd be best if you come with me. Don't, a voice croaked from behind. I looked back to see Madame Astra back on her feet, her sword in hand. Impressive that you can talk despite the pressure I've put on you especially, Elijah said, but I advise you not to speak again. Madame Astra raised her sword, hands trembling. He's the one battlefield. I barely had time to think when I sensed danger. The instincts embedded into me through assimilation with my beast will caused me to tackle Madame Astra. Glancing back to where she was standing before, there was an all-too-familiar black spike, jutting from the ground with blood dripping from its point. Madame Astra groaned in pain, but my eyes remained glued to Elijah. Why you? How? We were told that the only ones able to conjure those black spikes were some of the scythes and their retainers, so how was Elijah able to use it? Are you with the Alacrians? I asked. Elijah's expression turned serious. The Alacrians and I both have something we want to get out of this war, that is it. Realization dawned on me. It was you were at Ediston. Were you the one that? Elijah took another step toward us. Step away from the woman, Tesha. I refuse, I said through gritted teeth. Get out of here, princess. It seems he can't kill you, Madame Astra whispered. We're no match. He's the one that slaughtered scores of soldiers at the Bay Shore battle. There's no mistaking it. I've trained and suffered waiting years for this, Tesha. Come with me and I'll leave the others alone. I tightened my grip around Madame Astra. Elijah let out a sigh. Okay, I really didn't want to leave any distasteful memories, but you leave me no choice. Another chill ran down my spine, signaling danger. With just the faintest rustle, another black spike was conjured, piercing through the wounded soldier we had just found. But it was too late. Madame Astra jerked within my grasp, trying to reach her fallen comrade, but I kept her down. Come with me, Tesha, Elijah repeated. My mind spun as I tried to think of a way out of this. I knew I couldn't go with Elijah. He was purposely keeping me alive for something. My first thought was that he was going to use me as a hostage, but then Elijah said he didn't want to leave any distasteful memories. Another chill ran down as I felt the fluctuation of magic. This time there was only a surprised grunt in the distance before I saw it. Jast had been pierced through the chest and hoisted into the air, just like my parents had been. The traumatized soldier's expression wasn't of pain, but of surprise and confusion as blood dripped from the corners of his mouth. No, Madame Astra screamed, trying to pry herself away from me. Now, Elijah held out a pale hand. Come with me. My gaze shifted from Jast's corpse to Madame Astra and to Nyphia and Herrick. I was caught between two choices, relent until everyone but me was killed or go with him. Desperation sunk in and I decided to make my own third option. Grabbing the blade of Madame Astra's sword, I held it by my throat. Don't. A look of surprise skirted across Elijah's face before he revealed a smirk. You're not going to kill yourself. Without another word, I pressed the edge of the blade against my throat until I drew blood. This was a dangerous gamble, one that could get myself and the people around me here killed, but I knew I couldn't go with him. I knew something far worse might happen if I went with him. Fortunately, the gamble paid off. Elijah visibly stiffened and his brows knitted in frustration before he snapped. Stop. I held the blade in place, keeping my expression firm despite the sharp pain radiating from my self-inflicted wound. Fear bubbled up in the pit of my stomach. I didn't want to die now. I didn't want to die. The hand holding the blade trembled and it barely lowered because of my hesitation, but that was all Elijah needed. Instantly, a thin spike shot through Madame Astra's sword, knocking it out of my hand. I'm sorry I had to risk your life like that, but I've waited too long, Elijah said sincerely as he walked towards me. I fell back and scrambled desperately away from the man that was once Arthur's friend. What had happened to him? I hated myself for being so weak. Because of me, everyone here was going to die and I couldn't do anything about it. Elijah flicked his wrist and another black spike shot up from the ground, through Herrick. I closed my eyes, unable to watch as Nyphia's scream pierced through my ears. My heart hammered against my ribs as my breath turned shallow. I tried to keep calm, but I was suddenly reminded of the battle in the Elshire forest, all of the deaths that had been caused by me. I opened my eyes again to see the world spinning and tipping. I felt like I was drowning underwater as the only noise I could hear was my frantic heart beating and the short, desperate breaths coming out of my mouth. Then suddenly, a hailstorm of golden-white light rained down on Elijah. Clouds of dust enveloped the entire area as trees fell and the ground crumbled. A dragon as black as the conjured spike a few steps in front of me appeared. Moments later, even through my blurry vision, I could make out the all-too-familiar figure with a head of long auburn hair holding someone. Faint golden markings glowed just beneath his eyes as he appeared. As he looked at me, a mixture of emotions washed over me as my vision darkened, embarrassment, guilt, but most of all relief. I'm sorry, I said, not even able to hear my own voice. I could make out more of Arthur's face as he got closer. He was sweating and his usual composure was nowhere to be found. His mouth moved, but I couldn't hear what he said as the world faded into black. Arthur Leywin, I dropped Nyphia, who I had practically pried away from her dead friend, and caught Tess as she fell unconscious. Slinging her over my shoulder, I snapped my fingers to get Nyphia's attention. Help Madame Astra onto my bond, I said sharply, jutting my head over to Sylvie, who was walking towards us. Nyphia, who had been staring at me blankly, snapped out of her daze and nodded. She slung Madame Astra's arm over her shoulders and helped her up onto Sylvie. "What is this?" Madame Astra marveled as she got on top of my bond, her right ankle bleeding profusely. Wordlessly, I handed Tesha to her and made sure all three of them were secure before I withdrew Static Void. I ignored the tight grip of fatigue around my mana core and jumped onto Sylvie's back as we took off high into the cloudy skies. How easy would it have been if I had full control over Evum like Lord Indrath? I could have kept time frozen as I took everyone to safety. Of course, if I had the powers of an Usura, things would never have escalated to this point. "Are you okay? You used borrowed ether arts for much longer than you're used to," Sylvie asked, her concern emanating onto me. "I'll be fine. Were you able to get a close look at that Alacrian though? From those black spikes and the pressure he gave off, he was at least a retainer and one we haven't seen before." "I wasn't able to make out his face either," she answered, "but he's already approaching us." I sensed it too. We had already reached above the thick blanket of clouds and had already cleared several miles, but I could feel the Alacrian's presence not too far off. Madame Astra was the next to sense our enemy's approach. She jerked back, her face pale and expression grim. She and I both knew that as soon as we landed, a battle would be inevitable. But that didn't matter. I just needed to hold this person off until Madame Astra and Nyphia can get Tess through the portals safely. With the artifact she and I had, the portal would take us to the refuge shelter where the rest of them were waiting. "We'll make it back," Sylvie assured. "We're much stronger than we used to be." Without Dawn's ballad and the fact that I barely managed to wound a scythe out of sheer luck, I couldn't help but feel a lingering doubt. Still, there were people waiting for me. We continued flying through the air silently. Nyphia, who was around my age, was coping with her loss, trembling as she clutched something in her hands. I found myself staring at Madame Astra's back as she held onto Tess. I didn't think I'd meet the old soldier again after seeing her briefly at the Battle of Ediston Bay, or even before that as a cook. A sharp influx of mana behind me snapped at my attention. Immediately, I whirled around, conjuring a dome-shaped barrier of ice. Not a second later, sharp cracks resounded, cutting through the howling wind as black spikes embedded themselves onto the ice barrier before it shattered. I utilized the dense clouds below us to fuel another frost barrier, but the barrage of black spikes continued unceasingly. "Sylv, dip lower into the clouds," I conveyed while manipulating the dense clouds to cover our movements. "Got it, we're almost at Telmore City," my bond informed. We picked up speed during our descent, giving me enough time to prepare an attack. Unable to use lightning effectively because of the abundance of moisture around us, I readied a barrage of ice shards in the general direction of the approaching Alacrian, adding a deadly spin and boost in speed using wind magic as well. My spell tore through asunder, punching dozens of holes through the clouds. My confidence wavered as I spotted the black dot approaching, unabated by my attack. Soon after, the black dot multiplied and I found myself facing another 24 black spikes the size of spears. "Faster," I snapped, unwilling to waste any more mana right now when a battle on the ground seemed inevitable. At this point, I could only pray that there wasn't another retainer or scythe waiting for us by the teleportation gate. Finally, after speeding down through an endless visage of murky gray, we burst through the cloud floor. Below, the city of Telmore exploded into view, its buildings and the surface they were built on fast approaching. Even with the wind magic I had cast around us, Madame Astra and Nyphia had to clutch tightly around Sylvia's back spine to keep from falling off. "Arthur, help me with the landing," Sylvie pleaded as we approached the paved clearing in the middle of Telmore City. My gaze shifted back and forth between the approaching black spears and the ground, my ears popping from the change in pressure. "Hold on," I roared as I ignited Realmheart and cast a powerful updraft just in time for Sylvie to spread her wings. Simultaneously, I cast another barrier of ice over us as the black spears began raining down. The spears were different this time, though they burned right through the ice barrier. "Damn it," I cursed. Curling my hand into a fist, I dispelled the frozen barrier over us, shattering it before using the same updraft I had conjured to slow our descent to redirect at least some of the black spears. Just how much mana does that retainer have to constantly churn out spells like this? I wondered in frustration as we neared the ground. I could barely make out the screams and shouts from the people below as they scattered below us. Suddenly, Sylvie let out a cry and we jerked to the left. "I was struck on my right wing," Sylvie sent painfully as we started spiraling out of control. It took a few minutes for Sylvie to be able to coat her wing in mana and slowly close her wound before she regained control. The problem now was being able to slow down our descent fast enough to land safely instead of crashing like a meteor. With my attention split between creating the updraft as well as fighting off the scores of black spears that didn't seem to be stopping, however, I couldn't help but prepare for the worst. We plummeted down, Sylvie's wings spread wide to catch as much of my updraft as possible. Just as my fears were about to come true, a green light emanated from around me. I spared just a glance back to see Tess awake and back up on her feet. The light had spread from Tess and onto Sylvie as green translucent tendrils of mana shot out from underneath my bond, embedding themselves into the ground and buildings around us. Most of the translucent vines ripped apart as they tried to counter the speed of our fall, but I could feel us slowing down. Trusting Sylvie and Tess to handle the fall, I focused my attention back to the approaching Alacrian speeding towards us like an ebony comet. Utilizing both fire and water, I conjured a blast of thick steam towards our enemy in order to obscure his vision before releasing an arc of lightning. The blast of steam served as a powerful conductor for the lightning, creating a lightning cloud that lit up the darkening sky in brilliant flashes of gold. At the last moment, Sylvie cast a barrier of mana around us, and with Tess Beast slowing our fall, we were able to land on the ground without a scratch. "Let's go," I snapped, picking Knifey up by her waist as Tess and Madame Astera hopped off of Sylvie. I glanced down at Madame Astera's right ankle. She had enveloped a thick layer of mana just around the wound to keep it from bleeding. It was only a temporary solution, but a smart choice with how little time we had. I can run," Knifey said, her face red from she struggled underneath my arm. "Good." I let her go, and we all began racing towards the podium only a few hundred feet east with Tess and Madame Astera leading the way. Sylvie changed into her human form and followed closely behind me when Tess suddenly looked back at me over her shoulder. It was only for a split second, and no verbal exchange happened, but the expression she made as she looked at me lingered. With our monoclad bodies, we quickly approached our destination, but so had our enemies. There were Alacrian soldiers lined up in rows between us and the teleportation gate, but they weren't the reason that every hair on my body stood on its end. I glanced back to see a black fire burning away at the lightning cloud, and a figure merely standing on the ground where we had landed. My eyes widened at the sight of the same power as that scythe I had fought against in the castle. With Realmheart still active, I could see the horrifying amount of mana coagulating, not just around him, but on the ground below us as well. My mind whirled as I debated whether to risk using Static Void once more. Encompassing our entire group long enough for us to make it to the portal without the help of mana would take a minute, maybe more. My gaze landed on Knifea and Madame Astera. Could I abandon these two and lessen the burden? "Arthur," Sylvie shouted, urging me to do anything. I cursed under my breath and decided I use Static Void only on myself. I whirled back, digging my heels into the ground and dashing back to where the Alacrian was preparing his devastating attack, hoping to withdraw Static Void in front of him and dispel his magic. But as I got close enough to make out who my opponent was, my concentration wavered and Static Void shattered out of existence. There was a look of surprise at my sudden appearance just a few yards away from him, but his lips curved into a smirk. His arms lowered, but the umbral energy still swirled around his hands as Elijah greeted me. "Long time no see, my dear old friend." Gray, Chapter 247, Not Alone. Air seized in my chest as I struggled to process what was going on. Elijah, who had been taken by Draniv during the invasion of Xyrus Academy, was alive and standing in front of me. "Elijah, what's going on? How are you?" My voice trailed off as the two of us exchanged gazes. The expression he held was tense and he looked older for some reason. He was definitely Elijah, but everything about him seemed just a little off. With a sneer, Elijah leaped back, his arms swirling with a black aura. I responded in turn, igniting Realmheart physique to its fullest extent. I needed to. Just from what he showed me, his spell formations were almost instant. If I was going to get out of this alive, I needed to know where and how his spells were going to form beforehand. I could see my bangs turn white while golden runes began pulsating on my skin. As the otherworldly power of an Usra coursed through my veins, I felt myself calming down, becoming more detached, as a cool blanket draped over my mind. With a thought, I withdrew the only sword I had left in my dimension ring, the remaining sword of the pair that Senior Trotius' daughter gave to me. The golden sword slid out of its scabbard with a soft hum. Tightening my grip around its handle, I faced Elijah, a whirlwind of ash-like mana converging around his hands, ready to be unleashed. I need to stop him. I'll pry the answers out of him after that. I dashed forward, closing the gap between us in 3 steps. I aimed for his midsection, but a black spike erupted from the ground between us, parrying my swing. "Why are you doing this, Elijah?" I seethed, repositioning myself. I didn't let him rest. The physical training I had done with Cordry kicked in. My feet blurred in a series of complicated footwork maneuvers designed for sharp directional changes. "After what you've taken away from me, don't you feel bad asking me that, Gray?" Elijah replied, voice laced with anger. His eyes couldn't keep up, but the spikes that could be conjured from thin air and even faster from the ground seemed more like an automatic defense system rather than a willful conjuring. Meanwhile, Elijah continued to try and back away, his face tense but controlled as he continued preparing his spell. I could see through Realmheart the form that this massive spell would take, pressuring me to move faster and hit harder. My initial plan was to confront him in close combat in order to conserve my mana and to exploit his weakness. But as our clash went on, I had the feeling more and more that it wouldn't be as easy as it had been in my head. Even while integrating elemental magic into my blade, the black flames swirling around his hands ate away and even got larger after consuming my attacks. I was able to slice through the black spikes that seemed to endlessly conjure and protect their master, but not without my blade sustaining damage as well. With a blast of black fire, Elijah propelled himself back, putting distance between the two of us as I quickly discarded my outer robe, which caught on fire. In that short span of time, a trail of the ash-like mana accumulated in a path from where Elijah now stood, all the way to the portal. Tess, Sylvie, and everyone else all stood in that path. Sylvie, I called out in my mind, sharing with her the path of Elijah's spell. With a mental nod of confirmation, I turned my attention back to my friend. "Damn it, Elijah," I whispered. Dropping the steel scabbard on the ground, I imbued more mana and swung the sword at Elijah. Not a sound was made as the blade sliced through the air, but the effects were shown immediately. Dozens of thin paths carved themselves like intertwining snakes on the ground as a flurry of crescents honed in on my old friend. Elijah finished his attack prematurely. His spell was three-part. The first part made the ground crack and crumble, the second part raised chunks of the ground into the air, and the third part, thrusting his palms forward, Elijah unleashed a score of obsidian spikes from the ground and from the large chunks of stone floating in the air. Like the inside of a large tunnelworm's mouth, rows and rows of sharp fangs shot out, tearing apart my spell. Receiving a mental signal from Sylvia telling me that the three of them were at a safe distance away, I concentrated ahead. Realmheart allowed me to see the locations where the spikes would shoot out from and even how large they were before the spikes even manifested. I took a sharp breath, as electricity filled my body, stimulating and forcibly enhancing my reflexes. I tuned everything out and focused solely on the path leading me to my opponent. Now, blood pumped through my limbs and the muscles in my legs and core tensed. I pushed off with my feet, feeling the paved ground beneath crumbling from the force. I shot forward, trusting my body and instincts to take me to the exact location I wished. Like a well-orchestrated performance, a black spike shot out from the ground just where my feet were, giving me another foothold to push off from. Despite the seemingly random pattern that the black spears exploded out from the ground like deadly pistons, I was always at the right place at the right time. I weaved through the jungle of black fangs as more and more spikes shot out in all directions before nearing Elijah. Stabbing my golden blade forward, I released an arc of lightning that glowed black under the influence of Realmheart physique. 3 black horns jutted in front of Elijah, conducting and redirecting the blast of lightning. The black tendrils of electricity spiraled down the thick black spikes that Elijah had conjured, destroying the ground. Elijah's lips quivered in a snarl as mana gathered around his lower face. A black fire roared to life from his mouth as he bellowed like a dragon. The hellfire grew stronger as it approached, consuming the black spikes as fuel. Under the influence of Realmheart, I stayed calm, calculating the best possible scenario out of this. The cold whisper in my mind told me to activate Static Void, to close the distance and finish it cleanly from behind. I almost listened. Even if I couldn't land a killing blow, I could injure him heavily enough to change the tide of battle. But Sylvie's voice pierced through. "Block the attack or the teleportation gate is going to be destroyed. We can't afford to travel to another one," Sylvie screamed. Sharing our thoughts, I could sense Sylvie shifting back into her draconic form while Tess, Madame Astra and Nyphia fought off the remaining Alacrian soldiers. Trusting her, I held my ground and released Thunderclap Impulse. The tinge of electricity around my body faded, and I devoted my mana into my next attack. I held my sword close to my body with its tip pointed at the approaching fire. A white fire ignited on the blade, shining brightly like liquid pearl as I imbued more and more of my internal mana, as well as manipulated the mana around me to fuel my attack. During this time, a concentrated blast of pure mana shot out from behind me, enveloping Elijah completely and creating another crater. With the spell interrupted, the size of the hellblaze stayed constant but continued its fast approach. Gathering more and more power into my spell, I waited until the last moment before thrusting my sword forward, releasing the white flame that had covered my clothes in a layer of frost and had frozen the ground around me. A swirling cone of white frostfire ripped out of my sword and clashed against the raging black inferno. A shockwave of force as my spell continued to drill through the black fire pushed me back on my feet even as I used wind magic to keep me steady. The golden blade of my sword shattered from the stress of conjuring the spell, but the two spells managed to cancel each other out. "Is everyone okay?" I asked my bond. "Yes." No one was hurt on our side. Confused by her words, I glanced back to see the scope of damage from Elijah's spell. The black fire wasn't able to reach past me, but the spikes made it all the way to where the teleportation gate was. Even more horrible were the bodies of Alacrian soldiers that were guarding the gate stuck on the black spikes. I didn't have time to dwell on them. Can you guys reach the portal? I asked. No. I can break the black spikes, but even then, it'll take some time to make it to where the portal was buried. As I cursed under my breath, my mind spun trying to make sense of everything and, more importantly, getting Sylvie, Tess, Madame Astera, and Nyphia out of here. If I shot out a spell powerful enough to clear the forest of black spikes, I would also destroy the teleportation gate, but I also couldn't just wait for more Alacrians, perhaps even a retainer or scythe, to come while we tried to fish the gate out. Suddenly, a blast of black fire exploded into view from the crater where Elijah was. With a hand clad in frostfire, I parried the sphere of hellfire, only for it to hit and bring down an entire building nearby. The fire ate away at the structure, growing bigger until everything was consumed. Elijah walked out of the crater unharmed. "Who are you?" I asked, remembering what his first words to me were. The corner of Elijah's lips curled into a sneer. "You're smarter than that. I guess the years of living comfortably in this world have made you soft." Elijah lifted his hands, but before his spell could manifest, I was already within arm's length of his face. Weaponless, I swung my fist down, wind spiraling from the speed of my punch. Another black spike jutted out to protect Elijah's face from my blow, but I didn't stop. With wind speeding my swing and pure mana strengthening the force of my blow, I crushed through the damned spike and landed the punch right on Elijah's jaw. The sound of crashing thunder resounded from the impact of my blow, and Elijah's body was buried into the ground. "You're not Elijah, so I'm going to ask this one more time. Who the hell are you?" Elijah stood back up from the hole his body had created in the ground. His jaw had been shattered and most of his teeth were gone, but as a smoky black ember burned through his face, the injuries he had sustained were recovering. Of course he has regenerative abilities, I thought, grimacing at the radiating pain stemming from the knuckles I had fractured from punching through the black spike. My frustration grew as I saw scores of Alacrian soldiers rushing towards us from both sides. If things progressed like this, I'd have to fight hundreds of soldiers as well as Elijah. "Arthur," Tesh's voice echoed from behind. Sylvie and Tess were running towards me. "Stay back," I roared, my voice coated with an otherworldly power as Realmheart physique's effects got stronger. I released an arc of lightning at Elijah before he could fully recover, trying to keep him from coming out. "Elijah won't kill Tesha," Sylvie stated. "He could have killed her multiple times before we arrived, but he didn't. There are more Alacrians coming. It's still too dangerous. Just get her out of here." As if a burning rod pressed down on my brain, Sylvie's anger exploded. "No, why must you always go about life-threatening situations on your own? I am your partner, not some gopher to escort your princess to safety." "Sylvie," I pleaded. I couldn't let either of them get hurt, and Sylvie knew that. "We fight together and get out of this together," she said resolutely, her uneasiness leaking through. Giving up, I shifted my gaze to Madame Astera. A deep crimson aura encased her sword as she and Nyphia slowly, but surely began hacking down the hundreds of black spikes that stood in the way between us and the teleportation gate. "Damn it, Sylvie. Fine, you and Tess keep the Alacrians away from us." "Good plan." My bond sent me a mental smirk. Elijah and I were roughly equal in terms of power. I was faster and stronger physically, but he was more than able to make up for it using the same unique magic that Yudo was able to use, alongside an even more powerful black fire, the same as that scythe who killed Elder Boond. And while it wasn't appropriate, I was admittedly worried about Tess finding out about who Gray was after this. Shaking away my concerns, I dashed towards Elijah. Close friend or not, I needed to stop him. Seeing me approach, Elijah conjured another rally of obsidian spears and fired them at me. I can do this, I thought. Elijah's control over the black spikes and the speed at which they were formed weren't on the level of Yudo, and I had gotten stronger since my fight against him. With mana pumping through my veins and coalesced around my body, I easily dodged the spears with minimal movement before a wave of black fire shot out from Elijah's palms. Not willing to waste mana on confronting the hellfire head-on, I leapt over it. Mid-jump, out of the corner of my eyes, I could see the fight going at the edge of the crater we were in. Golden lights flashed from Sylvie's attacks while tendrils of green whirled and whipped in a blur. Comforted by the fact that they were doing fine despite the overwhelming numbers against them, I focused on my opponent. Rather than going for raw power like him, I used my mana efficiently. With the control I had gained from reaching White Core, I molded mana, coalescing different attributes together to form several condensed bullets of varying colors. With a burst of blue fire, aided by wind magic, the 5 bullets pierced through the air in streaks of light like multicolored lasers. 3 were blocked by the black spikes, but 1 grazed his leg and another hit him squarely in his arm, burning a hole through his limb. Following up, I dashed toward Elijah, frost accumulating around my arm. "You're not a match for me in this world, Gray," Elijah stated as he jumped backwards and conjured a thin layer of smoke. With Realm Heart active, I could tell that this spell was similar to the very first retainer I had fought, who was able to conjure and manipulate deadly toxins and poisons. Don't let that gas touch you, Tess shouted from the edge of the crater. The gas wove together and shot forth like a serpent striking at its prey. Skidding to a stop, I used the ice-attuned mana surrounding my arms and slashed at the air. A shimmering crescent-shaped blade of white fire tore free from my swing, cresting through the air while leaving a trail of frost in its path. The spell sliced through the snake-like spell, freezing it. The icy crescent nicked Elijah in the shoulder. Even as the effects spread, freezing his left arm, Elijah thrust out a palm at me. 4 black spikes erupted from the ground around me, only 2 of which I managed to avoid. One had pierced through my ankle and the other grazed my side. I buckled as I felt a throbbing burn radiating from my wounds. Meanwhile, Elijah's arms, one frozen and another with a charred hole through it, were both healing. Damn it. He's just sacrificing his limbs to give me injuries. My injuries were healing as well, but the spikes that had pierced through me were coated in poison, and it was interfering with my own regenerative abilities. I looked for an opening to use Static Void once more. I needed to end this quick, but Elijah seemed to be conscious of my abilities. He had positioned spikes around himself at all times to keep me from getting into direct range without him being able to react. His black fire directly countered a lot of my spells while his spikes were able to conduct and redirect my lightning. His weakness was confrontational combat, but he was smart and shrewd. Elijah was playing a game of tactics, keeping me in range while slowly whittling me down despite my superior speed and strength. I have to assume that our mana pool is around the same, mine maybe even lower. If I want to win this fight soon, I need more power. As I gritted my teeth, mind whirling to form a plan, a cool and comforting sensation resonated from my core. It was from Sylvia's dragon will. It told me to let it take control. Sylvia was telling me to let her take control. Chapter 248, his name. Frustration, anxiety, doubt, and fear, all of those emotions faded as a shroud of black lightning crackled around me. I let myself sink deeper into the cold embrace of Realmheart. The feeling reminded me of when I had talked to Lord Indrath, Sylvie's grandfather. He had that lofty, detached air around him as if he wasn't a part of this world but above it. I started to realize why. As Etha continued to coalesce around me, weaving its ethereal tendrils into my body, I could see the runes spreading and connecting with one another around my body. I felt calloused, numb as the power from Sylvia's dragon will flowed freely. It was an intoxicating feeling. I was a king in my previous life, and I stood as one of the pinnacles of strength throughout an entire continent in this life, but what I felt now was true, divine power. Arthur, stop, you're hurting yourself, Sylvie begged in my mind, but I pushed it aside. I was tired of losing battle after battle. Udo, Silrit, the scythe that had taken Sylvia, I had lost to all of them. Not today, especially not against this fraud who had possessed the body of my closest friend. The tendrils of lightning shifted in color as they coiled around my body. I could see the ether being drawn to me, and the black lightning soon had a faint shade of purple mixed in. Arthur, Sylvie said, her voice farther back now. Confident and ready, I took a step. That earth-shattering step managed to carry me past Elijah fast enough that he was still looking at where I stood before. I extended an arm, and the etheric lightning shot out like a whip. Elijah barely managed to shift his black spears in the way of my attack, but he flew back from the impact, crashing on the dented ground a few dozen feet away to where the other Alacrians were. Taking another step, I cleared the distance and hung in the air. The shroud of lightning around me lashed out in all directions, arcing and forking towards the Alacrians closest to me and piercing through their armor and bodies as if they were made of paper. A few Alacrians who managed to keep their wits retaliated with spells of their own, but it was useless. I ignored the blasts of fire and let the shards of ice and stone shatter against the lightning protecting me. My eyes gazed down at the hundreds of Alacrians looking up at me like a god. Hurting, stow, my brows furrowed in annoyance. Suddenly a black inferno roared outward, enveloping me in a shadowy vortex. The shroud of lightning and ether around me grew, striking out at the whirling darkness around me. Embers clung to some of the lightning tendrils and to my body, but they didn't bother me. With another thought, the shroud of lightning was replaced by a nimbus of white fire tinged with ether. The black fire this time weren't able to burn through and sizzled out of existence at the frostfire's touch. Slashing my arms out, a ripple of white flames undulated outward, freezing and shattering everything in its path. With another flick of a wrist, a pulse of white etheric fire burst forth, hitting Elijah and smashing him back into the frozen ground. As the mist and dust subsided, Elijah came into view, clothes and hair disheveled, and arms crossed as the remains of frozen black spikes lay scattered around him. He looked back up at me, brows furrowed, sweating, biting his lower lip in a grimace. I winced at the familiar sight. I tried to dig through my memories at why Elijah looked so familiar yet so unfamiliar at the same time. But the veil of apathy that had enveloped me clung on, pushing away the urge to question my opponent and focus solely on killing him. As more and more of Sylvia's dragon will pumped out of my core and through my veins, the stronger I heard the old dragon's voice. Memories of my time with her in that cave after falling off the cliff began to surface, and I began to trust in that voice more and more. I let the otherworldly power take control over my body and my mind for the sake of killing Elijah and getting Tess and Sylvie to safety. Had I broken through past the white core stage? Was this Sylvia's message to me to destroy anyone and everyone for the sake of those precious to me? That had to be it. There was no other reason why I would be hearing Sylvia's voice right now. There was no other explanation for this sudden influx of power. Arthur, please, destroying, Adi, I pushed away my bond's voice. She didn't understand, she didn't know. She didn't know of Sylvia's promise to me that she had a message for me once I had broken past the white core realm. My vision swam in a tinge of lavender as ether gathered around me. The motes of purple danced as if celebrating my ascension to the throne. I truly felt like a deity, like an Asura. Shifting my attention back to Elijah, I noticed his gaze flitting off to the side as if he was waiting for something or someone. I let out a breath and the motes of ether fluttered in front of me. Raising an arm completely enveloped in a golden aura, I flicked my wrist. Ether heeded my call, molding around the blade of wind that I had shot at Elijah. My opponent, his legs injured from my previous attack, chose to block my attack. Rows of black spikes, lit aflame in that hellfire capable of eating away at even water and mana, erupted from the ground in front of him, but the silvery crescent tinged purple that I had released mowed through the rows of black spikes like they were made of butter. Elijah, realizing that his defenses were useless, barely managed to throw himself out of the way but not in time to get out unscathed. He let out a howl of pain while clutching what was left of his severed arm. Even then, he dared to launch another attack at me. A smirk rose from my lips as I took a step in the air. With control of spatium, the motes of ether converged into a bridge in front of me, and that single step cleared the dozens of yards instantly and without using strength. It was the very world that had folded in front of me. Elijah only managed to widen his eyes in shock before I held out a hand. Ether converged around the stub of his right arm where his hellfire was currently regenerating the lost limb. Under my influence, however, the black fire turned purple, and rather than heal him, it was eating away at him. Not a match, you say? I mocked, my voice tinged with an ethereal timbre. Elijah bit his lower lip harder, stifling a scream. With blood streaming down the corner of his mouth, Elijah scoffed at me. I knew you'd show your true face. Whatever name and appearance you take on, you'll always be the same, Gray. My eyes narrowed, but the cool blanket of apathy abated the message of his words. The only thought that throbbed in my mind was how this person, Elijah, my once close friend, was trying to harm Tess. Goodbye, I muttered, raising a hand to finish the job. Arthur, dodge, Sylvie's voice suddenly screamed in my head. Pure instinct took hold, and I kicked forward, pushing myself back just as a blazing pillar of black erupted from the ground where I had been standing. I berated myself for hyperfocusing on Elijah to the point where I didn't notice the fluctuation of magic even through Realmheart. The black flame barely managed to graze my left foot, but the difference in power was evident. Even with the protection of ether currently surrounding my body, I felt a scalding pain radiating from my foot. The intensity and speed of conjuration was on a different level from Elijah's black flames. Following the trail of mana fluctuation, I shifted my gaze to my right and up in the sky. As soon as I confirmed who it was, I couldn't help but smile. I could feel Sylvia shake in anger and anticipation inside me, as if even her will knew who was responsible for her death. My body, bathing in an ether-tinged golden light, glowed brighter and stronger. This time would be different from the castle. The scythe arrived beside Elijah, his face a mask of indifference and poise. He laid a hand on the purple flame, eating away at where his arm used to be, and it was replaced by a smoldering black flame that began slowly, but visibly, regenerating Elijah's arm. Rather than rushing into fight, I kept my distance while healing my foot as well using life ether. I could also feel Sylvie's healing touch as she continued keeping the Alacrians at bay with Tess. They were at a standstill, both sides not sure what to do in the presence of Elijah, the scythe, and myself. You made it clear to me that you'd win against your friend, the scythe said. I was, until he entered that form, Elijah grimaced. No matter, the fault is mine. I let him live in exchange for keeping the castle in one piece as Lord Agrona had ordered. The nonchalance that the scythe showed as he disregarded my very presence festered like an itchy sore until I wasn't able to hold it back any longer. The ether around me formed into a bridge once more, connecting me to where Elijah and the scythe were standing. I stepped forward and the world folded in front of me, carrying me to them. Etheric lightning flashed. I pummeled the scythe in the stomach. A shockwave blasted outward from the impact, blowing Elijah back as well as many of the other Alacrians in the vicinity. Cracks webbed out from where my fist clung to the scythe's armor, but he hadn't even needed to take a step back. "We're no longer in the castle, so it's acceptable for me to be a bit excessive," he stated, a smirk drawn across his face. A chill ran down my spine as he swung his hand. A shadowy wave of fire erupted from his hand, engulfing me and everything behind me. Ether swirled around me, protecting me from the hellfire that ignited even the air and paved ground. Despite the cone-shaped devastation that left every Alacrian in its way dead, I was still standing. However, the scythe wasn't my only opponent. I spotted Elijah flying over toward Tess. The thought of Elijah reaching Tess was sobering. The cold blanket of apathy that had covered my mind shattered, and the single-minded thought of killing the scythe and winning faded until I could think more clearly. Vision and mind renewed, I was deeply aware of everything going on around me, from Alacrians burning to ashes around me, to Tess, Sylvie, Nyphia, and Madame Astra fighting for safety rather than victory, and finally myself. I was aware of the change in my body, and also the current state of my body. I chose not to fear the inevitable, instead, using it to fuel my motivation to get the rest of them back to the shelter. I guarded my mind so Sylvie wouldn't find out, and I let out a sharp breath. I was clear-minded and had control over the full, unrestrained power of Realmheart. I could do this. I had to do this. I immediately went after him. Spatium carried me to where he was in another single step. My fist struck him on his side, and I could feel his ribs shattering under the force, despite the wave of smoky fire that attempted to block some of the damage. Elijah fell from the air, his body whirling out of control before creating a crater on the side of a building. Mana fluctuations rippled in the air all around me, and I knew what was coming. Pushing myself away with a compressed blast of fire, I narrowly dodged a series of sudden combustions in the air. I was barely able to dance away, dodging as hell flames bloomed in the air like deadly black flowers. The black conflagrations suddenly stopped as Sylvie launched a shockwave of pure mana from her serpentine jaw at the scythe. Pushing aside my worries and trusting my bond, I flew over where Tess was still fighting the Alacrians. Even while surrounded, the translucent green vines surrounding her acted as if they had minds of their own. Whipping, striking, piercing her foes, it was hard to tell who was actually at a disadvantage. Deciding that she would be fine for now, I made my way to where the teleportation gate had been buried beneath a tide of black spikes. There, I spotted Nyphia Slow chipping away at the black spikes, while Madame Astra held off several dozen Alacrian mages by herself. Immediately, I closed the distance and unleashed a blast of frostfire at the Alacrians, freezing half of them in a single spell. I ignored the rest, letting Madame Astra handle it while I got to work on the black spikes. While half tempted to release a torrent of lightning, I was too afraid that the gate would be damaged, so I clad my fists in lightning and charged forth. "Nyphia, help Tess and get her here," I ordered. "G got it?" Nyphia scrambled out of the way as I punched through the scores of black spikes jutting from the ground and blocking the teleportation gate. My lightning-clad fists shredded through the layers as I kept my senses clear in case Elijah or the scythe was nearby. A piercing scream suddenly invaded my thoughts. "Sylvie," I called out as her mind clouded in a sea of pain that even I could feel through our shared minds. "Just keep going," she sent with whatever was left of her sanity. I could feel the ground shake with every explosion of black flames and pure mana in the distance, but I continued to push forth until I could see the faint glow of the teleportation gate. Almost there. Suddenly the sky darkened and a shadow cast just above me. Realmheart continued to cycle through me, burning away at my own body, but I relied on it once more as I layered ether over the frostfire surrounding my two hands. I pushed, sending out a shockwave of etheric ice straight at the black hellfire, descending on both myself and the teleportation gate just beside me. As the two forces clashed, a shockwave rippled, shattering some of the black spikes. The teleportation gate also quivered and groaned, threatening to break and leave us stranded here. Still, the ancient portal held strong, and now there was a path directly to it. Tess, Nyphia, and Madame Astra were running towards me as well. They'd be able to make it back. "Hurry through the portal," I roared as the three of them ran past me. Tess turned back, facing me as she continued racing for the portal. "What about you? I have my own medallion. I'll meet you back at the shelter with Sylvie. Now go, Gray, you can't do this to me, not again." Elijah shouted from above, desperately trying to get here in time. "Not after what you did to me and Cecilia." Elijah's words struck like thunder, and I almost let him get to the portal. With Etha under my command, I closed the distance, just as he was about to fire a black spear at the gate, and intercepted him. Wounded and tired, Elijah wasn't a match anymore while I was in this state. I gripped his neck and squeezed just hard enough so he could barely talk. "How do you know that name?" I growled. "Looks like you're finally sober," he wheezed. "If you weren't, under the influence of that power that's killing you right now, you might have already figured it out." I squeezed harder, making him gag before loosening my grip. "Who are you?" Elijah spat on my face before smiling, revealing his blood-stained teeth. I was your best friend and the one whose fiancé you killed in front of me. My grip loosened and I felt my strained heart clutch. My mind swam and my entire body felt like it was submerged in tar. My throat tightened and choked as it tried to keep me from muttering the single word that pressed against my brain like a smoldering brand. Nico, Chapter 249, gone. Explosions of black and gold from Sylvie and the Scythe's battle resounded in the distance, but I was focused on the man I had in my grasp. I can't know, it's impossible. There's no way that I'm Nico. Elijah coughed as he pried my fingers apart just enough so he could speak. If you've reincarnated into this world, Gray, why is it impossible for anyone else to as well? The hand currently wrapped around Nick. No, Elijah trembled uncontrollably. I squeezed harder. I didn't want him to talk. I wanted to deny everything. I couldn't bear whatever it was that he was about to say. Art, watch out! Tess' scream jolted me out of my thoughts, but I couldn't fully dodge the back spike that Elijah had launched from the ground. My grip around the black-haired traitor's neck loosened, and Elijah took advantage of that moment perfectly, prying himself loose and punching me square in the jaw with a hellfire-clad fist. I swayed, nearly losing consciousness as the runes coursing down my face protected me from the black flames. I nearly fell from the sky, but a hand grabbed my wrist. As my weakened body struggled to counteract the otherworldly toxins that had entered my body from the black spike, Elijah grabbed my collar and pulled me close. His piercing dark eyes glared down at me while the venom-coated black spike hovered over his shoulder, tip pointed at my face. Art, Tess shouted. Out of the corner of my eyes, I could see her aura flaring as she prepared to attack. Focus on the gate, I roared. Elijah looked back as well, but just as he was about to go to Tess, I grabbed his arm. What did Agrona do to you, Elijah? I groaned. Did he make you say all of this? Elijah spun his head back, anger dripping from his voice. Do you think even Agrona would know how you and I used to steal and sell whatever we scrounged to the pawn shop? And that we'd use the earnings to keep our orphanage funded without Wilbeck knowing? That doesn't mean. Do you think Agrona knows that deep down you had feelings for Cecilia? I stiffened, and the world that had been spinning because of the toxin in Elijah's spell suddenly came back into focus. Elijah smirked, but his eyes remained cold. Cecilia liked you for a time as well, but she gave up because you kept your distance emotionally ever since you found out that I had feelings for her. Stop, I whispered, anger flaring up the mana inside me. The runes spread throughout my body, pulsed as I focused on gathering strength. And even when I told you everything I uncovered about Lady Vera, you turned your back on your best friend for that bitch, he seethed, black flames spreading from his hands. And as if that wasn't enough, you killed her. You killed Cecilia in front of me. My runes and his flame clashed in a constant battle to keep my body from igniting. Stop, Nico, I cried, tears burning as they rolled down my cheeks. Another explosion resounded from the distance, the shockwave creating a gust of wind that blew all the way here. At that moment, a translucent green blade of mana shot from the ground below. Even though Nico was unaware, the black spike managed to block the green crescent that Tess had undoubtedly fired, but that gave me the opportunity to let out a blast of frost right at Nico's face. From the shoulder up, Nico was frozen for a second until a black flame started melting the ice. Still, I managed to kick myself free from his grasp and launch an arc of lighting at my disoriented foe. Nico crashed to the ground, a mushroom of dust covering the area he had landed. Are you okay? I asked my bond, checking up on her after that last explosion. I'm fine. It's weird, he's definitely attacking me, but it feels like he's holding back, she responded. How are things going over there? Not so good, I admitted, but I'll be able to hold my own. I just need to get Tess and them through the gate. Just as I finished that thought, I turned my attention to the crater to see a large fluctuation of mana from where Nico had landed. He was preparing a spell, a powerful one, but it wasn't aimed at me. I immediately burst through the air, landing on the ground right between Nico and the teleportation gate. A concentrated beam of hellfire, barely thicker than the width of a wrist, pierced through the cloud of dust and debris, targeting just the teleportation gate. Squeezing mana from my core and begging the ether around to aid me, I countered with a swirling barrier of etheric wind. While ice would have been a better choice to effectively negate Nico's attack, the toll of sustaining Realmheart for this long was becoming more and more evident. Flickers of hellfire that had managed to make its way through my wind barrier burned through my skin like acid, while even my regenerative abilities were hurting me, as if my body was begging me to stop getting injured. Sustaining the barrier, I looked back over my shoulder, snapping impatiently at Tess. He's trying to destroy the gate. Hurry up and activate it and escape. It's almost done. But what about you and Sylvie? Tess shouted as she continued to hold the ancient medallion up against the center of the glowing ring that was almost filled with purple. Just go, please, I begged. No, Nico shouted. He withdrew his concentrated spell and burst forward to try and get past me. However, despite the poor state of my body, my reflexes were a lot faster than he assumed. I pivoted and launched myself, tackling Nico. "Let go," he roared as he flailed, trying to escape my grasp. Small embers of hellfire ignited throughout Elijah's body, but I held strong with the help of Etha. "Hurry up," I warned, feeling the black flames slowly burn through the layer of Etha and mana protecting me. Nico suddenly stopped trying to break free. His shoulders trembled as he gritted his teeth before shouting, "You owe me, Gray. You owe me for killing Cecilia." "So that's what it is. Cecilia died, so you have to have Tess to make it even," I spat out. "I didn't mean to kill Cecilia, but even if I had, she wouldn't have wanted this, Nico. Taking Tess isn't going to bring Cecilia back." "What if it is?" Nico shot back. Caught by surprise, I didn't answer. However, I saw the mana fluctuation in Nico's hand as he willed another black spike from the ground. I quickly spun, using Elijah as a shield against his own spell. He was able to stop the spike from piercing both of us. A guttural cry of frustration ripped out of his throat as he tried desperately to break free from my grasp. Just then, another explosion resounded from where Sylvie was fighting against the scythe. "What's going on? Are you okay?" I asked, my concern bleeding onto my bond. "I'm fine, but the scythe is heading your way," she replied, even her mental voice pained. It took less than a second for me to feel it, the presence of the scythe approaching. And it took another second for me to see the rapid fluctuation of mana right where the teleportation gate was. I hurriedly initiated Static Void, but this time I felt the cost of its use. Along with the inverted colors of the frozen world, I felt a cold grip clutching my innards, warning me that death was inevitable if I continued to exploit this powerful Etha art. Ignoring my body's warning, I released the frozen Nico and made my way toward Tess, Nyphia, and Madame Astra. My body grew heavy and nauseous with each step I took, but I couldn't afford to release Static Void and risk the scythe's spell go off. My body was drenched in sweat and I was gasping for air by the time I reached the gate. I grabbed Tess' waist with one arm and released the time-freezing Etha art. A cold chill ran down my spine as my body instinctively knew that danger was just behind me where the gate was. Tess flinched in my grasp. "What th?" I picked her up by the waist, cutting her off while I shouted at Madame Astra. "Grab Nyphia." Immediately, the former knight professor and soldier bolted to her student and tossed her over her shoulder just in time for me to flash past them and grab Madame Astra's free hand. I tried to bend space once more with the help of Etha, but the translucent purple bridge wouldn't form. Without even the time to curse, I gritted my teeth and expended what mana I had left to gain some distance when a horrible explosion of fire resounded behind us. Unable to even look back, I could only imagine how close the conflagration was by the sound of the roaring fire and its heat scalding my back. A green aura suddenly surrounded all of us as Tess activated her beast will to protect us while I focused on getting us out of range, but the heat only grew stronger. To make matters worse, the scythe was within eyeshot just up ahead. Even if we were able to somehow make it out of the hellfire explosion, we'd be facing the scythe as well as Nico. Suddenly, Madame Astra let out a scream of pain, but I couldn't afford to slow down as I could see the tendrils of black flames in the air. My very thoughts of surviving molded itself into the elements. Gales of wind coalesced beneath my feet as even the uneven ground smoothed out in front of us to make a clear path. It didn't matter, though. The sky darkened as the black flames were about to engulf us, but neither the scalding burn nor the searing pain came. I peeked back just over my shoulder to see Nico using his own black flames to block hellfire that the scythe had unleashed. "Get them out of here," Elijah shouted as he struggled to keep the powerful explosion at bay. "Hold on to me tight," Tess exclaimed as she withdrew her beast will and conjured a condensed orb of wind in her palms. I squeezed her waist tightly as she unleashed a gale of wind behind us, propelling us forward. I stumbled and nearly fell forward by the sudden force, but Madame Astra actually stabbed her sword into the ground, allowing me to regain my balance. Continuing to run until I couldn't feel the heat any longer, I toppled forward from sheer exhaustion. Still, I made sure to cling tightly onto, keeping Realmheart Physique active. I knew that once I released it, the backlash would hit me hard. Ignoring the dull, radiating pain that was growing stronger by the minute, I inhaled more ambient mana like a drug addict on the cusp of his crash. I couldn't even cycle and purify it through my mana core, which made the mana poison to my body. Realmheart Physique would have helped with purifying the poisonous mana, but I had taken in too much during this battle. But what's a little more poison for my already deteriorating body? I just needed to hold on and get the rest of them out of here safely. "Stay with me," Tess said to someone from behind, voice shaky but strong. With the ambient mana temporarily boosting the functions of my body, I wiped a stray drop of blood that fell down from my nostril and turned around. My eyes widened, and in my head I was already starting to calculate the odds of their survival, and it just got a whole lot worse. It was Madame Astra. She was missing her right leg from the mid-calf down, and Tess was doing what she could to soothe her wounds using water magic, while Nyphia was preparing bandages made from ripped strips of her own inner robe. My foot got caught in that explosion. I knew I couldn't put out that black fire, so I cut it off, she grunted. For a split second, I admired the fact that, for such a petite woman who had just lobbed off her own leg, she was barely even grimacing. Then reality sank in as I felt the tremendous pressure of the scythe fast approaching. Damn it, I cursed, already turning my gaze from the disabled soldier and to the scythe almost upon us. To my surprise, however, Nico marched past us, a smoky nebula surrounding him as if illustrating his anger. Tesha almost died because of your attack, Cadel, Nico roared. I'm sure Agrona made it clear to you that she is to stay alive. I finally knew the name of the scythe that had killed Sylvia when I was a child in this world. Cadel landed deftly on the ground as if he had just stepped off the sidewalk. His stride was leisurely yet confident, each step demanding your attention. I made sure to position myself between Cadel and my allies behind me while taking note of the rising tension. Arthur, I'm almost there, Sylvie relayed. I could already see her large figure in the sky above some distant buildings. Cadel noticed as well, his gaze flitting behind him for a second before he focused on Nico. If I had not acted in the way that I did, the vessel would have escaped, he responded apathetically before turning to me. That doesn't justify you risking her life. We had a deal, Nico snapped, a tendril of black smoky aura flaring out at the ground and creating a large gash. You would have failed on your own. Why? Because of your past with the boy. If you weren't so fixated on getting your revenge against your old friend, then the vessel would have already been in your possession. Sylvie was almost here, and while it would have been smart to leave them alone to buy ourselves time, I couldn't ignore what they were speaking about. Even though I knew I would regret it, I just had to know. Cadel and Nico fell silent and turned to me as they felt the sudden pressure I released. Straightening my back and hiding any signs of weakness, I stood tall and let my pressure weigh down on the surrounding area. Cadel raised a brow as he studied me. Looks like you still have some fight left in you. Explain what you meant when you said vessel, I demanded, my voice carrying with the help of mana despite the near whisper of a volume that I spoke. You said taking Tess isn't going to bring Cecilia back, right? Nico replied, his voice a lot calmer than it was before. Well, what if it will? Then I would say you're out of your mind, I retorted, staying strong despite the burning needles stabbing every inch of my body. This is what Agrona has been researching and perfecting over the past few hundred years. Gray, and your reincarnation was what allowed everything he had worked for to turn the gears into motion, Nico explained. And that was how I was able to reincarnate into this world. After if someone deserves a new life, it isn't you, it's Cecilia and me. Bullshit, I spat, the word leaving a trail of pain throughout my lungs and throat. I took a deep breath and let the anger fester inside me in order to mitigate some of the pain coursing through my body. Once more, I desperately tried to move the ether, but the motes of purple wouldn't budge. The pain grew stronger with each attempt and I could feel my body deteriorating. To make matters worse, the gate was destroyed and there wasn't another one nearby. It wasn't fair. No matter how much stronger I became, why did I always just barely lack the power to win? Damn it, damn it. Come on, now would be a great time for a weapon, I pleaded, clawing at the palm of my hand where that bastard Usura Wren had stuck that achlorate. Tess suddenly gripped my wrist. Arthur, stop, what are you doing to your hand? Just then, as everyone's eyes were on me, I felt hot liquid pour down my nose, spilling on my hand. Art. Your nose? Tess gently touched my shoulder, worried. I hurriedly wiped the blood running down my nose and lips and looked back up to see Cadel's lips curved into a smirk. Your body is breaking down, isn't it, Lance? What? Is that true? Tess asked. How bad is it? I'll be okay, I lied, shrugging her away. I couldn't even look her in the eye. Instead, I kept my eyes focused on the opponents ahead. Talking was pointless now, and whatever that Usura jabbed into my hand wouldn't help me now. Whether it was Elijah or Nico, it didn't matter. He was an enemy trying to take Tess, and they wouldn't stop there. I infused mana into my legs and prepared to make whatever desperate attempt of an attack I could make, but a small girl stood in the way. Sylvie, don't try and stop me, I muttered, cladding my degrading body in mana in preparation for one last battle. Would you stop even if I tried? My bond asked solemnly. She took a step to the side as a golden-white aura flared to life around her. If you're so bent on killing yourself, we'll go together. Cadel and Elijah clad themselves in their dark mana as well. The ground cracked and splintered around us as whoever was left from the Alacrian side had all run away. Nyphia, take Tess and Madame Astra as far away as possible, I said, looking back over my shoulder. Shifting my gaze down at Madame Astra's stump, I forged a prosthetic leg out of stone before turning back. And don't stop. Elf Princess, Cadel said, his smirk widening. If your dearly beloved stays in that form any longer, whether he wins or loses this battle, he'll die. Leave her out of this, I shouted, but by the time I turned around, Tess had already shrugged off Nyphia. Tess didn't speak to me, though. Instead, she gripped Sylvie's wrist and asked her, he's lying, right? Tell me he's lying, Sylvie. Sylvie looked at me but didn't respond. I'll be fine, Tess, I lied again, but my words were met with a venomous, tear-filled glare. You always do this. You're always ready to give up your life to save me, she shot back. Tess, I grabbed her arm. Do you think I'd be grateful if you died to save me? She asked, her lips quivering. She wrapped her hand over mine and peeled herself from my grip. She touched my forehead with hers as she closed her eyes, chest heaving erratically as she held back sobs. She let out a whisper after placing her lips against mine. You idiot! Then she tore herself away from me and walked off straight towards the enemy. No, I stepped forward, ready to sprint after her when Sylvie held me back, wrapping her arms around my waist. Sylvie, no, you can't do this to me. Arthur, please, Sylvie begged, her small body trembling. I don't want you to die. I watched helplessly as Tess walked away, the sound of blood pounding in my head muting every other sound. I couldn't even hear my own shouts as I begged Tess to stop, to let me fight, to let me die. I watched as Tess turned back and smiled at me before saying something. I couldn't hear it though. They may have been Tess' last words and I couldn't hear them. No, I couldn't let this happen. My gazes flitted down to my bloody palm as I checked once more with the faint hope that the weapon would appear. It didn't, and I didn't have time. As Sylvie hugged me tighter, forcing me away from Tess as she walked towards Nico and Cadel, I wedged my hand inside my protective chest plate and pulled out the medallion that Elder Rhynia had given me to bring Tess back. A reminder that this entire world and countless others would fall to Agrona if Tess was in his hands. It all made sense now. For whatever reason, Tess was meant to be the vessel for Cecilia. Maybe it was because of our relationship in this world that created the bridge, but that didn't matter. If both Nico and I became this strong after reincarnating into this world, how strong would Cecilia, the legacy, be if she reincarnated into Tess' body? Sylvie. You know what Rhynia said? I pleaded, studying the ancient relic in my hand. We can't let them have Tess. Sylvie shook her head, her face still buried in my chest. We'll both get stronger. As long as we live, we have a chance. I felt my insides churn as I stood on my last few minutes of Realmheart, but I continued to study the medallion. Something about it that I hadn't noticed before now stood out to me within this fully assimilated state of Realmheart physique. The recent memory of Rhynia drawing the etheric runes on the gate resurfaced, and the hours I spent in that ancient cave watching Sylvie meditate, while influencing the ether around her connected together instinctively in a way that my mind couldn't fathom but my body could. Sylvie sensed the change in the air as I got to work. Hey Arthur, what are you doing? My bond cried desperately, her gaze shifting around as she witnessed my act. I'm sorry, I whispered as a metallic taste filled my mouth. I dispersed the gathered ether I had influenced. I reached out with my arms, one pointed at Nyphia and Madame Astra, the other directed at Tess. And suddenly we were in a separate space. This was different from static void where I was in the same space as the rest of the world. No, I had created a separate pocket dimension and brought everyone along with me. With no time to waste, I threw the medallion that had the coordinates engraved in it and created a teleportation portal of my own. Into the portal now, I shouted as I struggled to keep the portal stable. Madame Astra was the one that made it work. Wasting no time, she picked up Nyphia and sprinted towards the portal with the prosthetic leg I had conjured for her. After tossing Nyphia into the portal, she ran after Tess, who was a few paces away still. I restructured the size of the pocket dimension, bringing Tess closer to Madame Astra and the portal. Without even the chance to get a word out, I saw Tess get sucked into the portal. Madame Astra looked at me for a second before giving me a nod and jumping through the portal herself. Sylvie, it's tea time to go, I said, my bond just looking at me in horror. She reached up and wiped the tears streaming from my eyes, only to see her fingers covered in blood. My blood. Arthur, you're not going to make it, Sylvie said as I felt her consciousness go deeper into mine. I couldn't shield my thoughts from her in my state anymore, leaving me an open book. The portal isn't going to stay stable for much longer, Sylv. Please, I can't have you die too, I said, smiling while trying to keep blood from leaking out of my mouth. A wave of blinding pain hit me and the pocket dimension rippled like a bubble about to pop. Disoriented, I tried to force Sylvie into the portal when she began glowing purple. Sylv. What are you? My eyes widened in horror as I realized what she was doing. The light spread until an all too familiar dragon was standing in front of me. Try to keep yourself alive while I'm gone, okay? Sylvie said as she gave me a toothy grin. Sylv, no, don't do this, I screamed. Desperate, I tried to push her to the portal, but my hands went through her. Sylvie's body was turning ethereal and she was fading as motes of lavender and gold began leaving her and attaching themselves to my body. My body writhed in unimaginable pain at the sudden change it was going through, but I held on, unwilling to pass out. My vision faded as I screamed out to Sylvie, but her last words were cut off as she pushed me through the portal with the last remaining corporeal limb she had left. My bond had left me with one word before she faded, Zogan.